All right, good morning, counsel. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, the defendant is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, Ms. Lewis, and Mr. Goldberg. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to put on the record before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you all had a pleasant weekend. All right, Detective Mark Furman is again on the witness stand. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you are still under oath, and Ms. Clark, you may resume with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see. I think where we left off on Friday, sir, you were showing the jury the shovel and the plastic and the wood, the piece of wood that you saw near the Bronco. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, first of all, the plastic, you indicated, where did you recover that from? What part of the Bronco? Where did you see it?
I saw it in the right side or the passenger side of the rear cargo area along the side of the vehicle cargo area.
And that was it inside something?
It looked like it was in some sort of a pocket.
You did not recover that item?
No, I didn't.
And did you recover the shovel?
No, I didn't.
Did you recover the wood?
No.
That was left for someone else to recover?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that plastic, do you happen to know whether it belongs in a Bronco or anything about it?
Well, now I do.
And what is that?
It's the spare tire bag. In other words, when a tire is off the vehicle and it's dirty, you place it in the bag so you can place it in the cargo area.
Okay. And that's standard equipment for a Ford Bronco, is it?
I was told it was, yes.
Yes. What about that shovel? Standard equipment also?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Now, you indicated that you had a conversation with Mr. Kalin, in which he informed you about the thumps on the wall. You
Yes.
recall that? What time did he say he heard those thumps?
10:45 p.m.
You, I think you had testified earlier that you brought him into the house with you and put him in the bar area.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you do?
Then I walked towards the front door area, which passed the kitchen.
And then what?
I saw Detective Van Adder in the kitchen. I told Detective Van Adder, I said something to the effect of, Phil, talk to this guy at the bar.
Did you tell him what to talk about?
No.
And then what did you do?
I walked out the front door of the residence.
And at that moment that you walked out the front door, sir, did you know where Mr. Simpson was?
No.
Did you have any idea where he had gone the night before?
No.
Or if he'd gone anywhere?
I had no idea, ma'am.
Or when he was due to return?
No.
When you exited the front door, where did you go?
I walked out into the driveway and I looked to my left to see where the property ended.
All right. Sir, if you would please step down and show us the route you took when you exited the front door.
All right, Ms. Clark, you're referring to the
People
diagram.
66, I'm sorry.
People's
66.
Thank you.
I exited the front of the house where on this chart it says entrance. I exited going west and walked onto the driveway and then looked south.
Now, why did you look south?
Well, from where I had come from in Caitlin's room, the wall that he heard the crash of the thump was on the south wall.
And then where did you go?
I walked out of the driveway and I started walking down towards the garage. The garage comes somewhat out from the front of the residence. I walked around the garage and went down to the southernmost part of the property, and then I looked to my left, which was the east.
And you looked to your left eastward because why?
That would have been the direction going back towards Caitlin's room.
What happened next?
I saw a pathway. It looked very narrow and dark. There was a cyclone fence that ran along the southern property line with looked like plants from the residence to the south that had overgrown towards the Simpson residence.
And were there any gates there?
There was a gate that was broken at some point. And here, I believe it might have been here. I think it was laid out against some. I can't remember what debris it was there. What was there? It was there.
So it was not closed, the gate.
No.
And so what did you do? Where'd you go?
Well, I took out my flashlight and I started walking down the path, trying to figure out the residence architecture, to figure out where Caitlin's wall might have been.
Now, what were you able to see from that first gate area in terms of farther down the walkway? What were you able to see?
Well, I could see there was a long walkway, but it seemed that this was a little elevated, so I was looking somewhat downward. I saw a long path, a long dark path covered with leaves.
And what did you expect to find?
I didn't know. I thought the possibility that somebody had collapsed down there.
And why did you think that?
By Caitlin's statement, it was rather odd. The thump on the wall, nothing to hold up. Plus what I observed on the rock that was parked on Rockingham, and the inability to raise anybody in the residence. I was unconcerned about that.
Okay. So what were you able to see from the vantage point of that first gate area going down? Anything?
Nothing really.
How can you describe the lighting in that area?
Well, the lighting outside was getting light outside, but it was even worse lighting back here. It was very shaded. These trees or shrubs caused it to be darker than all these buildings were much higher than about the same height as the trees in some places.
So did you need the aid of your flashlight in order to see where you were going?
Not so much to see where I was walking, mostly just to look for anything that I might have walked on. I was using it, it wasn't that powerful.
What kind of, was that little flashlight?
I had 2 AA batteries and a small magnet.
And then where did you go after you reached that first gate area?
I got to this area and I was kind of confused by this indentation. I looked in this area, but I couldn't see anything that would really indicate that this is where the noise was from. I walked back out here in this area.
For the record,
There was another gate in here somewhere, but I'm not sure if it was open.
for the record, when the witness said this area, he was referring to the behind the garage area, the entire area, and then that would be just to the right of the garage area. And then you recall a second gate.
I believe so. It was also open.
Not locked.
No.
And what were you able to see when you got to the second gate area in terms of farther down the walkway?
Then as far as further down the walkway, I hadn't been able to see anything farther down the walkway. I was looking at this architecture and here where it's beginning
see. I have another board. The defense has to be marked Peoples 116.
All right, Peoples 116 next in order, which is a chart. I ask the court TV person to give me a look at it, please. Okay.
Directing your attention, sir, to Peoples 116, using the photograph labeled A. Tell us what's depicted in that photograph.
Photograph A is the front of the garage. This is facing due west. Walked along the path, came out in front of the garage, and walked to this entrance right here in the east down the path.
When the witness indicated this entrance, he's pointing to the area to the right of the right-hand side of the garage. That's the photograph.
Appears to be the south portion of the garage.
That's right, thank you. And photograph B.
Photograph B would be, this is the air conditioner that's jutting out of the bracing. This wall line here, I believe, is the beginning of the building, the bungalows, where I believe the outside of Cato's wall, maybe the opposite, just adjacent to Cato's wall.
Okay, I'll get to those.
You see anything there because of where the attorney's standing? All right. Anybody in the jury who can't see, let me know, please. Thank you.
Now, you said you passed through the second gate area,
Yes.
and what were you able to see when you got to the area of the second gate?
Well, I was looking, initially I was looking up, trying to figure out where the wall was. I looked up, I saw a sheer wall that went up quite a ways, like 15, maybe as high as 20 feet. And the pitch of the roof went directly back in towards the building. I recall that from when I was on the other side. I determined that that was probably Cato's wall.
So, as you were looking then at the outside of the residence, you were trying to find out, you were trying to determine what wall matched up with the outside of Cato's room.
Yes.
And what time was it, if you recall, when you exited the house and went down that south pathway?
6:10.
Were you looking at your watch when you went out of the house? You're estimating for us.
Yes.
And then after you passed through the second gate area, you saw the wall that appeared to match Cato's wall.
Yes.
Then what happened?
I continued walking down the path, and when I got approximately 15 or 20 feet away, I saw a dark object. I continued to walk forward towards that object.
Could you tell what that dark object was?
No, not until I got very close.
And how close did you get before you could tell what it was?
Several feet. I'm not sure. At some point, I could tell that it was a glove.
And when you saw that it was a glove, first of all, where did you see it in relationship to the air conditioner shown in People's B and C?
Here's the air conditioner.
People's B and the B.
And I looked
small dark spot right next on the ground near the air conditioner in photograph B. And in photograph C, you can see it.
It's rather dark, but I believe that here's the air conditioner bracing, and then I believe this is, it's really hard to see right here. This looks like the object.
Because the way this is pointed to two pieces of wood sticking out of the wall, the top of photograph C is the bracing of the air conditioner, and a dark spot underneath.
Ms. Clark, excuse me, Ms. Clark, do you wish to move that exhibit further down momentarily so the jurors on the other end of the box can see that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, that's a good idea. What do you see there?
Photograph D is a picture of what now I identified as a possible glove. This is probably about the distance, maybe a little farther back, but I could tell it was probably a glove.
And when you were able to tell that it was probably a glove, what did you do?
Well, I walked closer to it.
How close did you get to it?
I got to it. Probably as close as photo. Yeah. Looking down at it.
And what did you just stand and look down at it? Or did you touch it? What did you do?
I didn't touch it. I looked at it. I didn't know it was significant.
Let me take your seat. Can you pull up?
Ms. Clark, are you going to continue to use this?
Yes, I'm going to go back and forth. The glove, sir.
Well, it appeared to be, it didn't match the terrain. There's leaves all over the walkway. It was dirty in the area. It was unkept. This glove didn't have any signs of dirt or leaves or twigs on it. It appeared a dark leather glove. It appeared to be somewhat moist or sticky. I didn't touch it, but it appeared that parts were sticking to other parts of the glove.
And you were describing the walkway area. You indicated it was kind of dirty with leaves. Were you able to see any footprints or shoe prints or disturbance in those leaves?
No, I didn't.
Can you describe, was it very thickly covered with leaves? What did it look like?
Well, much as this picture depicts in this photo, that was much of the way the walkway looked.
And when you look back, did you see where you had just walked on the walkway?
No.
So after you got up to the glove, you indicated you looked down at it. What happened next?
Well, at that point, I was somewhat alarmed at not of finding something such as this, and not knowing if a suspect or a victim had left something back there. So I continued farther east past the air conditioner.
Can you back up 1 second? Could you tell whether that was a right or left-handed glove when you looked at it at that time?
It appeared to be a right-handed glove.
And did it, what significance did you attach to it when you saw it?
Well, it looked similar to the glove on the Bundy scene.
Did you immediately think it was a match? What was your state of mind about that?
Oh, I didn't know at that point. It was a dark-colored leather glove.
And after you saw that glove, did you pick it up?
No.
What did you do?
I walked around it. I continued eastbound on the walkway.
Did anything draw your attention as you passed the area of the glove and continued down the walkway?
Yes.
And what was that?
I started hitting spider webs or cobwebs in my face.
And had you hit any spider webs or cobwebs up until the point where you saw the glove?
No.
So what did you do next? You continued down the walkway.
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
Well, I didn't know if I had someone that had gone all the way down the walkway, whether it be a suspect or a victim, at another condition. And at that point, I didn't want to turn my back on anyone that might be watching me.
And what did you see?
I saw nothing. I continued down the walkway to the end of the building, where there was a large area of budding plants and shrubbery. I concluded it might have been where gardeners start small plants.
So is that the, where is that area located with respect to the house and the walkway?
It would be in the southeast corner.
At the back of the house?
Yes,
So you went all the way back there?
yes.
What did you think you were going to find back there?
I was looking for somebody that had collapsed and gone back to that area, and quite possibly was lying there.
Even though you saw cobwebs, spider webs on the way back?
Well, I didn't know. I wasn't crawling, so I didn't know exactly what had transpired there.
Were you walking straight up? Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
I mean, as opposed to bent over?
I could have been bent over at some time. Some of the overhanging leaves or the tree. I think some of the time there was branches in the way, so I could have been leaning over some of the time.
Perhaps we ought to note how tall the detective is.
Right. And you felt the cobwebs where? On your face, on your shoulders, can you tell us?
I went, yes, on my face, and initially on my face. I went underneath the air conditioner.
And how tall are you?
6'3".
When you got to the rear of the location, you saw that area. And was it like a dirt area back there?
Somewhat. There was plants, and there was wild grass, and there was some shrubbery, and there were some plants that looked like they might have been taken care of or planted there on purpose.
Did you look around?
Yes.
What did you do? Other than what you just described, did you see anything else?
I found no evidence of anyone being there or any evidence of anybody leaving something in that area, so I left.
And where did you go?
I walked back up the path westbound, and I went to the front of the residence, and I located Detective Phillips.
Now, when you first went back on that walkway, did you know whether Cato had already gone back there to investigate the thumps on the wall?
No, I didn't.
And you walked back out?
Yes.
And when you walked back out, sir, can you indicate what area you stepped out of, where you stepped out of the walkway? Is there a photograph that shows where you came out?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
Which one is that? You don't have to get down if you don't need to.
That would be photo A.
Photo A? That same entrance area that you indicated earlier, sir.
Yes.
And what did you do at that time?
I walked north or back towards the front of the residence, and I saw Detective Phillips in front of the kitchen TV room area.
And what was he doing in front of the kitchen TV area?
I just saw him standing there. I don't know his reason for coming out there or what he was doing. I just asked to talk to him.
Next in order 117 has been shown to the defense, a photograph of the house.
People 117.
That you went towards the house where you saw Detective Phillips.
Yes, ma'am?
Do you see the area in People's 117 where you saw Detective Phillips standing?
Yes.
And where is that?
There's a first story window facing the camera, almost center. It would have been in that paved area.
Can you direct the pointer?
Yes.
You're going to have to look at the screen. Tell me if you can see the red dot.
Up.
Okay,
And now a big circle right in that area.
right here.
Right, well, a little to the right where that walkway is that goes to the door. Yes, right in
Right
that
there?
area.
All right. Was he standing outside, sir?
Yes.
And what, did you have a conversation with him?
Somewhat. I just told Ron I'd like to show him something.
Did you tell him what you wanted to show him?
No.
Why not?
I wanted to see his impression. He made similar observations on the Bundy scene that I had, and I wanted to see what he thought of what I had discovered on the pathway.
What did you do then?
I took Detective Phillips down that pathway and showed him.
Okay. And was that, did you take the same route as you had earlier?
I didn't delay in certain areas, but yes,
So this time you just walked straight back there?
yes.
And when you say delay in certain areas, what are you referring to?
Well, the indentation on the side of the house, there was a large amount of area there that I walked into that area to orient myself. I didn't do that this time.
And when you took Detective Phillips out, how close did you get to the glove?
We stood just to the west of it, kneeling down.
You were kneeling down?
Yes.
Was Detective Phillips kneeling down?
I don't recall. I just knelt down. That's a narrow path. I just knelt down so he could also observe and pointed.
And after you showed it, did Detective Phillips touch the glove?
No,
Did you touch the glove?
no.
What happened next?
We returned to the front of the residence, and I'm not sure if I entered the residence or Detective Phillips sent Detective Van Adder, but I believe I at some point talked to Detective Van Adder and Lang, and I took Detective Van Adder back to the location.
And what route did you take with Detective Van Adder?
The same as Detective Phillips.
And how close did you get to the glove with Detective Van Adder?
It was similar. We approached the glove just to the west of it, observed it, and then turned around and walked back.
And did you touch the glove at that time?
No,
Did Detective Van Adder?
no.
And after you both saw the glove, where did you go?
We returned to the front of the residence.
And then what did you do?
I believe we entered the kitchen area and contacted Detective Lang, and I brought him down to the same location.
And what did you do with Detective Lang?
The same as the two other detectives. Led him down to the glove, showed him what I had observed, and we returned.
And did Detective Lang touch the glove?
No,
Did you touch the glove?
no.
When you came back out with Detective Lang, what happened next?
Detective Lang and Van Adder were involved in conversation, and I believe I stood away from that. So I'm not exactly positive what the conversation entailed.
Okay. Why did you not involve yourself in their conversation?
Well, this was their crime scene, so they were discussing what had been found and if it ain't anything, what it meant.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with Detective Phillips about where the defendant was?
I don't recall. I had learned of it, yes, but I'm not sure exactly when. I know it was after I returned with all the detectives, but I don't know exactly when.
What do you mean when you say after you returned with all the detectives?
After I came back from the path and notified Detective Phillips, sometimes after I showed all the detectives what I had found on the path, I learned of conversations that have been involved with Mr. Simpson.
So at the time that you found the glove, you still did not know where he was or where he'd gone or when he'd gone there?
No,
And when I say he, I'm referring to Mr. Simpson.
that's correct.
So is it your current recollection then, sir, based on what you tell us, that you learned that the defendant was aware the defendant was at some point after all detectives were taken back to see the glove?
Yes.
All right, after Detective Lang and Detective Van Adder had that conversation, what happened next?
Thereabouts, sometime, Detective Van Adder told Detective Phillips and myself to go back to Bundy to look at that glove that we had seen on Bundy,
And for what purpose, sir?
to see if there was a similarity, if we had a right and a left, see if the color and the leather and the lining matched.
And so after Detective Van Adder asked you to do that, did you?
Yes, Detective Phillips and I left the Rockingham scene and went back to Bundy.
In the same car you guys came in earlier?
Yes,
You drove together, did you?
yes.
And what time was it when you went back to Bundy?
Believe about 7 in the morning, maybe a little later.
Again, were you looking at your watch when you left Rockingham to go back to Bundy?
No, I wasn't.
Is that an approximation, sir?
Yes.
And when you went back to Bundy, what did you do?
Detective Phillips instructed me to get a photographer. I did. We walked down Dorothy, entered the alley, and came in through the rear of the residence.
Anytime I hear Bundy.
Yeah.
People's Exhibit number 55. Two, please.
Ms. Clark?
We will be shortly. All right, sir. When Detective Phillips asked you to go and get a photographer, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
To photograph the glove in its original position, and if I needed to move it to inspect it any further, we could, in other words, photo it as we originally found it.
And who is this in the photograph, sir?
That is victim Brown and myself.
And are you pointing to something underneath that bush?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
To the glove on Bundy.
And is that the photograph that you took the photographer over to take at the direction of Detectives Van Adder and Phillips?
Yes.
Are you dressed here? You recall testifying earlier that you'd taken your jacket off at some point when you were at Bundy earlier.
Yes.
Had you ever put it on again between that point and this point here?
No, I had not.
So at the time that you found the glove at Rockingham, what were you wearing?
I was wearing exactly what's in this photo, a white shirt, tan slacks,
Do you still have
loafers.
that? I'm sorry?
Loafers.
Loafers?
Loafers. Shoes.
Shoes. And do you still have that clothing, sir?
Yes, I do.
The shirt and the pants?
Yes.
And so are you still dressed in the same manner in this photograph being shown to the jury now as you were when you found the glove at Rockingham?
Yes.
After that photograph was taken, sir, what happened next?
I returned to the Rockingham address
And for what purpose did you return to the Rockingham address?
to inform the detectives what I saw at Bundy.
Now, before you left for Rockingham again, when you went over to the glove on Bundy, sir, what did you do? You were asked, I think you testified earlier, to compare it to the one at Rockingham to determine whether it would look the same
Yes.
and a match.
Yes.
What did you do in order to make sure of that?
Well, I had to determine if it was a right or a left, and I did. It was a left-handed glove.
At Bundy?
Yes. It appeared to be the same texture of leather, same color. The fabric, a mesh fabric, was the lining inside. It appeared to be the same texture, design, and color as the glove on Rockingham.
Did you touch the glove?
No.
Did you move it?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
With a pen?
With a pen, like the kind you write with?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the ink part out?
No.
And what did you do that for?
I just lifted it and turned it so I could tell if it was a right or a left and to look at the lining.
And was there someone else present when you did that?
Yes.
Who?
The photographer, I believe he was Mr. Rokar.
Okay. And how did that assist you in determining whether it was a right or a left?
Excuse me?
How did that help you? Lifting it with the pen, how did that help you determine if it was a right or a left?
Well, I wanted to see where the thumb was.
Were you able to see where the thumb was without doing that?
I might have been able to, but I wanted to make sure.
And why did you want to make sure? Why were you getting this information?
Well, I was being directed to do this, and I felt there was probably a very important reason why, and I wanted to be sure.
And so you were going to report back to Detective Van Etter?
Yes.
And after that was done, sir, you indicated that you went back to Rockingham?
Yes.
Did you go by yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask anyone to follow you or proceed there as well?
Yes.
Who was that?
The photographer.
And for what purpose?
To photograph the other glove, and for whatever other reason, Detective Van Etter and Lang wanted him at Rockingham.
Now, after you lifted put your pen inside to lift the glove at Bundy, did you replace it in the same location
Yes.
as it was found?
Yes.
You went to Rockingham then and you took the photographer?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To document the position of the glove on the pathway that I had discovered earlier.
And what did you do in that regard when you got to Rockingham with the photographer?
I believe I was instructed to show him where the glove was and so he could photograph it, and he did.
Did you take him down that south pathway?
Yes.
And again, what route did you take to take him down there?
The same as the other three detectives, eastbound on the path to the glove, just west of the glove, and he photographed it.
And so are these photographs, are any of these photographs the ones that were taken in your direction with the photographer at Rockingham? When I say these, I'm referring to People's 116.
I'm not sure. I don't believe we had any numbers at that time.
And photograph E, where there is no number, then like that is one of the photographs taken in your direction by Mr. Rocco.
Yes.
All right, and at that time, did you touch that glove?
No.
Did Mr. Rokar touch that glove?
No.
After he took photographs, what did you do?
We returned to the front of the residence.
Now, when you pointed the glove out to Mr. Rokar for the purpose of taking photographs, did you point out aspects of the glove that you wanted him to take note of in photographs?
No, I believe I just wanted photographs of the glove. I don't think there was anything we could depict that we'd need photos of from any angle.
You described earlier that you noticed the glove to be moist and sticky. You recall that?
That's the way it appeared, yes.
Did you notice whether any fingers were stuck together?
I do recall that there was one finger that was stuck to one part of the glove.
All right, what happened next?
I took the photographer back out to the front of the residence, and I re-entered the front door area that led into the kitchen
And for what purpose?
to tell the detectives, well, I had already previously told them what I had found, but there was a discussion going on, and I came back there to rejoin them.
Now, when you were, let me back up for a second. When you looked at the glove at Rockingham, were you able to tell whether it was right or left-handed?
The glove on Rockingham was a right-handed glove.
And the photograph of it shown in People's 116E. Actually, D, E, and F. Do those depict the position in which you originally found it?
Yes.
And so we were able to look at the glove and see where the thumb was located without lifting it.
Yes.
Who was inside the kitchen area when you went inside the house after having the glove photographed?
Detective Van Adder, Detective Van Adder for sure. Detective Phillips. That was all I believe I saw when I walked in there.
Did you have any specific instructions then at that point as to what you were to do?
Well, at that point, Detective Van Adder made a statement that we're going to handle the Rockingham address as a crime scene, and we needed to seal it off, secure it.
And what were you asked to do at that point, if anything?
To make sure no one was in the house. There was 2 children in the house. A man that I later found out was Mr. Cowlings. Miss Arnell Simpson was in the house. I think that was all. We asked them if they could take the children somewhere else, that they'd have to leave, that there was some investigation that was going to be done at the house.
And where were you?
At this time?
Mm-hmm.
I believe I walked out into the living room area. I think I talked to Mr. Cowlings there. I believe Miss Simpson was somewhere in that general vicinity on the first floor.
Did you remain at Rockingham at that time, sir?
Yes, I did.
And what were you doing?
Waiting for a search warrant to be written.
And who was there with you?
At that point, Detective Van Adder was there momentarily, then he left. There was uniformed officers with the Bronco at the front of the Rockingham gate, uniformed officers to the front of Ashford. Detective Roberts at some point rejoined me at that location. And there was several detectives that ended up there, and I don't recall exactly what time.
Let me back up for 1 minute. You left Rockingham to go back and look at the Bundy glove to see if it matched the one you'd found at Rockingham.
Yes.
When you did that, you went with Detective Phillips, I think you testified?
Yes.
At some point, when you were back at Bundy to compare that glove to the Rockingham glove, do you recall seeing Detective Lang?
I can't remember if I saw him at that point.
When you returned to the Rockingham location, do you recall whether you saw Detective Lang there?
I can't remember. I remember talking to Van Adder because he said we were going to secure this and handle it like a crime scene. And then I started talking to Mr. Cowlings and Ms. Simpson.
Then did you remain at Rockingham for the balance of the day?
Yes,
And what was your function there?
to make sure we just kept the location secure, waiting for a warrant to be signed.
And you were with the uniformed officers and at some point joined by Detective Roberts?
Yes, and then there were several detectives after that.
And at some point in the afternoon, do you recall meeting me?
Yes, I do.
And that was at Rockingham?
Yes,
Was that the first time we met?
yes, it is.
Did you walk me through the Rockingham location to show where you had found the glove and where you'd contacted Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
How long did you remain at Rockingham?
And that day,
Yes.
I believe it was well past 6 in the evening. I'm not positive on that, but I know it was very late in the afternoon at the earliest.
Do you recall seeing media arrive at the Rockingham location at some point?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
It seems that it was right around the noon hour, but I'm not positive.
And at some point, did you put on your jacket?
Yes.
When was that?
When the media arrived,
And why was that?
because that's what we're supposed to do.
In case your boss was watching?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this point. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Also, do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and we will reconvene in about 15 minutes. All right? Detective Furman, you may step down. You're ordered to return in 15 minutes. Record in the Simpson matter. All the parties are again present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark.
Well, this is a motion presented by Mr. Bailey.
All right. What I propose we do is, why don't you take a look at it over the noon hour, and we'll take it up. I accept Mr. Bailey.
For the court to do. We have read the motion and the reasons that generated the motion, and we see no merit to the request. Nevertheless, if the court does intend to rule in the defendant's favor with respect to the parameters of cross-examination, the people are entitled to know about this one before we finish direct, because these were items that the people raised in the people's motion. The court issued a ruling, and based on that, we made a decision as to how we would proceed with direct. If the court is now going to change
Well,
that...
let me, excuse me for interrupting you. Do you want to litigate it now?
Yes.
Okay. I left it on my desk. Ms. Robertson? Thank you. All right, Mr. Bailey, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, you will recall.
No, if the defense wanted Detective Furman present.
All right,
we ask him to
Detective
leave.
Furman, could we ask you to step outside, please? Thank you. All right, record should reflect that Detective Furman has withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Bailey.
Your Honor, we have visited this subject on several occasions under the umbrella of the mandate of the Anthony case decided in this district. you had issued a ruling barring certain evidence of statements made to psychiatrists, reports of psychiatrists, in connection with litigation instituted by Mr. Furman in the early 80s claiming a disability because of certain experiences he had had. And at the time that you issued that ruling, it was represented to the court that Mr. Furman would not be a witness to the 1985 incident involving the Mercedes-Benz windshield, and that he would not be involved in the 1989 incident, which in fact went to court. Now, the prosecution opened right up with that. In addition, and this is a first in my experience, they opened up without specifying that he had been subjected to some kind of special training session that had nothing to do with the murders at Bundy or the evidence at Rockingham. And it seems to me that the question of Mr. Furman's global attitudes toward race specifically, and in particular couples that are racially mixed, such as Mr. Simpson and Nicole, is fair game for questioning, inasmuch as he is very definitively a suspect for having carried that glove from Bundy, where he found it, to Rockingham, where he deposited it. And that's what we intend to show by circumstantial evidence far stronger than the people will ever offer against O.J. Simpson on the murders. If motive and opportunity are the means that the people use to prove the guilt of the defendant, which they say they can do, that is a fair method to prove the innocence of the defendant by showing that he was framed. The opportunity will be patent if it is not already on the record by the time Mr. Furman's cross-examination is complete. The motive, one that would incline a police officer to do something this drastic, even though he had no way of knowing, presumably, whether or not Simpson was in Timbuktu at the time that he was at Rockingham first, is certainly very highly relevant. If it is embarrassing, it is an embarrassment of his own creation. He is the one that created these psychiatric reports and caused them to be filed publicly, hoping to gain as a result. Insofar as the original concern that Your Honor had as to remoteness is concerned, I ask Your Honor to look at the rulings that were made with respect to spousal abuse and the time brackets that the prosecution was permitted to cover. Of a special significance is the fact that Detective Furman's own expert opined in the reports that you have reviewed that his anti-racial feelings were incurable and that there was no way that he could continue to be an effective police officer because of that. And if that condition is shown to exist, then it seems to me that the burden of going forward may shift to the witness to show when and if such a cure took place, because we intend to show in incident after incident that Detective Furman was willing to violate the law and the federal civil rights statute to unfairly prosecute black men who he found in the company of white women, and that this pattern was consistent right up until shortly before this incident. Based on all of those facts, the starting point, and we're not seeking at this point to go back to his Marine Corps experiences, which are out there, but the starting point which relate to those, and why he wanted to get out of the Marine Corps, because he could not stand the defiance that minority groups were handing him when he gave them direction, and why he wanted to get out of the police force because he couldn't take the conduct of the people he had to deal with, is part of a total personality picture that this jury is entitled to evaluate, because ultimately they're going to have to evaluate the question as to whether or not this officer, incensed at being kicked out of the biggest murder case in the history of this state, decided to keep himself in it by becoming an indispensable witness, as he surely has done. That is our presentation, and in that context, I think we're entitled to have the court reconsider its earlier ruling that these psychiatric reports are verboten. Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Yes, Your Honor, I don't really think the court needs to hear a lot from the people. The defense has really not offered you any reason to change the earlier ruling that you've issued. What they're basically arguing to the court is that the fact of the court's permission for the defense to use the Kathleen Bell allegations, which we will disprove, nevertheless, the fact that the court issued that ruling is now basically being posited to the court as an excuse to go back into the very items that the court ruled to be too remote and inadmissible. The fact that the people decided to air those incidents that the defense has been threatening to use against Detective Furman by waiving the Newsweek article back in chambers about the mock cross-examination, by the discussions in the nightly press conferences concerning Kathleen Bell and her credibility and what they're going to prove via Kathleen Bell. The people determined as a tactical matter to basically do a preemptive strike and air those matters first on direct examination. But that doesn't open a door any further than it was already opened by the court's ruling. The court ruled that certain things would be admissible. It ruled that the Kathleen Bell incident was admissible. If you were inclined to allow the 81 incident, you would have done so. But the mere fact that you've allowed the defense to go into the 85 incident and then the people air it on direct, knowing that the court is going to allow the defense to do so on cross-examination, doesn't open the door any further than it was to begin with. You issued a ruling, you said a certain incident was admissible, and that the defense could go into it on cross-examination. The people were aware of that ruling, but the people were also aware that the court ruled that the 81 information could not be aired. I don't see how there's any different posture now, simply because of the fact that we discussed it on direct examination. I see, and then the court is not given, notably, any relevant case authority to justify this position. It's simply counsel's bald assertion. When you consider the fact that the defense has never and will never be able to demonstrate either the opportunity or give any kind of real offer of proof to this court that Detective Furman planted anything, it's really. And yet they got the 1985 incident as grist for their cross-examination mill. I really think it's already beyond the pale. They will never be able to give this court an offer of proof. They haven't to this date. When the people have requested that they do so, give us an offer of proof. Show us how you're going to prove that this detective planted this evidence. They have not once been able to do so. They have refused to do so. And the reason they've refused to do so is they cannot. There will never be any such evidence because it's an impossibility. And even though there was no opportunity, and it's a virtual impossibility for him to have done what they allege that Detective Furman has done, yet they got the ruling from the court, which was very generous, allowing the 1985 incident for impeachment. To now argue that that very ruling, which the people acted upon, allows them to go further is ludicrous, is without authority and without logic.
Forgive me for interrupting you, Ms. Clark, but don't you think that a prior relationship or a prior meeting between the interested parties, Nicole Brown Simpson, the defendant, and a key prosecution witness, you say that's a generous ruling?
No, I'm not talking about that. I was talking about the Kathleen Bell incident.
Well, we're speaking of the 1985 incident.
I'm sorry. The fact that that Detective Furman responded to the 85 incident is not it was not a significant event at the time. In fact, so insignificant that he did not generate a report. He simply responded to the location, was certainly not the only officer to do so. And we will hear from that other officer later on in the case who was also present at the scene. But that in and of itself was obviously not a great event, and it was not something that he even remembered until requested to report on a prior incident back in '89.
No, I was just concerned about your characterization of that as being a generous quote-unquote ruling. I thought I was pretty much compelled to allow the jury to hear that there was some prior contact amongst these parties.
That's true. I'm not arguing that. I was arguing the Kathleen
Okay.
Bell incident, just the Bell incident, Your Honor.
All right.
That was the only one.
Well, no, but Mr. Bailey makes the argument that since we have gone in at some length the 85 incident, then they're allowed to go into they should be allowed to go into the 81 issues.
I understand,
Okay.
and I think the argument has absolutely no merit. There's no case authority to justify it, and there's no logic to justify it. They are in no different position now than they were when the court ruled earlier. The same information was deemed admissible then, as is now. The court made a ruling saying that the Kathleen Bell incident could come in. The defense was aware that we were going to be proving the 1985 incident, and the defense was very clear in its indication they were going to use the prior contact with Mr. Simpson to try and paint a certain picture of Detective Furman and his activities in this case, which, as I understand it, is part of why, may have been part of why the court allowed the Kathleen Bell evidence in. So the court made its ruling based on the fact of the prior contact and then the content of the Kathleen Bell allegations. But the fact that the people elicited this information on direct puts the defense in no different posture. It doesn't make the 81 information any more relevant than the court earlier deemed it. What is the change in circumstance? The court made a ruling on what is admissible. The people acted upon the ruling. And so what is different? Based on their argument, Your Honor, if they brought out the 85 incident and they brought out Kathleen Bell, which obviously they were going to do, they would then be able to stand up and say to the court, well, now that we've brought all this out, we can bring out the 81 incident as well. What's the difference? Same thing. I don't see the change in circumstance. Perhaps if the court does, it could give an indication, but other than their bald assertion that they got this much and so therefore they get this much more, there's no logic and there is no case authority to support the request.
Well, just so we all understand, the basis for the court's ruling on the Kathleen Bell incident is stated in the court's written ruling. However, just so we're all operating from the same sheet of information, it's because of the allegation, one, of racial bias, and two, the willingness to fabricate information regarding interracial couples.
Right.
Which is very specific to the facts and circumstances and similarity to this case. So I felt compelled to allow that for cross-examination.
And the people accept the court's ruling, and we
Right.
understand.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is that by virtue of that ruling, the defense does not now get to go and say, well, now the door is open wide. No, the court has already indicated how far the door is open. And it doesn't get opened any further because by virtue of its own ruling, it's kind of a weird, illogical argument. And the people fail to see any merit in it whatsoever, and obviously there's no case authority to support it. People urge the court not to extend the parameters any further.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Bailey, any response?
Just this response, Your Honor. First, you will recall that Ms. Clark was at great pains to elicit from Detective Furman all of the things he could have done to Mr. Simpson in 1985, as if he had the right to arrest him, pat him down, interrogate him, follow up on the case, to show a lack of animus. Now, that's grabbing the bull by the horns. The word preemptive strike in the trial of cases is spelled W-A-I-V-E-R, and that's true in this case. Furthermore, in the extraordinary set of circumstances where the prosecution felt compelled to acquaint the jury with the fact that this witness required special training so he could control himself on the witness stand, we're entitled to show why that special training was and always will be necessary in his case. And I think they have opened the door wide. You can't just change the rules based on a court's ruling, which reflects other bases, and then say, but we don't want to pay a penalty for that. They took the bit. And I think that the defense is entitled to walk through the cavernous door that they've opened.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Let me just ask Ms. Clark one follow-up question. It's your position that if the court were to grant this wider range of inquiry, you would want to reopen, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. the risk of opening the door for Ms. Clark to respond.
I realize that that's a substantial risk, but I left out something that I think is extremely significant, and that is the people displaying to the jury the Bell letter. They chose to do that. They chose to put those words in the jury box, and I think that that ought to be considered, at least by the court, in deciding whether or not there has been a change in circumstances. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Do you want to respond to that last point, Ms. Clark?
I can't see how that makes any difference at all. Unless the court thinks that it does, I will address the issue, but
No, this is just your opportunity to give
I don't
me
want-
the benefit of your enlightenment.
I would be delighted to do so, but only if required to do so. I don't need to burden the court with more statements. I don't see any merit in the additional comments of Mr. Bailey. I think that it makes no difference. And if the court thinks it does, I will address that point. Does the court?
I object to the court previewing its ruling so Ms. Clark can decide whether or not an argument is necessary.
Oh, it's just a very clever way to address these matters. Ms. Clark, actually, the option is yours. If you want to address it, fine. If not, fine.
Other than to tell the court it makes no difference. Catherine Bell was there, to testimony, whether it was with a letter or not.
All right. All right, court's previous ruling will stand. Let's proceed. All right, David McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Stand. Good morning again, Detective. You're reminded you were still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bailey, you may commence with your cross-examination.
Good morning, Detective Furman.
Good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Could you tell us when it was you were enlightened as to the fact that the plastic you saw in Mr. Simpson's Bronco comes with the car, when you learned that?
Yes, I believe it was Saturday.
Saturday.
Yes.
So that after 9 months of investigation, you discovered on Saturday that this important piece of evidence was perfectly innocuous. Is that right?
Sustained. It's argumentative.
Okay. Now, when you first saw the shovel in Mr. Simpson's Bronco, did you think that a significant find?
I don't think significant was the word I would use.
Do you have any experience in digging, Detective Furman?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between the kind of shovel used to dig a hole and the kind of shovel you might use as a scooper, for instance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what kind of shovel is this?
Well, that's the type of shovel you use to muck a barn.
Okay. Or scoop up doggy-doo, maybe?
It's a little large for that, but I think I see what you
It
mean.
would work, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, your colleagues, Detectives Van Adder and Lang, on the 13th day of June, 1994, had a total of some 3 hours in the company of Mr. Simpson, correct? Did you learn that?
I've never heard the time, no.
You know they talked to him, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
You know
yes.
that the part of what they exchanged with Mr. Simpson was taped, don't you?
Objection relevant beyond the scope. Hearsay.
Overruled. The fact that they had a taped conversation is a fact. It's not content.
Yeah. Part was taped, part was not. Was that your understanding?
Objection.
Sustained. That's assuming facts not in evidence.
Okay. Do you know if a formal statement was taken at some point on that day? Just yes or no?
Objection would be speculation on this brief.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I can only say that through other sources, I assumed and I heard, but I had never seen anything or heard anything.
You never talked to Detectives Van Adder and Lang about what the suspect had said during 3 hours of conversation?
No, I didn't.
Never did.
Sustained. Curious to disregard that. Mr.
Do
Bailey?
you know whether or not...
Hold on.
Excuse me.
Be careful, Mr. Bailey. Proceed.
Did you ever learn if Mr. Simpson was ever asked any questions about a shovel?
Sustained. I'm going to sustain the court's own objection. That's hearsay.
All right. Did you ever ask Mr. Simpson any questions about a shovel?
I've never asked.
Overruled.
Did you?
I've never asked Mr. Simpson any questions.
Would you share with us, Detective Furman, some of your educational background, high school, college, that sort of thing?
I went to Peninsula High School. I did not complete. I got a GED. I probably got
A GED is?
general education equivalency diploma.
Mhm.
I attended 1, 2, 3 community colleges. I believe I currently hold approximately 47 units college,
What would that be in years?
close to 2 years.
And what did you study?
History, police science, art.
And have you had any other education beyond these community college experiences?
Are you saying formal education, sir, that I sought
Well,
out?
training courses, anything that would qualify as instruction.
Oh, yes, numerous
Okay.
numerous courses.
Did you serve for a time in the military?
Yes.
When?
1970 to 72, 73 to 75.
In what branch?
Marine Corps.
Reserve?
No, active duty.
Were you a regular?
Yes.
Or reserve status?
Regular, sir.
Okay. And what rank did you attain?
E5 sergeant.
And what, if any, educational courses did you take in the military?
Except for your basic MOS training, I don't believe I attended any courses.
And MOS means military occupational specialty?
Yes, sir.
What was yours?
Primary machine gunner, secondary military policeman.
Now, in connection with the military police specialty, some training is required before you can have that. Is that not true?
Well, not really. It's more of an on-the-job training type thing. You start out as a gate sentry, and then you work from there. If you have an aptitude, they'll
right.
elevate you.
And what role as a military policeman did you play? Was it tantamount to being a patrolman or a gate sentry, or was it more like a detective?
Well, it started out as a gate sentry, and then I went to patrol. And at some point, I worked with CID on a couple things, but they were not.
CID stands for Criminal Investigation Division, the United States Marine Corps, does it?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of cases did you work on with them?
Only one. I posed as a private, excuse me, waiting to get out of the service where they had a narcotics problem. And my role was just to play cards with them and see if I could elicit any information about a hashish connection that they were suspected of being involved in.
You were undercover at the time.
Well, somewhat.
Playing a role.
Yes, I was playing a role.
Okay. And was that your only nexus to any military investigations of suspected crimes while you were in the Marine Corps?
No, I investigated crimes as a patrolman.
Okay. Ever investigate any homicide?
No, I
Ever
did
attend any courses on investigation, how it should be accomplished?
not. No, sir.
When you were discharged from the Marine Corps, what did you next do?
I joined the Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. How did that come about? Can you tell us?
I applied for the police department, and I went to Los Angeles, I believe, 3 different occasions. Took the required tests, and I had an academy date approximately 2 weeks, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, to when I exited the Marine Corps.
I take it that you passed the test.
Yes, sir.
And how long after your application were you formally inducted into the police academy?
I don't recall exactly when I applied. I believe it was in 1975. But shortly after my EAS, or my end of my active service.
Now, I don't know that one. You're going to have to explain it.
End of active service.
That's EAS? Is it?
EAS.
Oh, okay.
Then I entered the academy on August 4th, 1975.
Then you had planned to become a police officer before you were actually discharged, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
How long does this academy last?
I believe it lasted 5 months at that time. I believe I graduated just before Christmas, 1975.
And what kinds of courses did you take there?
It was a long time ago, but your basic split up into 3 areas. You have shooting, physical fitness, and then academics. And academics, it went from everything to traffic citations, to tactical situations, to your investigatory responsibilities on crime scenes, to taking crime reports, English.
Now, you went to the academy with a view toward graduating and becoming a patrolman.
Yes, sir.
Is there a probationary period during which you can be discharged without any cause after you graduate?
Yes.
How long is that?
I believe it was 6 months then.
Tell me a little bit about what you learned on the tactical end of things at the academy.
Well, that was a long time ago. Officer safety was stressed quite.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. What are the principles of officer safety that stick in your mind from that experience?
Some latitude here,
I will
Mr.
tell you.
Bailey.
Do you remember any of the
The foremost,
particulars? The foremost.
the hands can kill you, the eyes can't.
Okay. And what about protecting your back?
Oh, absolutely.
When there is danger, normally officers go out in pairs to look after one another, do they not?
That's preferred.
And was that not a principle that you had learned, in fact, in the Marine Corps?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you take any other courses, courtesy the LAPD or at its request, prior to the time that you became a detective?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me just generally what kinds they were?
Yes, detective school, homicide. It was a combined detective and homicide school in that year. I believe it was.
But that was for the purpose of the upgrade?
No,
Okay. When did you first go to detective and homicide school? That's what I'm trying to learn.
the first time was 1983.
Okay. And did you complete a course?
Yes,
How long was it?
3 weeks.
And did you learn certain aspects of detection, particularly with reference to homicide cases?
Yes, in a general basis, yes.
All right. Did you have courses in firearms identification?
Are you talking ballistics or the forensics?
No, I'm talking about what most people incorrectly call ballistics, which is a bullet's trajectory. I'm talking about
Yes, sir.
firearms identification, which means matching a weapon to a projectile. Did you have any courses in
No,
that?
excuse me. The class would be what your criminalist could do for you, not your
Okay.
involvement.
Did you learn anything about fingerprints,
Yes,
footprints,
yes,
blood patterns and spatters,
yes,
protection of the crime scene,
yes,
preservation of evidence?
yes,
And did you also learn that delay after the discovery of a crime is generally the enemy of detection?
I don't recall that, no.
Don't recall that lesson.
No.
Well, did people tell you that, for instance, with respect to homicide victims, that bodies begin to deteriorate after they're dead?
Yes.
Changes take place,
Yes, sir.
all right? That insect and plant life may infect portions of the crime scene. Did you learn that?
Yes,
Okay. As I understood your direct testimony, you estimate that as a patrolman and detective combined, you've been at 150 to 250 homicide scenes, is that correct?
yes, sir.
And that as lead detective, once you became a detective, you have had 5 investigations where homicide was the crime,
Yes, sir.
and 10 more where you were with another detective. Is that what you meant to convey?
I think total would be to probably 5 more where I was accompanying as a secondary or,
So this would have been for you and Detective Phillips, had you maintained the lead, or for you at least, the 11th homicide case.
yes, as one of the
As a
detectives.
detective.
Yes, sir.
And was this the first double homicide?
Of this nature, yes.
Now, at what grade did you begin your detective work?
Rank, sir? D1 or Detective 1?
All right. Are there in fact 3 grades of detectives in the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, there is.
And you, at the time of this incident, had become a detective of the second rank?
Yes, Detective 2.
And Detectives Phillips, Lang, and Van Adder were all of the third rank at that time, were they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you became a detective, did you have to take any additional courses in investigation, and particularly homicide investigation?
I did attend detective school once more and homicide school.
Well, what happened in '83? Were there no openings? Or you didn't get promoted to detective at that time?
I hadn't taken the test, sir.
What's that?
I hadn't taken the test.
You took the course in '83 but didn't take the test?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. Why did you not take the test, if you remember?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
No reason. I had a friend that said, "You want to go to detective school?" And I said, "Sure."
Okay. So you were kind of auditing rather than being enrolled? Is that your posture?
No, I was learning.
Okay. Did you go to precisely the same school or a somewhat different one when you formally took the detective's exam, or prior thereto?
Well, I think the school changed somewhat. They split homicide and detective school.
Mhm.
I first attended to detective school, which was 2 weeks, and then later I attended homicide school, which was 1 week.
All right. And what year was that, Detective Furman?
I believe detective school was could have been 89. I'm thinking more like 1990, and I believe homicide school 1991.
Do you recall now the subjects that were taught to you in the 1991 homicide school?
Well, I don't remember them all now.
All right. Well, let's review what we can. Did anyone tell you at this time that you should be concerned about delays in the investigation of homicide cases?
I've never heard anybody phrase anything to do with the bodies at a scene in that way.
All right, well, you've heard it now. Are you saying this is the first time anyone's ever suggested to you that that's a principle?
Well, the way that's phrased, yes.
Okay. You tell us then that in your judgment the lapse of time is irrelevant to the success of a homicide case?
No, not at all.
Well, did you learn anything about what happens to bodies when you went in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn about temperature loss,
Yes.
postmortem lividity,
Yes.
rigor mortis,
Yes.
stomach contents and their possible deterioration,
Yes.
contamination by insect and plant material,
Yes, sir.
and the possibility that people at the scene, particularly if it's crowded, may contaminate the area?
Yes, sir.
Those are things that you were instructed to be careful about. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you learn the manner in which time of death can, in some cases, be ascertained in homicide cases?
Yes, sir, several ways.
And what factors did you learn are relevant to establishing the parameters of a time of death?
I don't think I understand that exactly how
Okay.
you asked it, sir.
No doctor can ever say this victim died at 32 and a half minutes past the hour. It's not that precise, is it? No coroner can say that, can he?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So normally the time is bracketed by the coroner between 9 and 10, between 9 and 12, whatever, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it generally true that the longer it takes to get to an autopsy, the broader the range of the coroner's opinion? If he knows.
Overruled.
I don't think I have the experience in this field to really answer. I think every scene would be unique to itself, so I don't know if I could answer that.
In how many homicide cases that you have been involved in as a detective, which I take it is now 11, has time of death been an important question?
I couldn't say, but I would say that not all of them.
Not all of them. Half?
I couldn't say, sir. I don't even have the homicides at the forefront of my memory right now.
You don't have any memory of the other 10 cases?
Well, I do, but right now I'm concentrating on this.
All right. Well, would you like a moment to reflect on whether or not you had ever had occasion in the past, prior to this case, to want to ascertain the time of death of the victims?
Yes, I could say yes.
All right. Do you have any recollection at all on how many different occasions that was a necessary part of your investigation?
If I could have a moment to
Sure.
think. I can think of one that was very important.
Okay. It is true, is it not, that the time of death can define the number of people who are potential suspects in a case?
I think it would be useful.
And it can also eliminate persons who might otherwise be suspects in a case, can it not?
I'm sure it could, yes.
Now, in this case, do you regard the time of death of the victims as an important factor?
I don't know enough about the crime scene on this case.
You don't? Okay. When you encountered Mr. Simpson, and the woman you now know to be Nicole Brown Simpson, in 1985, my understanding is that because you prefer basketball over football, but still like football, you knew who he was as you walked up to him.
As I got close, I saw he was, yes.
Had you ever seen her before?
No.
Did you ever see her again up until the time of her death?
No, sir.
When you were at the scene, did you have any power to pat down anybody there? Would that have been appropriate police conduct?
Which scene is this, sir?
85, the Mercedes.
Oh. I believe I could have, yes.
Well, Mr. Simpson didn't have anything on him or in his hands resembling a weapon, did he?
No.
No. What would be the basis that you'd walk onto a person's land and pat them down? Do you have a legal right to do that?
At some point you do.
And did you have any legal right to arrest him on that day?
Oh, no, I didn't.
No. So that when Miss Clark asked you on direct examination, could you have arrested him? Your answer was what?
I don't believe it said I could have arrested him, no.
Thank you. In 1989, how did you learn that what you had observed in 1985 might be city solicitor or prosecutor? How did you first learn about that?
The one and only time I learned, I was standing in front of the desk of Detective Sergeant Glenn Varner, who I was talking with early in the morning, having a cup of coffee.
Can you tell me about when this happened?
I'm sorry?
Can you relate this to the letter that you wrote to the city solicitor, which we've already seen?
Just prior to writing the letter?
Okay. Detective Varner said something to you?
No. No, he didn't, sir.
What happened?
Detective Mike Farrell came to Detective Sergeant Varner, who was his direct supervisor, and discussed the case, the 89 case involving Mr. and Mrs. Simpson.
Okay. And did you then volunteer the fact that you had encountered them 4 years prior to that?
No, not at that time.
But at some point, were you asked whether or not you could, if requested to do so, give some testimony about the 1985 incident?
No, I overheard Detective Farrell informing Detective Varner that the city attorney would like to have anybody that had been up there that didn't take a report to write a letter to the court.
All right. Now, you did not make a report in that case. As I understand your direct testimony, that's because you were driving the patrol vehicle and your partner was riding in the passenger seat, and reports were his responsibility. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You mean to say that if you had been in the passenger seat, you would have reported something to the police department?
No, there was no report to be taken.
There wasn't any reason to make a report, was there, Detective?
No, sir. No, sir.
But in 1989, you found that the city attorney was interested in that incident, or any prior incidents between Mr. Simpson and Nicole, correct?
That's what I heard, yes.
Yeah. As a result of which, you wrote him a letter saying that because of the celebrity status of Mr. O.J. Simpson, the matter was indelibly pressed into your memory. True?
Yes, sir.
The kind of thing you won't forget for as long as you live. Fair statement?
Seeing Mr. Simpson, yes.
Yeah. Well, and the whole experience of being on his property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had the case gone to trial, instead of being resolved as it was, you were prepared to go and testify to essentially what you put in your letter. Is that correct?
I wasn't told that, and I didn't assume that, no.
Were you prepared to if somebody had asked you to?
Oh, I think I would have, obviously, I would have responded to a subpoena.
Now, in 1994, at 1:05 a.m., while you were sound asleep. My understanding is you received a phone call from Detective Phillips, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen Mr. O.J. Simpson personally between 1985 and June of 1994?
No, sir.
Mr. Phillips told you that there was a double homicide in Brentwood and that one of the victims might well be the former wife of Mr. O.J. Simpson, did he not?
Yes, sir.
Did that bring to your mind your prior association with the Simpsons in 1985 as an investigating patrolman and as a potential witness in 1989? Did you remember those things?
I don't believe I even thought of that much at that time.
So I take it that the indelible press that was in your mind in 1989 had faded to a degree.
No, I don't believe that. I was going to a homicide scene. I was mostly thinking about how we were going to handle a double homicide scene and who was getting called in.
Hadn't Phillips explained to you that based on the information he had gotten, this was a special case because of one of the victims?
No, he never verbalized that.
Had you learned from him during that conversation that the commander wished to have Mr. Simpson personally notified as opposed to telephonic notification?
I believe I learned that when we were en route to the Rockingham address.
Okay. Now, following the receipt of this phone call from Detective Phillips, you arose, I take it, showered and cleaned up, etc., and drove in your car to the West Los Angeles police station.
Yes, sir.
And how long does it take you at that hour of the morning where soon traffic is rather light to drive in from Redondo Beach?
It's fairly quick, probably 20 to
Please see
25
counsel
minutes.
at sidebar without the court reporter, please.
Interested so much in make and model as the specific purpose to which it's allocated.
It's a car that's assigned to a homicide unit. We have a homicide kit in the trunk.
Now, may we learn what a homicide kit consists of? I assume you've been through them more than once.
From the beginning,
Yes.
in the bottom of the homicide kit, you have usually coveralls, pliers, ropes, gloves, sometimes very
kind of glove?
high-powered flashlights.
What kind of gloves, Detective?
Oh, you'd have like work gloves that you would use to maybe climb down a rope. If you're going into a ravine or some inaccessible area, you have to get down to a scene.
You also have rubber gloves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We saw, well, did you see Detective Lang at any time that day with some rubber gloves on?
I did not know.
All right, continue.
You'd have rulers, tape measures, any necessary reports, plastic bags, envelopes, writing utensils, grease pencils, rulers, compass.
Plastic bags in varying sizes, perhaps?
Yes,
Intended for the collection of evidence, should any be found?
yes.
Okay. Anything else of significance in the standard LAPD homicide kit?
There's quite a few items, but I'm sure I'm leaving out several. But
All right, but these are all tools that might be useful at the scene of a given homicide.
yes,
Did you and Detective Phillips discuss, without going into the conversation, just yes or no, the possible significance of this particular homicide as it might affect the public and the media?
he's talking about the media.
Yeah.
I don't recall discussing that with Detective Phillips.
So no mention of that was made as you were meeting at the West Los Angeles police station and while you were getting into the homicide-equipped vehicle.
Not that I recall.
And was he driving?
Yes, he was.
It is a very short distance from there to the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that your arrival time, I assume you do because of your own notes, was 2:10 a.m.,
Yes, I do.
and that you and Phillips arrived simultaneously?
Yes.
All right. Now, to your knowledge, you were the first detective on the scene. You too.
Yes, both Detective Phillips and myself.
Did you learn that Sergeant Rossi had been there since early on?
I didn't-
Sometime before you.
Before I arrived, yes.
And did you know him personally prior to this incident?
Just as much as he was the watch commander, nothing personal.
You didn't know anything about his experience in prior homicide cases?
Nothing, sir.
Did you know Officer Risky prior to your introduction to him in connection with this investigation?
Only as much as knowing that his name was Risky and who that name was attached to.
But you hadn't worked with him before?
No, I hadn't.
Okay. Now, I take it that when you arrived at the scene, you had quite a few questions as the initial detectives taking over the case.
Initially, I didn't say hardly anything. Detective Phillips took the lead talking to Sergeant Rossi.
Okay. Now, can you give me some idea of the breakout in responsibilities between you and Detective Phillips? Had you worked a prior homicide together?
Yes,
There are certain tasks that have to be looked after immediately after you get on the scene, correct?
yes.
Do you fellows divide up these responsibilities, or does he just take control and direct you to do certain things?
No, there's a way we usually work together.
All right. Now, did you and Detective Phillips have any conversation whereby you allocated the work to be done at this particular scene?
No.
Well, do you know if it was contemplated that you'd work side by side or that you would go off in different directions?
Well, Detective Phillips was a homicide coordinator, so he would not be taking a lead role. It would be one of the other detectives that had been called in that had not yet arrived.
Okay. Now, what other detectives had been called in that you learned about when you got there?
Detective Roberts and Detective Nolan,
And what rank do they hold?
both Detective 1.
So that you, apart from Detective Phillips, would be the senior detective on site
Yes,
until
sir.
someone else arrived, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you say that since he's the homicide coordinator, I gather the thrust of that is that you had to do the footwork, so to speak.
well, working with Detective Phillips, he usually conducts most of your administrative notifications.
Right.
He coordinates and he allows the detectives handling the case to work the case.
Which in this case was you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were to do the detecting.
Yes.
All right. Now, what did you first address of the many things that you might have looked at when you arrived at the scene?
I'm not sure I understand if you're talking about the
Okay.
crime scene or,
All right. Well, there are certain things that need to be addressed whenever a homicide occurs, correct?
yes,
And you knew this both by virtue of your training, your experience as a patrolman, and 10 other homicide investigations, right?
yes,
All right. If the victims aren't quite dead, as sometimes is the case, that's priority number one, treatment and attention to the victims, right?
yes, sir.
You eliminated that possibility in your own mind rather quickly in this case, did you not?
Officer Risky informed us of the situation.
Okay. The protection of others who may be endangered because of the circumstances evident at the crime scene would be probably the next consideration, would it not?
Yes, sir.
You knew that children had been in the house and had been taken to the safety of the police station.
Yes.
Did you know whether they had been asked as to where other family members might be?
I had no knowledge of any
Did
question.
you make any effort to contact them and inquire?
Not at that time.
Okay. Preserving the integrity of the crime scene, a very, very important task, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You saw that yellow tape had been put up.
Yes.
What else had been done, to your knowledge, to preserve the integrity of the crime scene before you took over?
What I saw was the officers did a very good job in sealing off a very, very large area, considering that their only knowledge was that the crime scene involved one address or one residence. They sealed off a very large area and had uniformed personnel with their vehicles at different locations to keep that area secure and any unauthorized people from entering.
All right. What about the need to notify experts, criminalists, and others to come to the scene while the evidence is still fresh? Did that cross your mind at all that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do about that?
I didn't have the case long enough to do anything about it.
Okay. Well, did you develop an interest soon after your arrival as to the time of death of each of the victims?
No.
Did not?
No.
Why was that?
I never got to the point to even give an opinion as a mode of death, and I would leave that to the coroner's investigator.
Okay. Well, you knew that they were dead by a little after midnight, didn't you, based on the information you were given?
I believe Officer Risky gave a general time, yes.
You were well satisfied by what Risky told you and what you saw with your own eyes, that Nicole Brown Simpson was indeed the female victim, weren't you?
I had no idea. I could not see her face. I could not, there was no identification. So at that time, I believe it was assumed, but not known.
There wasn't any question in anybody's mind at 2:10 a.m. that Nicole Brown Simpson was dead, was there?
I don't know that, sir.
Well, was there a question in your mind? Did you really wonder who she was at that point?
I didn't jump to any conclusions about what that scene offered.
My question is, did you know who she was, or were you wondering who she was?
I'd say wondering.
Okay. You couldn't see enough of her to recognize her from your prior encounter?
I wouldn't have recognized her, but identification.
You wouldn't have?
No, sir.
Okay. You knew that the pictures of Mr. Simpson were around the house?
I saw one, yes.
And did you see a list of phone numbers on the kitchen wall, which included that of O.J. Simpson?
No, I did not see that.
Did you see a telephone with a speed dial on it?
I believe I saw a telephone next to the kitchen area, but I didn't look at the phone, no.
Didn't examine it at all?
No.
Didn't notice that it had a speed dialer and an entry said Daddy?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, had you and Detective Phillips discussed at this point the manner in which Mr. Simpson would be notified?
No, I was not privileged to that.
All right. When did you first learn that special steps would be taken in this case?
I'm sorry, would you repeat
When did you first learn that special rules had been issued by the brass and the police department as to how Mr. Simpson would be notified?
Never.
You never heard that?
No.
You're learning today that Phillips was told, tell him personally and rather than over the telephone?
No, I thought you meant a special way that we were going to notify. That's desirable in any case. I only learned from Detective Phillips while we were in the vehicle that we were going up to the Rockingham address to make a notification.
But can you tell me when that was?
When we got into the vehicle to leave.
To go to Rockingham?
Yes, sir.
That was 5 o'clock in the morning or thereafter?
Yes, sir.
What's your best estimate?
About 5 o'clock.
Now, I wonder if you could help us, Detective Furman, and just give us your best recollection of your whereabouts at various times that are relevant to your experiences that morning, at least in the view of the defense. You received the call from Phillips at 1:05.
Yes, sir.
Can you estimate at what point you were actually on the road and headed to the station?
Usually takes me maybe 15, 20 minutes to get ready.
Okay, so somewhere between 1:15 and 1:25?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said around 20 minutes to drive in?
Yes.
And you arrived there around 1:50, 1:55?
Shortly before 2, yes.
And having arrived at the crime scene at 2:10, I would assume that you left the station around 2:05?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can, please try to tell us what you were doing at 2:15, 5 minutes after you arrived at the crime scene.
I believe I was listening to either Sergeant Rossi or Officer Risky explain what they had discovered.
And where were you physically standing as you listened to this information?
Inside the yellow tape behind a police vehicle parked in the roadway.
How long did you spend at that location getting this information before you moved to somewhere else?
A few moments, just long enough to make a few statements about how the bodies were discovered.
Okay, well, a moment doesn't have a very concrete definition. Can you just give us some minutes?
A couple of minutes.
So is it fair to say that by 2:15 you were leaving the immediate crime scene and walking south on Dorothy?
I think that'd be rather quick. We tried to approach to the front of the residence, but then we turned around and then we went down towards Dorothy.
Would it be more fair to say between 2:15 and 2:25, you left the crime scene where you and Phillips and Risky had been looking at the bodies and walked back out to the sidewalk and south on Dorothy?
I think that's too much now.
Too much? Well, understand, I said, you said 2:15 would be too soon, and my question now is, would it be between 2:15 and no later than 2:25?
I would be more comfortable with maybe no later than 20 after.
Okay, so by 2:20, you're on the move. Now, you described how you walked through the shrubbery, I believe you said from off the picture, as you were looking at a photograph of the scene, and could view the body of Nicole Brown Simpson, but did not have a very good view of the body of the other victim from that vantage point. Am I correctly summarizing what happened?
Yes.
All right. In order to attain a better perspective, you questioned Risky, as a result of which you walked down Bundy to Dorothy and around up the alley and into the Simpson home. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And out the front door, which you understood was found open by the officers first on the scene.
Yes.
Can you describe the lighting conditions that existed at the moment that you walked out that front door?
I believe there was light coming from the inside of the residence, cascading down onto the walkway.
Cascading down.
Yes.
Is that suggesting that the naked eye could see most of the detail in the crime scene without the aid of artificial illumination by virtue of that light?
No, there was a lot of shadowing. There was a lot of shrubbery. It wasn't very good light.
Well, did you have your little flashlight with you at that time?
Yes.
That's the little, is it black one?
Yes.
That holds two AA batteries.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can be adjusted either for a spot or a flood?
Yes.
Then prior to the time that you walked around to the rear of the residence, the only place you had been is with the others in the shrubbery at the gate post, as you put it.
Yes, sir.
True?
Yes.
Okay. At what time would you say you entered the residence, assuming that you left at 2:20 from the immediate crime scene?
Within a minute?
You walked that distance in 1 minute?
Yes, just around the block.
Well, you're a fairly tall fella. Do you know the rate at which you normally walk?
No.
3.5, 4 miles an hour? Like most people?
I would suspect, yes.
Okay. Do you know the distance from the immediate crime scene around the back way into the house?
No.
Okay. 3.5 miles an hour is 309 feet a minute, and 4 is 352. Do you think that the distance was less than that?
That seems pretty accurate, your first number.
Okay. So you think it was about 300 and some odd feet that you traversed to get to the house?
But that would be a great estimation on my part, but I think it's workable.
Okay. And that's about the distance you could walk in a minute. True?
If you say so.
Well, you're the walker. Do you say so?
I walk fairly rapidly, but
All right.
I don't know if it would make a difference.
When you entered the home, did you go directly out through the front door to view the bodies once again, or did you at that time begin to walk around and make observations?
No, I was led by Officer Risky.
The purpose in taking that route was to get back where you had started, but in a different place, right?
Yes, sir.
And to get there without walking through the pooling of blood that was around the area. That was
Yes.
your purpose, right?
Yes, sir.
How long would you say you spent at the crime scene from that vantage point up on the steps, I believe you told us, on that occasion?
Once Officer Risky brought us out into the landing, just long enough to point out a few items of evidence, show us the footprints, and then walk us back along the right side of those shoe prints.
Okay. Well, how long do you think you spent there?
A couple minutes,
Maybe only 2?
2-3 minutes.
Okay. And you made the observations you described for us on direct examination about Mr. Goldman, the other evidence that was lying around?
Officer Risky was pointing them out with his flashlight.
Okay. These are things he had discovered, and he was showing them to you. These were not things that you were discovering as a detective, right?
I was listening and he was pointing them out. Yes, sir.
Right.
That's
But
correct.
he already knew they were there. You fellows weren't making a discovery at that point, were
No,
you?
we were quiet listening to his lead.
And he told you that he had seen them there when he first came on the scene, a little after midnight.
Yes.
Now, after spending 2 or 3 minutes there, where did you go?
We walked down along the pathway that's on the north side of the residence, looked at the gate.
This is where you saw the bloody footprints?
The bloody footprints were from the landing westbound.
Right. Now, you've described a path that goes down some steps, levels out, and goes up some steps and out the back gate, correct?
Yes.
Did I understand you to say that the last bloody footprint that you saw that night was on the concrete before you go down the first set of steps?
Or will
Is that correct, Detective Furman?
Would you ask that
Yes.
one more time, please?
Have in mind that steps go up, there's a flat area going by the entrance to the home, steps go down, levels out again, steps go up, and then you go out the back gate. Have that scenario in mind. You remember
Yeah.
that now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it correct that the bloody footprints that you saw did not extend beyond the first flat level?
I don't recall they did, no.
You have referred, you have referred to the depressed area in the past as a trough of some sort, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question is, did any footprints go down the steps or into the trough that you saw that night?
I didn't see any.
Okay. Have you had some training in footprints?
Shoe prints? Or footprints?
Footprints? Have you had some classes, some on-the-job training, or anything that would educate you as to the kinds of footprints that can be found at a crime scene and how they can be isolated and preserved?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
Can you tell me when and where you obtained that training?
In detective school, homicide school.
That was a formal class where somebody lectured to you?
I think it was included in a criminalist's ability at conducting some investigations, it
One of the
seems.
things criminalists can do.
Yes.
Now, do you know the difference between a footprint and a foot imprint?
I'd say one would be dimensional, have some character of width or depth and height.
Width or depth?
Width, depth, and height would be something that'd be imprinted in a
You mean
in something.
three-dimensional as against two?
Three-dimensional.
Hold on. Mr. Bailey, would you allow the witness to finish the answer before you start
Yes,
answering? Thank you.
Complete your.
I would say an imprint would be, yes, three-dimensional.
An imprint is the kind of footprint that you might find in soil, sand, or snow, right?
Yes.
A footprint on a hard surface would be two-dimensional, if it existed, would it not?
Yes.
It could be outlined in blood or grease or any substance that could be seen, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be latent, could it not?
Yes.
You know what a latent footprint is?
It would be something that's not visible to the naked eye.
Okay. So that if there were any latent footprints that were on that walkway that night, that's something that only the criminalist could likely pick up, correct?
Yes.
In other words, if there had been two people, one stepped in blood and the other didn't, there might be some latent footprints around to be detected by somebody properly trained. Fair statement?
I'm not sure if it'd be a fair statement.
Don't think so.
I'm a little confused at the question.
Oh, all right. Well, let me see if I can clarify it somewhat for you.
Thank you.
If a latent footprint, shoe print, is one that cannot be seen with the naked eye, but must nonetheless be protected, you can only protect the area where it might be, correct? Not a specific spot in that area.
I understand what you're saying. Yes,
Oh.
sir.
And a criminalist might later come along and either with ultraviolet light or an oblique light find some shoe print in the dust that you hadn't been able to see for lack of training and experience, true?
Yes, sir.
All right. And my question is whether the crime scene that you were walking on as you went back up that walkway with Officer Risky was being protected in that fashion.
I believe the whole scene was being protected, yes.
Okay. But how did you get from the front to the back?
Well, we had to get there some way.
And so you walked,
We walked at the best path that we could determine at that time.
being careful to avoid the bloody footprints and what you thought might be drops of blood nearby,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you arrived at the back gate, what time would you say it was then, as you arrived?
I don't know what the timeline would be at that point. It would probably take us a couple more minutes to walk back and make the observations on the gate.
Just give us your best estimate of what time it was when you got to the back gate.
I have no idea.
Would it be before 2:30 or after?
I don't know,
This is 20
sir.
minutes into your investigation.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would probably say a little before,
A little before.
yes.
What did you next do?
Walked out into the driveway. Officer Risky pointed out blood drops and some change.
Yeah.
Then I re-entered the house.
All right. Now, before you re-entered the house, did you or had you begun to develop a picture of this crime scene and to have some ideas as to what might be relevant and what might not in the course of the investigation you were about to conduct?
Well,
Did you have an
somewhat,
overview?
a slight overview.
Risky had been doing his best prior to your arrival to do the things he'd been trained to do, correct?
Yes,
And those are the kinds of things that you were trained to do when you were a patrolman at homicide scenes as opposed to a detective,
yes.
all right? Had any canvassing of the neighborhood taken place that you know of?
I believe there had been, yes.
And as I recall from your notes, you said the residents wouldn't open the doors, so nobody learned much.
Well, I think that was an impression of Officer Risky. I don't know if that was accurate.
But somebody told you that.
Yes.
Did you inquire about whether the crime scene had been searched and its surround for any evidence of weapons, clothing, or other implements of crime?
No.
Risky didn't tell you that the area had been looked at, garbage cans, dumpsters, and so forth?
I don't recall him making any comment, no.
Do you recall directing anyone to accomplish that purpose?
No.
All right. Now, would you agree that when there is delay in a homicide investigation, number one, the perpetrators or perpetrator, as the case may be, have a chance to get further and further away from the scene, correct?
Well, I think that would be common sense, yes.
They have the opportunity perhaps to plant evidence to mislead the detectives as time goes by.
I couldn't answer that, sir.
They have time. This is no part of your training, I take it.
Planning evidence? No, it isn't.
And they have time to structure false alibis all during this period that they are not being apprehended.
I would probably agree with that.
And they are free to kill again. True?
If that's the
Well, if
circumstance.
they're not apprehended, presumably they have the same freedom that permitted them to accomplish the grisly scene that you had just viewed. True?
I can't,
Oh, roll.
I couldn't speculate on a criminal's intent, whether he killed once or 100.
Well, it seemed to me that a little later that day you were speculating pretty heavily on people's safety and intent, were you not? About
Safety.
5 that morning when you went over the wall, wasn't that because of a concern for safety?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Ms. Clark. All right, sustain. Proceed.
Okay. All right, when did you go into the house, as best you can recall, to make your notes?
Right after Officer Risky led us past the driveway into the alleyway.
Did you give any direction to any of the officers at the scene prior to sitting down to make the notes that we've all viewed as to things they ought to do or ought not to do?
No, I was satisfied with the crime scene, the security of it.
All right. Now, as you understood it, when you and Detective Phillips walked up to that post, what were the rules in force about people going to the crime scene, the area where you were standing?
I'm not sure I understand the rules.
Which people, if any, were allowed to go inside the yellow tape of those who were present when you arrived at 2:10 a.m.?
I would say at that point, concerned detectives, as far as approaching the scene.
Just detectives?
As far as approaching the scene?
Right.
That would be my
Okay.
assumption at that point.
Did you issue any orders as to who could and could not cross that tape?
No.
When did you first realize Detective Roberts had arrived?
When he entered the rear of the residence and came into the kitchen area.
And what time was that?
Shortly before this case was relieved from our responsibility.
All right. Now, you have mentioned that event a number of occasions. Can you tell us, according to your best recollection, when it was that Detective Phillips said, robbery homicide is taking over this case?
Within a half hour or 40 minutes of our arrival.
Okay. Well, would the figure 38 minutes after you arrived seem to be about correct?
I've never read that, but I agree with it.
Okay. So that if you got there at 2:10, then about 2:50 or thereabouts, you learned that this case was no longer yours to lead, correct?
Yes.
You were in the process of writing your notes about 10 minutes of 3 when you got this information, as I understand it.
Yes, sir.
And did you cease writing your notes at that point because you had been relieved, or because you learned you'd been relieved?
I completed the notes when Detective Phillips told me that we were relieved of this. I completed the notes that I had started.
How many notes did you write after you got the information?
Oh, there was only 2 or 3 points that I wanted to put on the notes that were of concern.
But you did that subsequently.
I believe when he was standing right there.
Okay. Now, on another subject, just briefly, my understanding is that you were instructed by someone last fall to watch the Larry King show. Can you tell us that on direct?
That was this year, sir.
Last fall? Oh, no, it was this year.
Yes.
I'm sorry. When was it?
Sometime this year, I think within the last month.
And why were you instructed to watch that show, if you know?
The DA's office wanted me to look at a Miss Kathleen Bell and see if I recognized her.
Okay. Now, had you seen her earlier on any other show?
No.
You had not seen a show called Dateline?
No.
You did not see your lawyer on that show?
No.
Okay. Do you know of a Marine recruiting station down in your neighborhood?
Yes, I do.
Had you been there in 1986?
I believe I was in the recruiting office 2 or 3 times about that time, yes.
Did you in fact make application to re-enter the Marine Corps?
No, I didn't.
Did you fill out any papers at any time during any of your visits down there?
No, I don't believe I did, no.
Did you meet a sergeant named Joe Foss?
Yes, I did.
As a Marine, is that a significant name to you?
Yes, I believe it was either his, I believe it was his grandfather was a famous aviator.
The greatest ace the Marine Corps has ever produced, was he not?
Yes, sir.
Joe Foss of North Dakota?
Yes, sir.
Now, how many times did you make the acquaintance of Mr. Foss in that station, or in the same general area?
2 or 3.
And did Mr. Foss ever introduce you to a blonde lady?
I don't recall being introduced, no.
Well, when you say you don't recall, does that mean it may have happened, but you can't now dredge up any recollection of the event, or you're pretty certain it never happened? Which do you mean by that?
What I'm certain is that I didn't meet Kathleen Bell at that location.
Okay. Now, in order to determine that, you are relying on her image being shown on a television show while she was being interviewed. Correct?
That and her name.
Well, let's separate this. You say you're sure you never met a woman named Kathleen Bell?
Yes, sir.
You have to answer for the record.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever meet a woman that looks like the lady on the Larry King show by some other name?
No.
In looking at that face, how long did you watch the show that night?
About 5 minutes.
Was that enough to satisfy you that you had never seen this woman before?
I did not recognize her.
No, that wasn't my question. Were you satisfied after 5 minutes, and I take it you discontinued viewing the show, that the woman being interviewed by Larry King and identifying herself as Kathleen Bell was someone you had never met?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it not true that you would have recollected such a person if you had met them under the circumstances she described, without going into what they were?
Yes, I would.
That kind of thing would impress your memory the same way the meeting of O.J. Simpson would it not?
I don't think in the same way, but similar, yes.
Well, what she was discussing was fairly outrageous conduct, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you had engaged in that conduct with the woman whose image you were looking at, that's not something you would soon forget, is it?
No.
Okay.
You may.
Detective Furman, would you take a look at this photograph of a blonde woman and tell me whether or not that is the person that was being interviewed by Larry King when you watched the show at the request of the prosecution?
Yes.
Yes. Defendant's next in order.
1053. Is that a custom in Florida? Never mind. Proceed. Deputy Jester's supposed to shoot them when they do that. Proceed.
If I may say so, Your Honor, the configuration is one that I am not familiar with, so if I have stepped in the wrong area, I am well advised.
Thank you. Proceed.
All right. May I exhibit the photo? Would you put it up, please? All right, Detective Furman, for the record, is this the same photograph that I showed you a moment ago at the witness stand?
Yes, it is.
And do you have no recollection of Joe Foss being in your company and hers in the recruiting station in 1986 or thereabouts,
I do not.
or at any time in your life?
I do not.
So that if he were to say that he did in fact introduce the two of you, you say that can't be true. True?
If he said that, I do not recall ever meeting this woman in the recruiting station or anywhere else.
All right. Well, I'm trying to get the distinction between a lack of recollection, a faded memory, and an absolute certainty that you have never seen this woman before until you saw her on television.
If he said that, I do not recall ever meeting this woman in the recruiting station or anywhere else.
All right. Well, I'm trying to get the distinction between a lack of recollection, a faded memory, and an absolute certainty that you have never seen this woman before until you saw her on television. Which is it?
I do not recognize this woman as anybody I have ever met.
All right. You testified on direct examination that not only did you not know this woman and had never met her, but you had never said the things that were displayed on the Elmo in her letter. True?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it fair to say there can be no mistake in your mind about your testimony in this part?
That's correct.
All right. Now, do you know a woman named Andrea Terry?
No, I do not.
Did you ever meet a woman standing 6 feet 1 inch named Andrea Terry in a bar down near where you live?
No, sir.
Is there a bar down in that area that you frequent?
No longer, but yes, there is.
Back in '85.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of it?
Hennessy's Tavern.
Hennessy's Tavern. Now, I ask you whether or not, on an occasion in the middle '80s, related in time to your going to the Marine recruiting station for whatever purpose, you met a woman named Andrea Terry and Kathleen Bell? An independent and second occasion.
No.
Have you been shown any photographs of Andrea Terry by anyone?
No, I have not.
Did you spend a little time discussing her with the prosecution this weekend?
It was mentioned, but I said I don't know this woman.
Tell me about the mention. Where were you and who you talking?
It was just asked, excuse me, on the
Where
first
were
part,
you and who were you talking with and the subject came up?
in this building.
Talking to Ms. Clark or one of her associates?
Yes.
Is this before or after you went and found out about the standard equipment for the Bronco?
No, that was at my residence.
Okay. Did you do that on your own, or did someone ask you to do it?
No, someone that knew somebody called and said, that's what that bag is.
But a lot of phone calls came in about that, didn't they?
Not to my knowledge, one.
Oh, okay. In any event, were you asked whether or not a woman named Andrea Terry had ever met you in Hennessy's Tavern, with or without Kathleen Bell?
I've never heard the last name, but the first name I did hear.
Okay. Does the first name mean anything to you?
No.
Are you as satisfied that you did not meet Kathleen Bell with another woman in Hennessy's as you are that you did not meet Kathleen Bell in the recruiting station?
Yes.
So that if an Andrea Terry were to testify that she was with you in Hennessy's Tavern in 1986 with Kathleen Bell and heard remarks such as the one we've seen, you would say that is a fabrication, Detective Furman?
I don't know why she'd do it, but yes, I would.
No question about it.
No question
Now,
about
have
it.
you ever done anything, to your knowledge, to hurt or otherwise offend anyone in the Bell family, assuming that there is one?
I have no idea, sir.
Ever had any contact with any relative or possible relative of Kathleen Bell in your capacity as a policeman?
I would have no way of knowing that the name is Bell does not ring a...
The name Bell doesn't ring a bell. Was that
Yes,
what
sir.
you were trying to say?
Yes,
Okay. And what does the name Terry ring, or Andrea?
nothing.
Okay. So, under these circumstances, the statement of Mr. Foss that he made one introduction to the statement of Ms. Terry that she was in a meeting with the two of you, or an encounter, would both be incorrect. All right?
What was the last of that question, sir?
Let me break them up. We've already heard from you that Mr. Foss would be seriously in error if he said he introduced you to the woman whose picture is on the album.
Yes.
It never happened. True.
Kathleen Bell, no.
Okay. And you never met her in Hennessy's Tavern?
No.
On any occasion or under any circumstances or with any other person?
No.
And you have no image in mind of a tall, attractive woman named Andrea with whom you talked in Hennessy's Tavern in 1986?
None at all.
None whatsoever.
No.
Now, Detective Furman, are you as satisfied with the quality of the truth of your denial of knowing Kathleen Bell as you are of your claim that you found the right-handed glove on Mr. Simpson's property? Is the quality of the truth of those two statements the same, or is one stronger than the other, if you know?
I don't understand any of that.
You don't understand that question.
No.
Are you as certain that you have never met Kathleen Bell on any occasion as you are that you in fact found the right-hand leather glove we've been discussing on Mr. Simpson's property?
Mr. Clark, I can barely hear you. Is that
I go on
objection what?
objection to state the testimony.
All right. Overruled on that ground. Proceed.
Objection made.
Sustained.
Can you tell us why you were at the recruiting station and on what days?
Happy New Year, Aaron. Welcome to the stream.
I hope 2026 brings you everything you need if you don't find everything you deserve. Facts, Pash. Facts. All right. Here we go.
On what day I cannot?
How many occasions?
2 or 3.
And what was your purpose in going there?
I asked Sergeant Foss if there was any good reserve units that were, they had any openings.
And how many times did you do that?
Well, I found that there wasn't really any movement in the reserve units at that time, but I enjoyed talking to Sergeant Foss, so I returned for a few other times.
Did you meet anyone else while you were there?
A Mr. Rohr or Sergeant Rohr,
Sergeant Rohr. Ron Rohr?
I believe. I don't remember his first name.
And how many times did you meet him?
I think he was there every time.
And did you talk with him about possibly enrolling in a reserve unit?
No. I think he might have overheard my purpose, but that was dropped fairly quickly.
Foss was the main source. And how many times did you see Sergeant Rohr?
A couple of times.
Hey, Greg. Good to see you. We are Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you, Greg. And we are watching Furman on the stand and the OJ trial right now and commentating on it. Hope you've been doing well.
Did you see a Marine while you were there on any of these occasions named Max Cordova?
I believe I saw a Marine that I later found out was him. I didn't remember his name.
Did you speak to him at all?
I remember him kind of in the background of the recruiting office doing some tasks.
Remember an occasion when he pointed out to you Sergeant Rohr, who was then coming across the street?
I don't remember that, no.
Have no recollection of such an event?
No.
How long were you in the company of Max Cordova? Do you know his rank, by the way?
No, I don't.
PFC, corporal, sergeant?
I don't know, sir.
Was he in uniform?
I believe so, yes.
Were all of these people in uniform whenever you saw them on the 3 occasions that you went to the station?
Yes.
And how long would you stay on the first, second, and third occasions, if you can tell us individually?
Long enough to have a cup of coffee. 15, 20 minutes.
Did you ever have any conversation with any of these 3 men outside the station?
I think one time Joe Foss wanted to look at my car, my truck, and we walked up.
Okay, and did you take him out to look at it?
I think I was leaving at that time when we went out.
And did you meet any other people out in the parking lot that you can remember?
No.
Did you know when you were there in 1986 that Kathleen Bell worked upstairs directly over the recruiting station in a real estate office?
I was told that a female that came in there at one time worked in the Century 21.
Mm-hmm. But that female you saw, did you see a female?
Yes, I saw a female come in there at one time.
All right, and that was someone other than Ms. Bell?
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to whoever came in there.
Are you now saying, sir, that if you've ever seen Kathleen Bell, you didn't recognize her, but she may have walked through that place without your knowledge? Is that your present posture?
Well, she could have.
She could have.
She could have walked through
Describe the woman you did see.
that. I couldn't.
Blonde, brunette, redhead,
I couldn't, sir.
tall, short, stout, slim?
I paid almost no attention. I saw a female walk in like she knew people in the office, and I continued my conversation with Mr. Foss.
Well, without that information, how did you know it was a female?
Well, I could tell it was a female, sir.
You
But I
looked
didn't pay
at
any-
least that closely.
Well, I could tell she was a female.
Okay. And you
Excuse
can
me?
tell that Miss Bell was a female, can't you?
Yes.
From seeing her on Larry King. Are you quite sure that they are not one and the same, the female you saw and the woman on the Elmo?
Am I sure?
Are you sure?
I'm not
Detective
sure.
Furman? You're not.
I just do not know Miss Bell.
So you may have seen Miss Bell, and you're now unable to recollect that. Is that so?
No, I didn't pay any attention to the female that came into the recruiting office.
Please listen to the question. You may have been in the same room with Ms. Bell, but you don't now recognize her. Is that the way you want to leave it?
Sustained.
It's a good break time,
It is.
That ruling?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to approach you or communicate with you with regard to the case. Detective Furman, you're excused until 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30. The witness stand, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Detective Mark Furman is on the witness stand on cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, when we adjourned, you were pondering the possibility that you might have unknowingly bumped into Kathleen Bell in the recruiting station, that you had seen some female about whom you had no recollection whatsoever. Is that a fair summary of where we were?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, over the lunch hour, have you had an opportunity to ruminate upon this matter?
No, I'd say it's the same.
Your state of mind still is that if you saw Kathleen Bell at all, it was in some instant where you took no account whatsoever of her appearance and don't even know that you met her.
That'd be correct, sir, yes.
Okay. And the one thing of which you are certainly sure is that you never had a conversation with her which would have been offensive to anyone with racial feelings.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as to the Hennessy's Tavern incident with Kathleen Bell and Andrea Terry that we talked about, you still say you have no recollection whatsoever of that.
That's correct.
But you have seen many females in Hennessy's Tavern, have you not?
Well, of course, I'd say half the people in there would be females.
Half of the people there, yes. Is that what is it known as, a singles bar?
No, it's a neighborhood bar.
A what?
It's a neighborhood bar.
Neighborhood bar, okay. And having viewed this morning the photograph of Kathleen Bell, you are quite certain that she was never in there, or that if she was, you didn't see her, correct?
That would be correct.
All right. And one thing of which you are very certain is that you had no conversation with Kathleen Bell with or without another woman about matters offensive to people who are racially sensitive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if we may, let's return to the crime scene. You are making notes when, at around 2:50 a.m., Detective Phillips tells you you're out of the case. True?
Yes, I don't know the exact time, but
Now,
yes.
Had it dawned on you by 2:50 a.m., Detective Furman, that this was a case of some magnitude, this homicide?
I don't think I understood exactly what would transpire with this case, no.
No. I'm going to ask you again. Had it dawned on you that this was a homicide of some magnitude?
Any double homicide, yes.
Far and away the most important in which you'd ever been involved from the perspective of the news media. True?
I didn't know that at that time.
Did you have some other case in your mind that was as important as the murder of the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson that you had been involved in?
I didn't know how important the media would play that case up.
Have you ever been involved in a murder case that attracted the national media in your career prior to this one?
No.
And are you saying you gave this matter and its dimension no thought as you drove in that morning?
No, I was worried about how I was going to approach a double homicide.
Well, did you think that you were a qualified person to investigate a double homicide of this nature?
Yes.
You didn't ask for any help, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Other detectives to assist you who were more experienced?
Well, Detective Phillips was there.
But Detective Phillips was assigned. He's the one that called you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you meant.
You didn't ask Phillips into this case, did you?
No, it was the other way around.
That's right. And had it not been from an order from on high, you would have been perfectly content to go forward and take charge of this investigation as the field man, correct?
Yes.
With Phillips as the homicide supervisor and coordinator. True?
Yes.
All right. In other words, you felt that your experience was up to the job that confronted you. True?
Yes.
And it was never your intent to ask the big boys from robbery homicide to come help you. Was it?
At that time, no.
at any time, did you suggest we better get Lang and Van Adder in here?
Well, I didn't know Lang and Van Adder.
Did you ever suggest to anyone we better get some of the more experienced guys from downtown who handle lots of homicides?
I probably would have later in the day, yes.
Did you ever suggest that to anyone before you were told you're off the case?
No.
Did not. Now, did you experience any disappointment whatsoever when Phillips told you you were being removed from this murder case?
Did I show any disappointment?
Any disappointment whatsoever? Did you experience any?
Well, I was disappointed we lost the case.
Sure. Did it go a little further than that, Detective Furman?
No, not at all.
Weren't you a little bit angry that you were being shoved out of
No.
a murder in your own territory?
No,
Didn't bother you a bit?
none.
Weren't you a fellow that had spent a good part of his career waiting for an opportunity to make, quote, the big arrest?
No.
You recall those words cropping up in your evaluations, that you wanted to make the big arrest?
I don't think it,
What's the objection? What's the objection? What's the legal grounds?
Beyond the scope. It's also.
I'm sorry, what's the ground? Beyond the scope, is that it? Overruled.
Do you recall that?
would you repeat what you asked me,
Yes. Do
please?
you recall in your evaluations as an officer the criticism that you were too much interested in making the big arrest?
Sustained. Hearsay.
Okay. In any event, can you explain to us what you were in fact feeling when you told that you were out of the case and others would take over?
I was disappointed in losing a case that looked very interesting and very complex.
Okay. Now, did you decide to do something as a result of this displacement?
No.
Well, the people of the state of California were protected to a degree, starting at 210, by the expertise of you and Detective Phillips on the crime scene, attempting to solve the homicide if at all possible, I take it. Is that so?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
Were you entrusted with the supervision, you and Phillips, of this homicide and its solution and its care?
Yes.
All right. And is it not routine that somebody be in charge of a homicide after it's discovered?
Yes.
Okay. There was no one else to take over that responsibility until after 4 o'clock, was there?
No, there wasn't, sir.
All right. What did you do between 2:50 a.m. and 4:05 when Philip Van Adder showed up on the scene? What did you do?
Waited for their arrival on the street in front of the residence.
In other words, the whole homicide solution process ground to a halt. Is that right?
At that moment, waiting for them, yes.
In other words, you were disabled to take any steps whatsoever that you would otherwise have taken if you were left in charge for that hour and 10-minute period. Is that the rule in your department?
Yes, I was relieved of the case.
Okay. And were you prohibited from giving any directions or taking any of the routine steps a homicide detective might take?
Yes.
Okay. And who told you that?
Detective Phillips.
Detective Phillips, give us his exact order to you that accompanied the notice that you were out. What was the order?
Robbery homicide's taken the case.
No. Did he say, Mark, don't do any more work on this case?
No, I understood that.
Well, you understood it. How?
I've been on the department long enough to understand what that means.
How many times in the past had you been pushed aside in favor of other, more senior detectives, Detective Furman?
Oh, that happens quite frequently in the city.
Of the 10 prior homicides in which you participated as a detective, in how many of those did you get pushed out so others could take over? Do you remember?
Yes,
How many?
probably 3 or 4.
All right. And who took over in those cases?
Robbery homicide?
From downtown?
Yes.
And under similar circumstances, big case, that sort of thing?
Out of the scope of our abilities or logistics, yes.
Okay. Now, my understanding was, in your view, this case was not beyond the scope of your abilities, and you were willing to continue as
At what-
detective.
Sir, at what time are you asking me to make that determination?
Prior to 2:50 a.m. when you got the notice.
At that time, I felt we could probably handle it, yes.
Was there anything unusual or bizarre about these murders other than the fact that one of the victims was formerly married to a well-known American icon?
I didn't know much about the scene at that point, so that'd be hard to say.
Well, let's talk about the observations you had made. Were you somewhere trained in any of the courses you took or any of the on-the-job training to recognize the difference between a wound of incision and a gunshot wound?
Well, they'll look somewhat different.
Were you taught anything at all about how knifings are accomplished and what they do to the body depending on where they're accomplished?
I don't specifically remember that, no.
When did you first learn that the female victim's throat had been cut completely?
It would have to have been sometime in the afternoon of the 13th.
After the coroner got there?
Yes.
All right. Did anything that you saw as you stood looking at the scene that we have viewed now too many times of the body of Nicole Brown Simpson suggest the use of firearms?
No, there wasn't.
No. Have you ever heard of a Columbia necklace?
No.
You're hearing that word for the first time today?
No, I know what a Columbia necktie is.
Oh, Columbia necktie. What's a Columbia necktie, Detective Firm?
Cutting somebody's throat.
Okay. Did you ever hear it called as a necklace?
No.
And that includes cutting the throat so severely that both the carotid arteries are severed, correct?
I don't know about that, but I just heard the term.
What happens when they are severed? Do you know from your training?
Well, the person will bleed profusely and die.
The blood pressure drops to zero and death occurs almost immediately, isn't that so?
I would assume so.
If your throat is cut that severely while you are standing and somebody's holding your head, you'd be dead before you hit the ground, wouldn't you? If you know.
I'd have to speculate. I couldn't tell you that,
You
sir.
never had that training?
It would be quickly.
Okay. Did you concern yourself before you were off the case as to, from the evidence that you could see, which victim died first?
I couldn't tell any of that from the scene.
Did you make any observations?
I made no detailed observations that would give that information.
Did you deduce, Detective Furman, from the quantity of the blood surrounding the body of the female victim that she had bled very profusely
Yes, I would conclude that.
and could well have suffered a massive injury to the carotid arteries in the neck?
I couldn't assume that.
You couldn't?
No.
Did you have any idea where all that blood came from?
Somewhere in the head area, but I couldn't see her face.
But a massive injury of some sort.
Yes, sir.
One that probably produced death very quickly, correct?
Yes.
And probably she had never moved from the point at which she fell, from the evidence that you saw. A fair deduction?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you notice the blood on her back in droplets?
No, I didn't.
You never saw that?
No.
Either when you walked up to the gate post with Phillips, or when you came back around the walkway and out the front door and looked down from the steps, you never noticed the blood specks on the back of the female victim?
No, sir, I didn't.
Have you to this day seen them in any of the photographs you reviewed, including the ones we looked at in court?
No.
Well, is it part of your training that you observe details of that sort when you go to a homicide scene?
Yes.
And you made no such observation?
Not on the first walkthrough, no.
No. As you sit there today, what can you tell us about the existence or non-existence of blood drops on the back of Nicole Brown Simpson?
I've never been shown any photos of those blood drops.
Can you say whether or not they ever existed, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I cannot.
Okay. And you were at one time the lead field detective on the scene. Is that what we're to understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had two opportunities to view that body close up with the back pointed up toward the sky, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you do not know whether the back was clean or had some substance on it.
You're talking about blood drops.
Any substance.
You didn't ask that, sir. Blood drops, no. I
Okay.
didn't see anything.
Did you see any specks on there?
I did not take a close look at the back, no.
On either occasion, the view from above or the view obliquely?
No.
Okay. Now, you have told us all of the places that you went from the time that you arrived on the scene of Detective Phillips and marched up to the crime scene and found that you couldn't really get at it that way, to going back and walking through and out the walkway and in through the garage and up into the house. And it is in the house while you're writing notes that you get this notice. True?
Yes.
No. And apart from what Officer Risky told you that he had discovered before you arrived, had you detected anything?
No.
No. All you had done was to observe things that had already been discovered by others and were pointed out to you, correct?
Excuse me, I'd like to correct that.
Okay.
I saw a partial fingerprint on the back gate, and I saw 2 additional blood drops on the gate.
Okay. So those are things that you saw presumably for the first time among yourself and your colleagues.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you made due note of those, did you not?
Yes, I did.
How long would you say you spent writing these notes in total?
I started writing the notes as we were talking to Officer Risky. I made notations during pauses. Maybe 10 minutes,
Okay.
maybe a little longer.
Did you walk around the apartment and make your observations there before, I should say the condominium, before or after you made your notes?
I made a few notations, but I think pretty much before.
Well, I'm not sure I understand your answer.
Well,
Did you do some before and some after, all before or all after?
yes, I remember writing the beginning of the notes when talking to Sergeant Rossi and Officer Risky. And then as we started walking, I wasn't writing notes as we were walking. If we paused, I'd make a notation. And then I caught up on the notes inside.
Okay, so you're making little rough notes and then sat down and wrote the 3 pages we've been shown?
No, I was writing the 3 pages. I just wasn't able to stop and write them.
Had you noticed a telephone in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you interested in who it was who had last spoken with the victim, the female victim, who lived on the premises?
At that early in the investigation, it hadn't occurred to me, no.
It hadn't occurred to you to try to get in touch with whoever had last talked to her before her death?
No.
You knew, of course, that if you were able to do that, that would establish the last moment at which she was alive. True? Or could establish?
I think that would be a possibility.
Well, if somebody was talking to her on the phone, that would lead to a fair inference that she was a living person, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
If I could identify her voice on the phone.
Now, just assume that somebody who knew her was talking to her on the phone, like her mother, for instance, at 9:44 p.m. If you could have learned that, Officer Furman, that would have helped you insofar as time of death, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Between 9:44 and when the bodies were discovered at midnight.
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you think to pick up the phone and punch the redial button?
I wouldn't have picked up the phone, sir.
Did you think to do that?
No, I didn't.
Was there any rule of your department that says you couldn't do that, to find out who she had last dialed?
Well, I wouldn't have wanted to pick up the phone before it had been printed.
Well, weren't you aware that Risky had already been using it to call the station?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you that?
No.
Okay. And you had no interest in the fact that a speed dial mechanism might have directly called the parents of the 2 children or the father of the 2 children been taken away?
At that time, no.
Did not? Okay. Were you engaged to any degree in an effort to try to figure out who might have committed these homicides?
No, sir.
Well, were you trained to look initially when a homicide occurs? Statistically, who might the perpetrators likely be?
I don't know, sir.
Relatives, friends, people close in, as opposed to total strangers? Isn't that an area where you always look, Detective Furman?
When you have someone that doesn't appear to be a resident, no. That's also one of the victims.
Didn't you know that Nicole Brown Simpson lived in that home?
I didn't know that was Nicole Brown Simpson at that point.
You knew it was Nicole Brown Simpson at 1:05 a.m. when Detective Phillips told you that, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you this is Nicole Brown Simpson, a victim?
No. He said it might be. We believe it is.
Did you ever testify on a prior occasion that he told you it was, without equivocation?
Could have been.
You might have testified to that, and if you
Yes,
did,
sir.
you now say that was wrong.
No, I'm saying that nobody knew it was Nicole Brown Simpson. They assumed it was.
Was there ever a point prior to your being relieved when you took it to be the fact that this was Nicole Brown Simpson, the victim who lived in the house upon whose premises the bodies were found?
I personally could not conclude that, no.
Did not conclude that. You still thought it might be a passerby?
No, we did not know the whereabouts of Nicole Brown Simpson, and nobody had verified that.
Did you know who lived in the house?
Nicole Brown Simpson.
Did you know that there were children in the house with no mother when the police got there?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't lead you to conclude that Nicole was out on the walk?
I had no knowledge of what the children were asked.
Did you have any interest at all in the identity of the male victim?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do about trying to learn that identity?
I could do nothing.
You could do nothing. Now, are you talking before 2:50 a.m. when you'd been on the job for 40 minutes, or after?
Either.
Either. Why could you do nothing prior to the time you were relieved?
Prior to, I couldn't approach the bodies and look for identification. And afterwards, it was no longer my case.
All right. You couldn't approach the bodies, you mean you couldn't disturb them to go for a wallet?
That's correct.
All right. Could you have asked neighbors to view the bodies and see if anyone recognized the victim?
If we had a Polaroid,
No. Could you have asked neighbors to come and look?
I would not have asked neighbors to enter a crime scene.
You wouldn't do that?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you have checked cars in the neighborhood on the off chance that this male victim had driven to the scene as opposed to walking?
Had I kept the case, I'm sure that would have been done.
But as of 2:50, you hadn't done that either, had you?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, from 2:50 until 4:05, as I understand your direct testimony, you went to the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy and stood there.
That's correct.
For 65, 75 minutes, you stood at the intersection waiting for your replacement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did Detective Phillips do during that 75-minute period?
Stand there and wait with me.
The two of you, for 75 minutes, stood stock still, or did you wander around a bit?
Oh, we could have wandered around a little bit on the street, but predominantly stayed in that general area.
Did you go back to the crime scene?
No.
Did you do any more observation? Two of you, for 75 minutes, stood stock still, or did you wander around a bit?
Oh, we could have wandered around a little bit on the street, but predominantly stayed in that general area.
Did you go back to the crime scene?
No.
Did you do any more observations?
At one time, I did make an observation from the north residence.
Oh. I don't recall you mentioning that in your direct examination, did you?
I believe it did, yes, sir.
You did?
Yes.
Well, tell us about it. What did you do from the north residence?
Lieutenant Spangler had walked to the north residence of 875 South Bundy and looked between the iron fence that was about 3 or 4 feet from the feet or buttocks area of the male victim, and he noticed a portion of bare skin, and he said, "You can see some type of a wound there." And he directed me to go over there, and I did. And I looked at it, and it appeared to be a laceration of some sort.
Where?
I believe it was on his side or his back.
Mm-hmm. And where were you standing when you observed that?
There's a walkway that goes on the north side of the white wrought iron fence that separates those two residences, between 875 and the one to the north.
Whose property were you standing on, as you understand it, when you made the observation with Lieutenant Spangler?
I don't know.
You know what time it was when you made that observation?
Probably somewhere right after 3:30.
Long after you were off the case, then?
Yes.
All right. Well, then you did not spend the entire time down at the intersection waiting for Messrs. Van Adder and Lang.
Except for that, no.
All right. Tell me how it occurred that Lieutenant Spangler took you up there as a detective no longer on the case to make this observation. Did he come to you at the intersection?
Yes.
All right. And what did he say?
Well, he just went up to view the scene from the north residence, so he didn't disturb it.
How long had he been there, if you know?
I don't know, sir.
You didn't see him arrive?
I don't know when he arrived, no.
Did he arrive after you or before you?
After.
Okay. But as to the time, you don't know.
I do not.
Okay. All right, so he said something to you about a view. Did he invite you or direct you? He was your boss, wasn't he?
He directed me. He said that there was some sort of a wound on the male victim. It's visible.
Okay. So you walked back up Bundy, where the bloody paw prints were.
No.
Where did you walk?
I just walked up the street and then entered the north residence.
You stayed off the sidewalk,
Yes, sir.
walked up the street,
Yes.
and walked around what we called the fence, against which the male victim's body was kind of crumpled.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how far into the property did you go? How many rungs of the fence would you estimate? Vertical rung.
Where the male victim was.
Okay. Can you place yourself with respect to the fence?
Directly to the north of the fence where the victim was.
How long did you spend there?
5 seconds.
How long was Lieutenant Spangler there with you, if he was?
He wasn't, but when he walked over there, I think he was just there for a few moments.
When you walked up the street, was he walking beside you?
I don't recall if he did or he didn't.
Did he come with you to the location to whose view he had commended you?
I don't believe so, no.
All right, you believe you were alone at that point.
Yes.
You walked in. Did you have your little flashlight?
Yes.
Did you use it?
Yes.
Were there any other lights being shown on the area at that time?
No.
Was anybody else on the crime scene near the body inside the fence?
No.
Was anybody next to the fence on either side?
No.
Was anybody accompanying you in any way for
No.
that visit?
No, sir.
And how close to you was the nearest detective or officer, as you remember?
On the street.
On the street.
Yes.
So that would be what, 20 feet? At least?
Probably longer than that.
More than that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you think that you were there for about 5 seconds?
Just long enough to look at the wound.
Okay. And then where did you go?
Just went back to the street.
And?
I made a comment to Lieutenant Spangler, it looks like a laceration.
Okay. Is that all that you said?
That's all I said.
You say anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you then go back to the intersection?
Yes.
Now, you had been gone from the intersection less than what, 3 or 4 minutes?
I don't even think that long, sir.
And did you stay there with Detective Phillips until Detective Van Adder arrived at about 4:05?
Yes.
Did you talk to Detective Phillips about the case?
I don't recall talking about the case, no.
Did you talk to him about the fact that you fellas were no longer on the case?
No.
Did you talk at all, or did you just stand there for an hour?
Well, I talked, but I don't recall talking about this case.
Is it fair to say that absolutely no detecting went on from 2:50 until 4:05 except for your little visit to the fence?
I'd say that's accurate.
Now, did you tell Phillips that this looked like a knife wound, this wound, or a sharp instrument?
I think the term I used was a laceration.
How are lacerations inflicted in your vocabulary, Detective Frank?
Well, laceration would be somewhat of a tear, where a stab wound would be an incision.
A tear inflicted by what instrument? Bare hand?
I don't know, sir.
Don't know. When you looked at the laceration, do you have any training in examining wounds with a view toward determining how they were inflicted?
No, sir.
You never covered that in any of your courses?
Well, I surely couldn't from where I was standing looking at a small laceration in the dark.
All right. Now, you say a small laceration. How big?
It appeared to be about an inch, 3/4 to an inch long.
An inch. And you say a tear rather than a slice or incision?
That was just my impression, sir.
Did you see a jagged edge with your little flashlight?
It just appeared more to be a laceration than it did an incision.
And the distinction you draw in using those two words, laceration and incision, is one is a tear and the other is a cut. Is that right?
One has clear edges and one does not.
And which kind was this?
It just appeared that the ends of it looked somewhat torn.
You mean the wound was turned in upon itself?
No, I think it was a little puffy, if I remember right.
Okay. It didn't look like a gunshot wound by a long shot, did it?
Not to me, no.
And it didn't look like he'd been bludgeoned, did it?
I couldn't make that determination, but I would have to say no.
That particular wound.
That's true.
It was not the work of a bludgeon, was it?
Didn't appear to be, no.
No. And you mentioned all this to Phillips.
I think I mentioned to Lieutenant Spangler. Phillips might have overheard it, but we were all standing pretty much in the same general area.
Now, is that the sum total of the observations you made on that little excursion? You saw a knife wound and that's it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else?
I don't believe so, no.
How about a couple of gloves, Detective?
Excuse
Did you
me?
see a couple of gloves up there?
No, I saw one glove.
Well, you didn't mention that a minute ago, and I asked you if you'd seen anything else. You now say you saw one glove.
Well, I already talked about the one glove and the hat.
You hadn't talked about this excursion before, I don't believe. But I asked you if you saw anything other than a laceration. You said no. You want to correct that?
Objection. At what time?
The only visit he made to the fence, as I understand it. Did you make more than one, Detective Furman?
More than one what?
To that vantage point to view Goldman's body, did you make more than the one that you made at the behest of Detective Spangler?
No.
All right. That's the sole opportunity you had to observe from that point on the north property. True?
Yes, sir.
I asked you if you saw anything other than laceration. I believe you said no. Did you?
I thought you were speaking about the body.
You did?
Yes.
You thought my question restricted you from mentioning anything not connected with the victim's body. Is that right?
Well, I had already testified to the other evidence I observed, and I thought you were talking about new items that I had seen.
When did you testify to that?
This morning?
Okay. This morning?
Well, excuse me.
You don't mean that, do
The
you?
last direct.
Last week?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when?
Thursday or Friday, sir.
But you're satisfied that in the transcript of your direct testimony there is mention of this view, the laceration, and the glove, and the fence on the north property. You're satisfied of that?
Well, I'm not sure if I testified to that or not. I think we were working up to that. We might have. I might be incorrect.
We worked up to it.
In other words, we were chronologically going through the crime scene.
Now look, Detective Furman, there is a problem with that testimony, isn't there? The testimony about the view through the fence.
No, there isn't.
There's a problem that's been brought to your attention, isn't there, Detective Furman?
No.
When discussing this event in the preliminary hearing and talking about the glove, his tongue slipped and you said them, didn't you?
Yes.
And you've examined that in the transcript, haven't you?
Yes.
And you know it's been played on video to the jury. The word them is clear.
Yes.
Was that a slip of the tongue?
No.
It was not. Okay. Now, when Detective Van Adder came, you're off the case?
Yes.
What did you do?
I waited for direction from Detective Phillips.
You don't speak to Van Adder, only through Phillips?
Well, Detective Phillips is my boss. If
I
we're going to be,
understand that.
if we're going to be relieved,
Mr. Bailey, let him finish the answer.
Sorry.
if we're going to be relieved, I'll be relieved by Detective Phillips as far as where I'm going to go at that point.
Okay. Was there some discussion about what you fellas, Detectives Phillips and Furman, should do?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you directed to do?
At that time from Detective Van Adder?
Yeah.
I had no knowledge of what we were directed to do.
Or what did you, in fact, do?
Well, at some point, we led Detective Van Adder and Lang to the Rockingham estate.
You say at some point. Can you help us a little better than that? We're talking 4:05 now when Detective Lang arrives.
Yes, sir.
Van Adder, I'm sorry.
Do you want a time, what time we did that?
Now, can you tell us how long you stayed at Bundy with Detective Van Adder before you went to Rockingham?
Yeah, Detective Van Adder got there at, as you said, 4:05. Detective Lang, 4:25. And at 5 o'clock, we left for Rockingham.
Now, when you went to Rockingham, how were you paired?
Detective Phillips and I were in a vehicle. He was driving. Lang and Van Adder were in their vehicle.
Do you know a photographer named Rokar?
Yes, sir.
Did you see him arrive on the scene at 3:25 that day?
Yes, I recall he was there fairly early.
Did you observe him taking any photographs?
Yes, I think he was taking photographs of some of the intersections.
Did you give him any direction with respect to photographs that needed to be taken?
No, I didn't.
Did you have any conversation with him at all?
No, I don't believe I did.
When you left for Rockingham, did he go with you?
No.
He did not.
No.
Was there anyone with you other than the 4 detectives initially?
No.
Did others come after you arrived and before you entered the property?
I believe there was a uniformed vehicle, police vehicle, that arrived just as we had already made entry, and they stayed at the front gate.
Okay. And is this during the time when you were looking for West Tech, or was that after you failed to gain entrance by punching the button on the intercom?
You mean when the police vehicle arrived?
No, no. When the calls were being made through Rossi, I believe, to West Tech by Phillips. Did that happen after you had failed to gain entrance in the routine way?
I believe you're asking, could you ask that question?
Withdraw the question. Did anyone peer through the gate to see if there was anybody inside on the premises, if you can recall, any of the 4 of you?
You could just see right through the gate. You didn't need to peer.
But did anybody go up and take a look, if you know?
We were standing in front of the gate.
All of you.
Yes.
You had a fairly sweeping view of the interior of the walls.
You mean of the driveway, sir? Yes, looking south.
Were you wearing a sidearm that night?
Yes.
Did you withdraw it at any time
No.
during the entire night?
I could have on the pathway, but I don't have any recollection if I did or I didn't.
Well, you've never mentioned drawing your sidearm up to this point in your prior testimony, have you?
No.
Do you have any recollection now as you sit there that you drew a sidearm?
I can't remember if I did or I had my hand on it, but no, I can't.
You just don't have a memory about that. True?
That's correct.
Okay. Did anybody direct you to go down and look at the Bronco?
No.
That was something you decided to do on your own?
Yes, sir.
And that's a car that you had seen as you drove by it, approaching Rockingham, traveling north, coming up from Sunset?
Yes.
Had you any reason as you passed by it to associate it with Mr. Simpson? Just
No.
based on looking at it?
No.
Had you noticed that there were vehicles parked inside the surround, that is, inside the fence enclosure?
Yes, I noticed vehicles inside.
And had you been able to identify them in the light that was available at the time?
I didn't know what the large luxury vehicle was, but I could tell by the lines of the one vehicle it was a Saab.
Okay. And you didn't know whether the large vehicle was, did it look foreign made?
Yes, it was a
Did it look
foreign.
expensive?
Yes.
Okay. When you walked down to the Bronco, did you ask permission from Lieutenant Van Adder before you did that?
Detective Van Adder? No.
I'm sorry, Detective Van Adder. Detective Phillips?
No.
Detective Lang?
No.
This was on your own initiative,
Yes.
and you were detecting. At this point, I take it.
I'm sorry?
You were detecting.
I was detecting.
You had been frozen in your function by the notice of dismissal, but now you are back again detecting. True?
No, at that point I wasn't detecting. I was just walking.
You weren't just being nosy, were you?
I don't think nosy. I was walking and I noticed something on the Bronco and I continued walking towards it.
Well, was this a walk that you took to get some exercise and just happened to take you by the Bronco? Is that what happened?
It wasn't a walk for exercise. I just walked down to the corner and looked down Rockingham, saw the Bronco.
Was it a walk specifically to inspect the Bronco for some purpose, Detective Furman?
No.
Was it?
No.
Is it simply that you were in its vicinity and decided to look around once you got there?
I was walking down towards the Rockingham gate. As I walked towards the Bronco, I noticed a few things.
All right. While you were walking toward the Rockingham gate, were you going to try to get in that gate?
No.
Had you examined it to see if access was possible?
I don't think access was on my mind at that point.
Had anybody directed you to check out the Rockingham gate to see if
No.
you could get in?
No.
And as you walked by the Bronco on the street side, toward the center of the street, how light was it at that moment?
It was getting light, but it wasn't completely dawn yet.
Can you help us as to what time it may have been when you walked by the Bronco? Time of day?
5:20, 5:25.
Okay. And you think that the dawn was beginning to come some natural light was on the scene at the time?
Maybe somewhat, yes.
Well, you weren't able to see into the Bronco without your flashlight, you told us.
That's correct.
Had you been wandering down the street with that little bitty flashlight on, just kind of pointing off to the side?
No.
Did something cause you to stop and turn your flashlight on to inspect the Bronco?
Yes.
What was that?
A little speck above the door handle on the driver's side.
Is that something that caught your eye or something that you discovered by inspection?
I think it's something that caught my eye.
And at that point, you turn on your flashlight to take a closer look.
Yes, then I inspect it.
Okay. And after you see that, you look further, correct?
Yes.
And you see some additional evidences that you think might be blood.
Yes.
Would you describe once again what it was that you saw and where you saw it? Not the one above the driver's door handle, but elsewhere.
In the door sill of the driver's door, directly below the door, visible from the outside on the edge of the door sill, 3 or 4 little marks, little lines, translucent red.
And to whom, other than the detectives, did you direct attention as to these little marks?
Who did I show those marks to?
Yeah.
Dennis Fung, the criminalist.
Okay. Did you recommend to him that they would be worth photographing?
I made no recommendations.
Did you ever see a photographer at Rockingham?
Yes.
Who was that?
I saw Mr. Rokar there.
When?
He came back up with me after I returned to the Bundy scene. So that would have been sometime after 7:30.
Did you ever speak to him about photographs?
No.
Do you know if there is anywhere today a photograph of what you say you saw on the lower part of the Bronco below the door?
I have not seen a photograph.
Now, was that Bronco locked, Detective Furman?
I did not try to open the door.
Ever?
No.
You never touched the door handle that whole day, the 13th?
I did not.
Or any part of the car?
I laid the back of my palm on the hood of the car to see if the vehicle was warm. Yes, sir.
Taking its temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Other than that, no.
Well, you touched the vehicle when you cupped your flashlight in order to see in through the tinted window you've described.
No.
You didn't touch it?
No.
You simply came close?
I tried to cup the light so I could get a view inside.
Okay. And you then brought to the attention of the other detectives, at least, I believe, Tom Lang, the fact that you had made this observation.
Yes.
Okay. Did you show it to anyone else?
Detective Van Adder and Detective Lang, and I believe Detective Phillips came down at some point, but I'm not sure when.
Okay. And that was as a result of your returning to the Ashford Gate, mentioning what you had seen, and them walking back with you to the Bronco.
I'm not sure I walked all the way back to the Ashford Gate. I think I walked to the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham and motioned.
Okay. But then you went back with them
Yes,
to
sir.
point out with your flashlight what you thought you had seen.
Yes.
Did you also show them the interior with the shovel and the plastic?
Yes, I'm not sure how well they saw it, but I showed them to the best I could, yes.
All right. Now, what significance did you draw at that time from the presence of the shovel and the Bronco?
Well, I didn't know. I had no idea what that shovel meant.
And you didn't know what the plastic meant?
No.
Because you didn't know then and didn't know until Saturday that it came with the car, right?
That's true.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it was not an important matter that was discussed by you fellas, the presence of the shovel?
I don't know if it could be on its own. It could be important. Collectively, it could have some impact.
Whose idea was it to go to Rockingham, if you know?
Commander Bushy, I believe.
Okay. And how was that conveyed to you? You didn't speak to the commander, did you?
No, Detective Phillips did.
Okay. And how did you learn that you were going to Rockingham?
I was told when I came back from talking to Officer Risky, get in the car.
Just said, get in the car?
Yeah, well, Ron said, let's go. And I heard Detective Lang and Van Adder, I believe it was Detective Lang, said, Ron, Mark, let's go. Ron said, let's go. I got into the car, and then he told me when we were in the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. And what did he tell you?
Said we were going to go make a notification, take us up to the Rockingham house.
Had you talked with anyone on the scene that night, anyone at all, about your prior experiences in the Simpson matter, in 85 and 89, either or both?
Yes, the 85 incident.
To whom did you convey that?
When Detective Phillips was on the phone, he broke away, it appeared to be in mid-conversation, and asked if I knew how to get up to the Simpson house on Rockingham.
Okay, back up a minute if we could. Detective Phillips is now on the phone at about 5 o'clock.
I think it was a little before that.
Cellular phone?
Yes.
Okay. And so someone is discussing something with him that causes him to ask you if you know your way to Rockingham?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell him at that time? That you'd been there once before?
I was there on a family dispute a long time ago, and yeah, I probably could get up there.
And what were you told by Detective Phillips was the purpose in the trip to Rockingham?
When we got in the vehicle, he told me it was to make a notification.
Now, were you looking as you proceeded with the case, and I take it at this point you were sort of back in the case? Was that your understanding?
No.
Well, did you know that Detective Van Adder said on July 6th that you were in the case always, up to and including that day?
Well, I think in my mind, I know Detective Phillips, and he's going to render any assistance to robbery homicide he can until they want us relieved, and that's exactly what I thought we were doing.
All right. Well, were you on active duty, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know that what the purpose was of going to Rockingham?
When I got in the vehicle, I did, yes.
Was it to look for victims or suspects or anything of that sort?
No, to my knowledge, it was a notification.
Had anyone determined, as of that point, whether Mr. Simpson was in town?
No.
Was the fact that he traveled a great deal ever discussed by the detectives before you went up there?
I don't think anybody would have known that. I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, at some point you've told us you became sufficiently concerned that you and your colleagues decided it was necessary to forcibly enter the premises by climbing over the wall, right?
Yes.
And that was because of some concern on your part that there might be suspects or victims on the premises, somebody in need of help.
That's correct.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to the front door and couldn't raise anyone, correct?
Are you talking about after
Yes, after
we entered?
you all got inside.
Yes, sir.
And then walked around on the north path to what turned out to be the bungalow room belonging to Cato Cave.
That's correct.
When the others went to talk to Arnell, you remained behind.
Yes.
Were you concerned about who Kalen was?
Yes.
Were you concerned about whether he had the right to be there?
He appeared that it just appeared that he had the right to be there. I just didn't know who he was.
Well, was he a suspect at that point?
I think he was not a suspect, but we didn't know anything about him at that point.
Okay. Why did you give him a sobriety test?
To make sure he wasn't under the influence of alcohol.
And why were you concerned about that?
His eyes were just really bloodshot and glassy, and he was all...
But if he'd been under the influence of alcohol,
Sustained.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Bailey, let him finish.
go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't under the influence.
All right. And if he had been, what were you going to do then?
Well, I don't know, sir. I probably wouldn't have interviewed him right then. Or maybe I would have taken him inside. I don't know.
You looked around the premises
Yes.
where he was.
Yes.
And meanwhile, the others, to your knowledge, had left and gone into the main house.
I didn't know where they were.
Well, they weren't with Arnell anymore when you came out, were they?
Well, when I came out, I looked to my right, I didn't see him, so I looked to my left and I saw an open door.
Cato went with you into the main house,
Yes.
and as you passed by the kitchen, you had already seated him in the bar stool,
Yes, sir.
and you saw Phillips on the phone.
Yes.
Did you know he was talking to Mr. Simpson?
I didn't know who he was talking to, sir.
Did you inquire of any of these fellows as to what Mr. Phillips was doing?
No.
All right. Did you see Detective Lang comforting Arnell?
No.
What did you see him doing? Did you see him in the room?
I believe he was in the room, but I saw Detective Van Adder. That's who I focused on.
Did you see Arnell in the room? Mr. Simpson's daughter?
I believe that she was, but I'm not positive.
All right, now, had you interrogated Cato in his room about what he might know that could help you with the solution of this crime?
I asked him a few questions. They weren't directly crime scene questions, no.
Well, you had been trained to interrogate people, hadn't you?
Yes,
And you had interrogated many suspects in your career, had you not?
yes,
An interrogation is an important part of police procedure.
yes, sir.
Were you questioning him with a view toward learning something that might be important in the case?
Could be, yes.
Looking for some little slip of the tongue he might make that could be significant?
I didn't know what we were looking for, sir.
You didn't know what you were looking
No.
for. But you did question Cato for a time, and then you came out to the kitchen, seated him in a bar stool, and said to Detective Van Adder, you ought to go talk to him.
Yes.
Why did you think that Detective Van Adder, your superior, should be directed to go talk to Cato Kalin on a bar stool?
Oh, he could take that interview and put it to a formal interview on paper where
You couldn't do that?
I shouldn't at that point unless I'm directed to by Detective Van Adder.
Okay. But instead you directed him, it sounds like.
I didn't direct him. I just said, you might want to talk to this guy at the bar, or talk to this guy at the bar, something along
What
that
was Detective Lang doing at this point? Was he tied up doing anything, if you know?
I didn't see, he wasn't in the forefront of the kitchen. Detective Van Adder was. I saw him first.
Mm-hmm. Now, you then walked out the front door.
Yes.
You had no direction from anyone to do that, did you?
No, I didn't.
This, again, was Detective Furman on his own, was it not?
Yes.
You had an idea that you would like to check out Cato's claim that some unusual noise had occurred at about 11:15 that night on the outside of the wall of Cato Kalin's room.
That's correct.
Did Cato tell you, by the way, that O.J. had left for the airport in the limo he had seen when he came out that night after hearing the noise at around 11 p.m.?
No.
Did you ever ask him what a limo was doing there at 11 p.m.?
No, I cut his conversation off and brought him into the house.
As a matter of fact, you asked him if he'd heard anything unusual, and then you cut him off and said, who drives that Bronco, didn't you?
I believe I did.
Why'd you cut him off?
I don't know, sir.
You interrupted an answer to get a different answer. Was that an important question? Who drives that Bronco?
No, he answered that question. He answered that
I
question.
know that. In order to get that answer, you cut him off from answering the previous question, which was, did something unusual happen tonight, or anything unusual? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was who drives the Bronco so important as to interrupt a witness?
I can't give any reason why it went down like.
All right, so you asked no questions about him having seen Mr. Simpson that night or at any given time?
No, he'd been previously asked about if he knew Mr. Simpson was in the house, and he said he did not.
No, but then he told you, Detective Furman, as I understand it, that he had been awakened or had his attention drawn as he was talking on the phone to someone by a strange noise, a picture that shuddered, something you say sounded like crashing into a wall, and that he then went outside and saw a limousine there at about 11 o'clock. Isn't that what he told you?
Something to that effect, yes.
And you didn't ask him why the limousine was there?
No.
And you didn't ask him if Mr. Simpson had been the one using the limousine?
No, I didn't.
Cato Kalin didn't look to you like a fellow who rode around in limousines, did he? Did he?
In this area of Los Angeles, I don't think you could say that.
You think maybe he ordered the limousine and then somehow stayed behind, is that it?
I had no idea, sir.
He didn't tell you anything about using it, did he?
The limousine?
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Now, was it for the purpose of discovering why the limousine was there that you asked Van Adder to talk to him?
No, I wanted Van Adder to talk to Cato about everything that he saw and heard.
Detective Furman, Were you not concerned that on the premises there might be suspects that night? Violent, vicious people?
I think I was leaning more towards another victim than I was a suspect.
Have you not testified that you were concerned that there were suspects there that night?
I said victims. I preface it with victims,
Have you not
possibility of
testified
suspect.
that you were concerned that there were suspects?
Mr. Bailey, he was still answering the question.
I'm sorry.
I preface that with my first concern was victims, hostage, possible suspect.
What
Yes.
did you mean earlier today when you said, I didn't want my back turned to the other end of the alley?
Once I found a glove,
Okay.
that pivoted towards more suspect than victim.
Now, Detective Furman, you went out there in the alley where you'd never been before, did you not?
What alley, sir?
Along the chain link fence where Cato said he heard a noise. Did you not?
Yes, I went in that pathway.
You walked there by yourself, correct?
Yes,
You were wearing no bulletproof vest, correct?
that's correct.
You had 3 detectives who were armed in the house and didn't tell any of them where you were going, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't ask any of them to come with you to cover for you, correct?
That's correct.
You had previously stated there was a possibility that dangerous people were on the premises, had you not?
I never used those words.
When you went back to the location where Cato said he heard the noise, you were about 230 feet from the Bronco, weren't you?
I don't know the distance, sir.
You can walk that in a minute, can't you? 235 feet. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
walk that in a minute?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at that time there was blood in the Bronco?
No.
Have you ever testified that there was blood in the Bronco?
I'm not sure if we testified to that in the prelim or not.
Did you wipe a glove in the Bronco, Detective Furman?
No.
You did not.
No.
When you went out to where the glove was eventually pointed out to the other detectives, how long did you spend there before you went back to talk to them?
10, 15 minutes, totally.
What did you do for 10 to 15 minutes
Look for
on that scene?
Look for a victim or a suspect.
You looked for a victim or suspect.
Yes.
You didn't draw your gun.
I
Correct.
I told you I don't know, sir.
Well, if you'd drawn your weapon and were afraid, you'd remember that, wouldn't you, Detective?
Sir, after 20 years, you draw that weapon
Did
unconsciously.
you draw it, if you remember?
Your Honor, can the witness be allowed to finish his
I thought he had. Do you have something more to add?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. What is it?
After 20 years, you draw that weapon, you lay it down to the side of your leg, you walk, you don't even know you're doing it.
All right. Did you walk back into an area where you knew no one else had been because there were cobwebs there?
No, I testified I didn't know if anybody had been back there walking upright. I didn't know if somebody had crawled or...
Are you now
What had
saying there were no
transpired.
cobwebs down low?
I didn't go down low, sir. I was upright.
You only felt them in your face?
Yes.
All right. You don't recall whether you had your weapon at the ready or whether it was holstered or some other place?
It was not at the ready.
You know that you were not equipped with any protective gear, correct?
I was not.
Now, if that glove had been there where you say you found it, it would have been placed there by someone involved in the homicide. Isn't that conclusion compelled?
I would assume that, yes.
That would be a vicious killer of some sort, would it not?
Yes.
And you hung around for 15 minutes with no backup and no vest doing something. Is
No,
that correct?
No, it isn't.
Has anyone, to your knowledge, seen that glove there before your arrival?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you think it important that if the glove were in that location, the likelihood was that someone had placed it there who had been at Bundy?
Yes.
And that someone, if it were a human being, would have to have gotten to the spot or near it and gotten away. True?
Yes.
Did you examine the shrubbery to see if anyone had come over that fence that might have crashed the wall or dropped the glove?
That was part of the period of time that I spent back there looking for those type of items, yes.
And did you not satisfy yourself there was no damage to twig or leaf that would have permitted an adult to come over that fence at or near that spot?
It was pretty overgrown. It'd be hard to tell what transpired there.
Did it not seem likely that whoever placed that glove there, Detective Phillips, had walked back out the alley over the leaves?
Excuse me, Detective Phillips or Detective Furman?
I'm sorry, Detective Furman. Over the leaves.
Yes.
Okay. And their tracks might still have been there when you made that discovery, correct?
I didn't see anything, but they could have been.
And you could have taken the detectives on the outside of the fence and shown the flashlight through it to point out the glove if you had chosen, could you not?
No, I think that would have been very difficult.
Did it occur to you that there might be footprints there if in fact someone had placed the glove and walked out the alley?
Objection, that is these facts on evidence placed.
Sustained.
Did you think that whoever had dropped that glove might have left footprints?
I did not see any evidence of that, no.
Footprints that were latent, not discernible. Did you think that there might be footprints there that a criminalist could find that might shed light on how the glove got there?
Speculation, objection.
Overruled. Did you consider that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Did you consider that?
Not at that point, no.
You did not.
No.
Did you then cause 18 pairs of feet to trample that area before any criminalist could get to it?
18 pairs?
18 pairs of feet. 2 Furman, 4 Furman and Phillips, 4 Furman and Van Adder, 4 Furman and Lang, and 4 Furman and Rokar. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Detective Furman, can you tell us why, when you were talking with Cato Kalin in his room, you asked him where you could find the keys to the Bronco?
I never asked him that.
You're quite sure?
I'm absolutely sure.
Thank you. It's 3 o'clock, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. We'll stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Detective Furman, good evening. You're ordered to be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand in recess.
Quietly, please.
The Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to address before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? Thought we were going to discuss parameters of cross-examination or any other offers of proof. Anybody wish to be heard?
The witness, Your Honor, should be out.
That's true. Detective Furman, would you step out in the hallway, please? Thank you. Good morning, counsel.
I have furnished you in camera a number of incidents which we believe fall within the parameters of relevance. One as late as 1993. Police reports were turned over as to that incident. There are no notes or other materials to turn over, but I have reviewed with you the circumstances that would indicate a continuing strong anti-racial feeling where the male is black and the female is white. And I think that fair game for question as to why one would walk out in the middle of an investigation in those circumstances. I think that's a fair question.
All right.
As to the others, I've heard nothing from the court to suggest that any would be out of limits except the one I struck.
Which was? All right. I just have the indication of the appearances of counsel on mine. All right. All right, Mr. Bailey, in the 1054.7, we have to be necessarily oblique about this. In In the 1054.7 hearing, in-camera hearing that we had, are you withdrawing the last item?
Yes, the one I told you I had some reservations about?
Yes.
Until further notice, unless something happens to corroborate or authenticate, I will not run with that accusation.
All right, then let's address the police report issue then.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I've been corrected by Mr. Douglas. There is a written report with respect to that witness. It has not been turned over because the decision has not been made to call the witness. Obviously, if the incident is denied rather than explained, the witness will be called. If the incident is explained rather than denied, there'll be no need to call the witness, unless there winds up a contradiction in recollections to what was said. But we're not relying on what was said, as you know, from the proffer. Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. Part of it was verbal.
Yes.
And part of it was conduct.
All right, but at this point, you are not going to offer that witness.
Not unless there is a denial by this witness as to the incident. If there is,
Wait a minute, which one are we talking about here? The one that you have told me that you had reservations about?
no,
or
no,
the
no,
police
no,
report
no, no,
incident?
no.
The
Just
police
strike that
report.
one from our discussion.
All right,
This is the police report.
the police report. All right, but there is a statement.
I'm told that there is. I have not seen it.
All right,
And it's dated January 23rd, a written report.
all right. Let me see what the people's response is as to that incident.
Your Honor, counsel can't circumvent 1054.7 by saying if we get based on the witness's answer, we'll know whether or not we need to call them. That person is a witness they reasonably anticipate calling. They can expect that if this is more of the same kind of nonsensical allegations that they've brought out from Kathleen Bell and others of her ilk, then it will be denied because it is indeed false. And they know that, and that means they reasonably anticipate calling this person, and they must turn this statement over.
All right, Ms. Clark, let me ask Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas, your notes indicate that that January 23rd statement has been turned over?
No, Your Honor. It was discussed in chambers. The decision was approved that we would turn over the statement, the police report statement.
Right, but it was never represented to me that there was it was represented to me that there was no statement.
There is a statement, Your Honor, of that interview of that person.
All right,
There is a report of an interview of that person.
all right. Hold on, let me get the proffer then, because my recollection is that the proffer that was given to me during the 1054.7 does not mention a statement.
I have the proffer with me, Your Honor.
All right, well, let me get my copy, because I have my notes on it. All right, Mr. Bailey, the proffer that was provided to the court under seal and in camera mentions that there is no statement. That appears to be incorrect.
Well, although I did not know this at the time, Your Honor, there is no statement from the witness. There is an investigator's report to Mr. Douglas.
All right.
That's the only writing, apparently.
All right, then let me order this. I'm going to direct that Mr. Douglas provide that statement to the prosecution forthwith. Do you have a copy of it here?
I have an original, Your Honor. I need a copy made of the court, please.
All right, Mrs. Robertson.
We have 3 copies, Your Honor.
And counsel, what I propose to do is preclude discussion of that particular incident until the prosecution's had the opportunity to review this. If they wish to make further objection, we'll go into that. So
Understood.
I'm going to preclude you from going into that on cross-examination at this time.
Understood.
All right. Anything else? Mr. Bailey?
I've given it to the court. That was the ruling.
No, it's not a ruling at all, Your Honor. The court ruled that we would discuss at sidebar or outside the presence of the jury.
Correct.
In the presence of the people.
Any other offers as to other areas of cross-examination? We've already discussed Kathleen Bell. court has ruled that that is fair game. You've been given the statement, or you're aware of, Andrea Terry.
And we'd like to be heard about the admissibility of that comment. And we do not have a statement
All right.
from her. We're aware of news accounts.
All right.
Finally, we had an interview with her last night, but we want to be heard about the admissibility of that.
All right. Ms. Clark. Andrea Terry.
To the best of my knowledge, Your Honor, the statement of Andrea Terry is different than that of Kathleen Bell. She allegedly met Kathleen Bell at Hennessy, where Kathleen Bell introduced her to Mark Furman at Hennessy's bar or tavern, whatever. And at that time, allegedly made a comment that she was attracted to Marcus Allen. And allegedly, Mark Furman, in response, in this crowded bar, said, "I think that interracial couples are a crime against nature." And that if he saw a black and white couple together in a car, he would find a reason to pull them over. This alleged meeting took place, I will remind the court, after Kathleen Bell supposedly heard the comment that has been widely reported made by Detective Furman at the Marine Recruiting Office. And after she left in tears and hysterical after hearing that comment, she then introduced Mark Furman to her friend Andrea Terry. She introduced her to Andrea Terry for the purpose of them going out on a date. Andrea Terry then comes up some 7 months later with this statement. However, the statement is not as probative as that of the statement attributed to Mark Furman by Kathleen Bell. In Kathleen Bell's statement, she alleges that Mark Furman stated that he would make up a reason in order to stop them. That he would actually fabricate evidence, was her statement. Andrea Terry doesn't say that. Andrea Terry states that he would find a reason. That does not mean that one does not exist. That means that he's looking for a reason and going with what he has. The allegation that is important in the Kathleen Bell statement is fabrication. That's missing from the statement in Andrea Terry. So Andrea Terry's statement is irrelevant and should be ruled inadmissible under 352.
Mr. Bailey?
Well, I think Ms. Clark is endeavoring to get you to decide credibility questions. That's not what we anticipate Andrea Terry will say. She will say he made it very clear that he would pull them over because he was black and she was white. Now, for Ms. Clark to suggest he would then try to find a legal reason to justify what he'd already done is a little bit ludicrous. Certainly, that is probative in addition to corroborative of the same expression given to Kathleen Bell on a prior occasion standing in front of the recruiting station after being introduced to Furman by Joe Foss, the Marine. Now, for a man who's never seen Kathleen Bell in his life, as Furman claims, having a witness who's with Kathleen Bell in Hennessy's would be enough all by itself. But his offer that it was a crime against nature for a black man to be with a white woman should in and of itself be enough to allow cross-examination on his racial bias. We claim that he's gone out of his way in this case to hurt a black man that he saw with a white woman in 1985 and knew thereafter because of the 1989 incident of their relationship. So I don't think Andrea Terry is even a plausible argument for prohibition.
All right. Next matter is, I believe, Max Cordoba.
Yeah. Max Cordoba is a black Marine, African American. As I indicated in the proffer, Max Cordoba was standing in the recruiting station And Detective Furman came up with some papers. There will be evidence that Detective Furman was making application to join a reserve unit and that the Marines, or some of them, were concerned about where in the world they could put him that he wouldn't have to associate with African Americans, because he'd made his feelings plain about that. Now, as Cordoba is standing there, and Furman approaches with the papers, Cordoba says, I really don't know anything about this application. You ought to see Ron, meaning Sergeant Ronald Rohr. At about that moment, Rohr, who likes to hang around at the place next door, as another witness will testify, starts coming across the street, and Cordoba says, hey, Rohr, your boy is here. And Furman turns on Cordoba and says, let's get something straight. The only boy here is you, nigger. And then Cordoba leaves the building, and Furman follows him out into the parking lot and repeats the same epithet. I think that showing of racial bias at the time we claim he was expressing similar views to a witness he denies meeting not only stands on its own as evidence of the bias he's now disclaiming, but also corroborates the likelihood that Ms. Bell, in the same period of time, would have heard these remarks.
Ms. Clark?
These allegations get more outrageous by the minute, and I'm stricken again by the preposterousness of the claims of the defense. Not only did these alleged incidents never occur, but the purpose for which they're being admitted could never have occurred, and Max Cordoba gave us a statement that says none of that. We've interviewed Max Cordoba long time ago. He never made such a statement. And he never alleged that Mark Furman ever made such a statement. And if the defense has a statement that indicates that he is going to so testify, we're entitled to see it, especially in view of the fact that we have interviewed Max Cordoba twice, and he has never indicated any such thing to anyone who's interviewed him. Now, I think that what we have here is a false offer of proof by the defense, an offer that they're going to use to slur Mark Furman again unfairly in the eyes of this jury, and never produce the witness to back up this statement. Because according to the statements he's given us, he never said anything like that.
I have an answer for that.
Mr. Cordoba was interviewed on television and indicated that he always got along with Mark Furman. He had an interview with Tony Pellicano in which he indicated he always got along with Mark Furman. Months and months later, an interview was conducted in the district attorney's office where he made reference to a joking comment exchanged about somebody said boy and Mark said boy. The N-word was never used by Mark Furman, according to Max Cordoba. And that was in all three statements he has given over the past 7 months. His first two statements indicate there was no problem. So that's where we start with Max Cordoba. And then belatedly, in February, I think, or January of this year, he vaguely recalls some statement where there was an exchange of the term boy by two people there. But the N-word was never used by Mark Furman, according to Max Cordoba. So if the defense has a statement indicating that he will so testify, we need to see it. And if they don't, the court should refuse to allow it, because this is definitely a false offer of proof without some statement to back it up that they're going to use to inflame the jury unfairly and never produce on.
Isn't this a footnote 14 issue? Where Max Cordoba is on the witness list as a prosecution witness. Mr. Douglas, I don't need the coaching here. Where Mr. Cordoba, or Sergeant Cordoba probably, is a people's witness, and this is an impeaching statement of a prosecution witness. So are they compelled to turn that over?
It's different, Your Honor, because that's talking about the impeachment of that witness himself. They're not talking about impeachment of Max Cordoba. They're talking about impeachment of a different witness. The footnote 11 or 14, whichever one that is, it refers to the impeachment of that witness that they had the statement on. So if they had a statement that impeached Max Cordoba, that would be a different issue. But that's not the reason. That's not the proffer. And that's not why they want that statement in. It's not to impeach Max Cordova. We have impeachment on Max Cordova. We have the prior inconsistent statements of Max Cordova. That's not the issue here. So, different situation. And if they do have that statement, we need to see it. But at the very least, I think that the court should refuse to allow that statement in until Max Cordova testifies. He can be questioned, of course, on whether he knows him, but that statement that they are now attributing to Mark Furman through Max Cordova should not be permitted at this time as unduly inflammatory, without probative value, and no basis in fact, because it is being admitted solely to inflame the jury. I don't believe it will ever be produced. Not at all. And so if the court allows the jury to hear that epithet as attributed to Mark Furman by the witness Max Cordova, that is something that is never going to be delivered on. And the court will have allowed the jury to be inflamed by something that will evaporate into thin air as soon as the words are going to be shouted through this courtroom by Mr. Bailey. And I think that that does not produce anything near a fair trial. And that is one statement that should not be allowed in. Let them call the witness. I want to hear him say this. The court's never going to hear it. So I think that the court should not permit cross-examination with respect to that specific allegation on that witness.
All right, so there are actually two issues here, whether or not it's appropriate fodder for cross-examination on the issue of racial bias, and secondly, a discovery issue, whether or not you're entitled to see this statement at some appropriate point in time.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bailey?
Ms. Clark, who so lightly casts aspersions on all the defense team for making up offers of proof and furnishing them to this court, has rather dirty hands in this matter. As you know from the proffer, Max Cordova wanted to tell Mr. Darden and Miss Lewis about this incident, and they shut him off. They said, we're only interested in what Miss Bell said. And that's what he will testify to. And, Your Honor, I have spoken with him on the phone personally, Marine to Marine. I haven't the slightest doubt that he'll march up to that witness stand and tell the world what Furman called him on no provocation whatsoever. As far as discovery is concerned, there is no written statement. There are no notes that I know of. When I heard about this, because he called us, wanting to make it known that these people had tried to suppress this information, I spoke to him personally. I don't ever take notes, and I didn't on that occasion.
All right. All right, Philip Coleman.
Phil Coleman, there are no secrets about, Your Honor, because we got a letter that Mr. Coleman drafted on his own. It was turned over to the prosecution a long time ago and promptly handed to the press by somebody. So it's been aired. But I think in view of what's in the letter, and the essence of it was that Mr. Coleman understood that Detective Furman was critical of the fact that white women were undressing in a business run by a black partner and a white woman partner, the black person being Mr. Coleman. He also understood that Mr. Furman had served in Vietnam and was applying to get back in the Marine Corps, and that he was very unhappy about Mr. Coleman's situation. Mr. Coleman himself had served in Vietnam and wanted to try to dispel any suggestion of impropriety that women were unclad in his store and that somehow was offensive. And so at one point, Sergeant Rohrer, I believe it was, it's in the report, was standing with Furman in the parking lot between the recruiting station and Coleman's store. And he said, "Hey, Vietnam, come over here," obviously to make an introduction. Mr. Coleman walked up, stuck out his hand like a man, and Mark Furman folded his arms and turned like that away from him. Certainly no clearer act of disdain for a black person who associated with a white woman could have been given, absent any verbalization. For that reason, we think that that incident is admissible because, once again, it is close in time to the Cordova and Bell and Terry incidents, wherein Detective Furman exhibited his racial bias of very extreme nature. And because these are proximate to one another, they tend to support one another. That is to say, If Detective Furman is going to say that Bell is a liar, he never met her. Terry is a liar, he never met her. If he did, he never spoke to her, and if he spoke to her, he never said those words. Joe Foss is a liar because Foss never introduced Bell to Furman. And Coleman is a liar because this incident never happened. And Cordoba is a liar because he never called him a nigger. Then I think the jury is entitled to find that the world is out of step with Johnny. And everybody lies but Detective Furman, if that's the story he wants to sell. Certainly they're entitled to hear of the incidents.
Ms. Clark.
You know, Your Honor, all we're getting here is a lot of very dramatic posturing, because when these witnesses take the witness stand, if they ever do, the court is going to see a very different story than what Mr. Bailey has laid out for the court today. You can rest assured, I want this film clip saved forever, because this is going to be very funny when the actual witnesses take the stand. Nevertheless, with respect to Mr. Coleman, all he has to offer is hearsay. He himself never heard Mark Furman say anything about interracial couples. He himself never heard Mark Furman say any racial epithet or slur. He himself was never privy to the conversation allegedly that took place between Kathleen Bell and Mark Furman. He witnessed nothing. He claims at some point in time that Mark Furman folded his arms when he was introduced. However, there's very little reliability to that statement. And it's no coincidence, by the way, that it all happened around the same time, because Kathleen Bell, Andrea Terry, Phil Coleman, and Max Cordoba all worked in the same area and knew each other. And so it's not a real surprise that they've all cooked up these stories. Not at all. And what you will see when they testify, trust me, Your Honor, is going to be very different from what's been offered today. At some point, this gets cumulative and it gets ridiculous. We have Andrea Terry's statement that isn't even probative, because it does not go to the issue that compelled the court to admit the Kathleen Bell statement. It is missing that probative value. Philip Coleman has nothing but hearsay and folded arms to offer, which is under 352 of no probative value whatsoever, and it's an ambiguous gesture at best, if ever believed, by the way, which it will not be when all is said and done. And with respect to the statement alleged by Max Cordoba, we have zero reliability to that. We have no statement, we have no notes, we have no tapes, we have nothing to establish that conversation Mr. Bailey refers to ever occurred. All we have are prior inconsistent statements, prior statements by this witness that are vastly different than anything that has been offered by counsel today. So we have a totally unreliable offer here that is cumulative to the issue, and that absolutely does not go to the interracial couple issue, the fabrication of evidence issue. I mean, we're talking about things that are way beyond the scope of what should be even dreamed about as being admissible as to this witness. We get to the point that all we're doing is slinging mud at someone in an issue, in an area where, yes, credibility is an issue, but we have to attack on issues that are relevant to credibility. Whether or not Max Cordoba heard him say the words attributed to him, that does not go to interracial couples, the fabrication of evidence, or the planting of evidence. The statement attributed to the detective by Andrea Terry does not go to the fabrication of evidence. And the refusal to shake the hand of Philip Coleman, another fantasy cooked up by the defense, which never transpired, that certainly does not go to interracial couples or the fabrication of evidence. The people respectfully submit to the court that what we have here is not a defense, it's a smear campaign. And this is not any of it relevant to the detective's credibility with respect to the actions he took on the day in question. Let's remember this is a double homicide case. This is not a case concerning the character of Mark Furman with respect to the issues of race. This is a case involving the homicide of 2 murder victims and a junior detective who found evidence based on the statement of a witness. That's what we have here, and it's very important that we all remember that. Whatever anyone may ultimately decide about Mark Furman's personal life or personal views of the world has nothing to do with whether or not he is credible as an officer and with the issues that relate to his honesty and veracity. And that is a much more narrow parameter than counsel would have this court believe. But the court knows better. I know the court does because the court has indicated what its rulings are based on, wisely so. We are talking about the character for truth and veracity. We are talking about whether there is a propensity to fabricate evidence with respect to interracial couples. That's what we're talking about here. And let's not forget that. Now, the rest of the impeachment that's been proffered by counsel has zero relevance, and the court will ultimately find if they are ever called and the court does decide to admit their testimony, which I submit would not be proper, no credibility whatsoever. We have a situation here that is designed solely to inflame the jury and distract them from the issues at hand, and that is far more prejudicial than probative. And all we are going to do here is engage in this smear campaign so that the jury will forget that we have 2 people murdered and an officer who found key evidence based on the testimony of a witness who will not be able to be impeached with respect to what he heard and saw on the night of June the 12th. So I submit to the court respectfully that this is the court's opportunity to keep this trial on track and prevent counsel from engaging in the smear campaign that will mislead, confuse, and inflame this jury.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Court, note, and may the world long remember that Ms. Clark characterized this evidence as funny.
All right, counsel, Ms. Clark, let me just ask you an informational question. You indicated the prosecution has interviewed Andrea Terry, correct?
I spoke to her last night.
All right. All right, with regards to Andrea Terry, I'm going to allow cross-examination as to that issue. It did involve interracial couples, and it did involve the manipulation of probable cause for the purposes of stopping, which is similar enough to the facts and situation of the allegations here. As to Max Cordoba, I'm going to allow cross-examination on that, however, only after the prosecution has had the opportunity to re-interview Mr. Cordoba as to this particular allegation, since there are no statements to be turned over. I don't think this is a footnote 14 issue, as Ms. Clark points out to the court. This goes to the impeachment of another witness, not to Max Cordoba himself. So I find that that is discoverable and that the prosecution should have the opportunity to interview Mr. Cordoba regarding that second statement. Mr. Furman, as a result, will not be released as a witness, but will be kept on call and subject to recall. As to the Alwyn Martin matter, the report, since the prosecution has just received the report regarding her statement, that that particular issue will not be allowed for cross-examination until the prosecution has had the opportunity to review that report and conduct any additional investigation. As I indicated, Detective Furman will likely be recalled if that is accomplished. As to Mr. Coleman, the court will deny cross-examination on that issue. The refusal to shake hands with an individual can be explained by any number of reasons, and that would be highly speculative. Court finds that not to be relevant under Evidence Code Section 350, and also an undue consumption of the court's time under 352. All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, the statement just given to us, generated on January 23rd, is stated to be a draft and incomplete. There are many aspects of this statement that are ambiguous, and clearly this is not their final report. There's more to this that we have not received, and we are talking. I'm talking now about the alleged statement by Alwyn Martin.
Mr. McKenna's here. Let's put him on the stand. Ms. Clark is usually talking to her hat. There is no further report and won't be until Furman denies it. Then we'll be back talking to her again. But Mr. McKenna is glad to testify that there is nothing further. He's sitting right here.
Well, I'm reading their own report, Your Honor. It says incomplete, it says draft. What does that mean? I mean, isn't that clear? When we write draft, we write incomplete, we write first version, same thing. It means there's a second version. It means there's more.
No, it doesn't.
Or at least there are additional notes. Yeah, let's put Mr. McKenna on the witness stand. I want him under oath. That sounds good.
Nope, we're not going to do that. Ms. Clark, at least not at this point. The thing is, I've given you the opportunity to review the statement. I will not allow cross-examination as to Ms. Martin's statements unless and until you've had the opportunity to review this. I'll give you the opportunity to talk to Mr. McKenna to see if there are any other notes. And my recollection is that this is listed in the Discovery Index and with regards to the availability of notes and other things, so we can take that up later. We've kept the jury waiting for a considerable period of time. My preference would be to, since I'm precluding cross-examination on that issue anyway at this point, why don't we proceed with what we have with Detective Furman? You can consult with Mr. McKenna. If there's a need to explore it further, we can do that.
May I
Does that make sense?
one further issue? It
Sure.
would appear that Mr. Bailey has a number of books next to his computer. I'm assuming he intends to use them for cross-examination. If he does, I'm assuming he won't use every page from the book. I would appreciate being given those passages he does intend to use with the witness well in advance so that I can read them and be ready for the cross-examination on that matter, rather than having to read at the last minute and excuse the jury as occurred before during Mr. Cochran's cross-examination.
What books are we speaking of?
Physical evidence in criminal investigation, physical evidence, and Connecticut State Police, physical evidence and forensic science.
All right, I don't recall Detective Furman saying that he referred to any of these materials, so I don't know that it's ripe for cross-examination. Mr. Bailey, do you want to address that issue?
Mrs. Clark always leaps before judging the size of the chasm. These books are way over Furman's head. They're not intended to be used on him. Therefore, my edification should the reason arise. I like to ask questions of witnesses, even though they may not be experts, that are properly grounded in scientific fact. And these are reference materials. For that purpose, I'll be glad to loan them to the prosecution if they've come to admire the books, but they don't have any need to have them now. I would, of course, like to have the script that she's been using with Detective Furman, and haven't been offered that.
I think I've probably read books of far more advanced technology than what are here. These are very basic primers, and so I'd like to know if Mr. Bailey intends to use them with Detective Furman. Is it his statement that he will not?
The indication I just heard was, I think, no.
Dr. Henry Lee will be glad to know about the insult. He wrote all three of them.
It's not insulting when he writes a basic primer.
All right, I take that as that answer is no. All right, let's proceed. All right, Deputy Russell, let's have Detective Furman, please. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Madam Reporter, can you go till noon? All right. Apologies to you for the delay in getting started. We had a number of issues that we had to take up at the beginning of the court day, and we're just getting around now to the presentation of evidence. I'm sure you understand the problems and difficulties that we often have. All right, present in the courtroom is Detective Mark Furman. Detective Furman, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, the record should reflect that Detective Furman is present on cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good morning again, Detective.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Detective Furman, you're reminded you are still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may resume with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, I'd like to review with you the steps you have taken to prepare yourself for your testimony in this case. When was the first time following the preliminary hearing that you met with one of the prosecutors, those at the table and those not at the table, that you know to be connected with this case, to discuss the case and/or your testimony?
Are you saying post-prelim, sir?
Post-preliminary hearing.
Probably within the last month and a half.
Do I understand that there has been no contact between you and any of the prosecutors in this case up until 1995?
We haven't talked about this testimony, no.
About this case, Detective Furman, you are very much a part of this case, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And you caused that by finding an important piece of evidence, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You knew full well that once you came up with a piece of evidence of that sort, it wasn't anybody could get you out of this case because you're an absolutely essential witness, right? Did you know that?
What's the objection? Withdrawn? All right, thank you. The objection was withdrawn.
Okay.
Sir, the way you phrased that, get me out of this case, I wasn't trying to get out of this case.
No, but somebody was trying to get you out. You told us that in some detail yesterday. You were out, you thought.
Oh, you mean the responsibility of the case?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You thought you were off the case as a detective. When you stood for an hour at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy, you thought you were through, didn't you?
I'm still a detective, sir, but as far as being the lead investigator, yes, that's correct.
You thought you were off the case. Isn't that what you told us yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. But when you turned out to find this glove over at Rockingham, you knew that you would be on the case as long as it lasted, didn't you?
No.
You didn't know that the glove could not be put in evidence in a criminal case without the person who found it saying under oath where he found it?
Objection. 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 As soon as facts not in evidence, calls for an incorrect legal conclusion, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you believe that you would be an essential witness if you were the first to find an important piece of evidence?
Well, I couldn't make that determination at that time, sir. I didn't even know what the implication of the glove was.
Well, you told us the minute you saw it, you thought it looked like the one on Bundy, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I thought it looked
Well,
like.
you're a trained detective.
Excuse me, counsel. From yesterday, both of you, Detective Furman, let him finish answering the question before you start the answer. Mr. Bailey, let him finish the answer.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're driving the court reporter nuts.
Well, that we certainly don't want to do. Detective Furman, had you finished the answer you were giving?
I'm not sure. If you'd repeat the question, I'll give you another answer.
Did you tell us yesterday that when you spotted this glove, as you claim, that you recognized it as one that looked similar to the one on Bundy?
Yes.
And that you knew that the one on Bundy, I believe you said, was a left-handed glove, or believed it to be, did you not?
No.
Did not. You noticed that this appeared to be a right-handed glove.
Yes.
And the reason that you had 3 detectives in 3 separate trips trample back along that path was because you wanted to point out to them the fact that this glove looked like a match for the one they had seen over at the crime scene on Bundy. Isn't that true?
Not entirely. I just wanted to show them the evidence that I thought I found.
Didn't you say to them, in my view, this looks similar, or words to that effect?
I believe I said that to Detective Phillips, but I don't believe I went into that detail with the other 2 detectives, no.
Did you say anything when you took Mr. Van Adder back there? Anything at all?
I'm not sure exactly what I would have said. I believe Detective Phillips talked to Van Adder and Lang. They joined me, and I took them back the path.
I didn't ask you that, sir. What I asked you was whether or not, during the trip you have described, trip number 2, actually number 3 if you count your own, with Detective Philip Van Adder, the boss in this case, did you share with him your observations about the glove, or did you just remain silent?
I could have shared those observations, yes. I don't recall specifically.
You recall Phillips, but you don't recall Detective Van Adder, is that right?
Initially, I just remembered talking to Phillips.
All right, now let's go to Detective Lang. You thought it was important enough to bring the 3rd member of the 4-man team back to look, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Lang your thoughts about the relevance of that glove to your investigation?
I don't believe I talked about relevance.
Well, without using the word relevance, just police talk. Did you say this looks important, Tom?
No.
No. What did you say?
I said it looks like it could be similar to the one on Bundy.
Okay. Now, you have told us a number of times that one of the things you noticed about the glove was that it was moist and sticky.
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And did you point that out to Detective Phillips, that not only did it look like the glove from Bundy, but that it appeared to have a substance on it making it sticky, which could well have been blood?
I'm not sure if I did or I didn't.
But it had been through your mind, hadn't it?
Yes.
And the sticky part, I take it you observed when you took that little tiny flashlight of yours and shined it on the glove and saw something of a shiny nature, as opposed to a caked or dry surface.
It appeared that it had somewhat of a gleam or a glisten to it.
Okay. Now, my question is, did you bring that to the attention of Detective Phillips?
I could have.
Did you bring it to the attention of Detective Lang?
I could have.
Did you bring it to the attention of Detective Van Adder?
I could have.
You don't have a memory of any of those conversations as we sit.
I don't have a memory of a specific comment that I made to any of those detectives when we were standing by the glove.
Were you more interested in showing each detective individually the glove, or more interested in trampling up the pathway?
Well, obviously I was interested in showing each detective separately and get a separate point of view of what they were viewing as I did.
Is it your practice, when something is discovered, to prohibit detectives, except one at a time, to view your discovery? Is that the way you usually operate?
As a crime scene, you'd want to bring in as few people as possible into an area.
As few people as possible. 18 sets of feet is a few people.
Well, if we did it all at the same time, it would have been even worse.
It would?
Yes.
Wouldn't you think the first 4 trips would be enough to blot out any footprints of the perpetrator, if any there were?
I didn't see any evidence of any footprints.
Well, you wouldn't see footprints in leaves, would you, Detective? You know that takes an expert, don't you?
I don't believe you.
Sustained.
Do you have some training about what criminalists do?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell us yesterday you had taken a course wherein footprints of various kinds were discussed?
There was not a specific course, but yes, it was mentioned.
No, I said you took a course wherein footprints were discussed. Is that true?
Not just footprints, sir. That was part of a
I didn't say just footprints.
Excuse me. Let him finish.
Oh, okay.
it was part of a course or a school.
I understand that. It was a course wherein footprints were discussed, was it not?
Yes.
All right. Did you learn about latent footprints in that course?
It could have been mentioned.
Okay. And what is a latent footprint? Would you explain to the court and jury your understanding?
It's a print that is not visible to the naked eye.
How can it be viewed by an expert, if you were taught, so that it becomes perceivable?
I'm sure there's some type of a chemical process, oblique lighting, quite possibly maybe some type of infrared or, as I said, chemical process, but I'm not an expert in that area.
Now, when you first saw what you claim was a brown object laying on the ground as you approached it, and you noticed that it was a glove, perhaps a match, or the one you had seen at Bundy, did you stop and think about what you should next do?
Yes.
Did you then examine, by the way, the shrubbery over the chain link fence where someone could conceivably have climbed over?
I didn't focus my attention to the shrubbery at that time, no.
Did you inspect it to see whether it was damaged in any way consistent with intrusion?
That whole area was overgrown and dirty. That would be extremely difficult to make that conclusion.
Did you look for broken twigs or leaves that were damaged in the shrubbery above the chain link fence at the situs where the glove was seen?
I did not look, but I did not see any of that.
So you didn't have at that point any interest in whether or not someone had dropped the glove coming over the fence?
My interest at that point was who left the glove and what condition they were in.
All right, let's analyze that. You said what condition they were in. What do you mean by that?
Well, there appeared to be something on the glove that could be blood.
That's right. Which could well have gotten there if a killer had worn it while slaughtering Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman, correct?
Possibly.
What did you think of that, Detective Furman?
I thought of a lot of things at that time.
Did you think of that?
That along with others.
All right. Well, let's take them one at a time. You considered that this glove could have been used in those slayings. And that was its significance, correct?
It could have, yes.
Did you decide to inquire further as a detective to try to resolve the issue as to what it was and how it got there?
At that point, I was just looking for a person that left it.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the person that left it. I'm sure that as you stood there looking at an instrumentality of a brutal murder whose scene you had just visited a short time before, you began to think about the nature of the person that might have had control and custody of that glove, correct?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Well, did you think a victim, some victim you hadn't discovered, might have taken a glove from the scene of the crime and deposited it on O.J. Simpson's property?
Sir, I had no knowledge of anything at that point.
Did you think that?
No.
Okay. Did you think that possibly someone who had been involved as a killer might have deposited that glove wittingly or unwittingly on Mr. Simpson's property?
I did not think of any of these things at that time.
You didn't think of any of these things?
No.
All right. Did you think that possibly whoever put that glove there, if it was put there, was somebody dangerous?
Possibly.
What training do you have about what to do when you sense danger? What's your first obligation?
I don't think I understand that.
You don't?
No.
The safety of the officer, I believe you said yesterday, is a paramount consideration in police work.
If you phrase it like that, my own safety, correct?
Yeah. Now, what thoughts were you having about your safety when you were looking at what you thought might have been dropped by a killer?
At that time, I was thinking that who was watching me at this time?
Aha. Did you have any concern at all that you might be attacked?
Possibly.
You're a police officer standing there with his weapon sticking out for all to see, weren't you?
Yes.
On your hip.
Yes.
That would represent, in your view, some kind of threat to somebody with blood on his hands, wouldn't it?
Yes.
You had no reason to think that whoever was responsible for that glove was wounded, did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any blood leading to or from the glove in any direction, Detective Furman?
No.
Well, if they were wounded, did you think they'd been to a doctor and got fixed up?
I couldn't speculate on that, sir.
Well, why did you think they were wounded? You tell me.
Someone leaving the scene at Bundy was bleeding from the left side of their body.
You're sure of that?
I'm not sure, but at that time, that was a conclusion that we had made.
A conclusion you had made. Did you ever study anything about blood, Detective Furman? Blood and blood spatter, was that part of your course before you became a detective?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And did you learn something about reading blood spots to determine their origin?
Their origin, sir?
Yes.
In other words, how they
got there?
how they got there. In a general sense, yes.
All right. And the first thing you learned is that a spot which is round has been dropped from some object or person that is not in motion. Did you not?
That would be correct.
And when a spot is dropped by someone who is bleeding and moving, it leaves a different shape on a hard surface such as the concrete of that walkway, correct?
Yes.
And the spots that you saw, and the ones that were photographed for this case, were round, weren't they?
They appeared to be round, yes.
Yes. And so if this was associated with the killer, what you were reconstructing and detecting in your own mind was someone leaving the scene of a very bloody double assassination and periodically stopping and dripping as he went. Is that what you thought?
No.
Well, you knew that they weren't dropped by anyone who was running just from the shape, didn't you?
I'm not an expert in that field, so I didn't know exactly what transpired on that walkway.
Just had enough training, you told us.
I didn't say I
to
had enough.
recognize. I'm sorry. I hadn't finished the question.
Wait.
May I finish the question?
Absolutely, sir.
I believe you said you had enough training to recognize that a round spot was not made by something in motion. Didn't you say that?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No. I
What
said
did
a
you
round
mean?
spot was consistent with someone that is not in motion, but I never viewed those drops to any more than extent that to say that they were round. I never went back and inspected
I
them.
understand you're a detective in this case, and the first one on the scene to do any real detecting, weren't you?
Yes.
And these were pointed out to you by a patrolman named Rick, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, did he take his rather powerful flashlight and stop at each drop and illuminate it so that you could view it?
We did not pause at every drop, no.
What did you do, just run by and catch them on the fly?
No,
How did you view them?
He's explaining the scene. He's walking us through the scene. We did not stop and inspect every piece of evidence for a long period of time at that time.
Well, let's back up then. Do you now wish to say that you don't know, as of that evening, didn't know whether they were round or otherwise?
I'm not saying that, sir. I'm saying they appeared round, but I'm not an expert to determine how or at what height or at what speed the person's moving. I can't testify to that.
I thought you said you learned in school that round is inconsistent with motion, period. Is that what you meant to say?
No, it isn't what I meant to say.
Okay. Do you know, or were you ever shown what a blood drop looks like if it has been dropped on a hard surface by someone moving?
Yes.
And do you know that the faster the person is moving, the more elongated the shape of the drop as it comes to rest?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, did you have any way to know how long those drops had been on that walkway? That is, any aging on that blood?
No.
No. Okay. Now, coming back, if we will, if we may, to Monday. Was it not really your idea to scale the wall and go into Mr. Simpson's house, premises?
Detective Van Etter made a statement that we should go in, and how are we going to do it? And I said, well, I'll go over the wall.
Detective Furman, in fact, isn't it true that you went to Detective Van Etter and urged upon him that this was an emergency situation, that action had to be taken immediately, there might be victims bleeding to death inside the premises, and you felt something had to be done right now? Isn't that what happened?
No, that was a conversation between Van Etter and myself, and both of us experienced the same concerns.
Did you say to him, in my view, this is an emergency and we need to act now?
Yes.
Did you not say that to him before he made any such statement to you?
He was making similar statements to me at the same time in this conversation.
And did you volunteer to be the one that hurdled the wall?
Yes.
Did you realize when you hurdled that wall that there might someday be a legal challenge to the propriety of your actions?
No.
Did you realize when you hurdled the wall that you were inexorably a part of this case for as long as it might last?
I don't think I was thinking any of those things, sir.
Didn't occur to you?
No.
Okay. Had you run any numbers of cars out on the street other than the Bronco, or had they been run by someone to your knowledge?
I might have run the vehicle that was just east of the Ashford Gate. It might have been a foreign car. Might have been a 280 or a Celica. I'm not sure which it was.
Okay. A Japanese car of some kind?
I think so.
What do you remember about it?
I think it was dark colored and quite cluttered in the interior. And I somewhat remember, I think it was registered somewhere in West Hollywood or Hollywood.
Okay. And when you ran it through the computer, did it disgorge a name as the registered owner?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember hearing the name Brian Kalin before you ever went over the wall?
No, I don't recall that, no.
Okay. When you went over the wall and let the other officers in, you proceeded ultimately to Cato Kalin's room, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any of the other detectives inquire of Mr. Kalin if he had seen Mr. Simpson that evening?
I'm not sure if it was a conversation to that effect, more like, do you know if Mr. Simpson's in the house or the main house?
Okay. But you did not hear any question about the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson, as Mr. Kalin might be able to attest to it during the relevant period?
No.
All right. When the others went to Arnell's room, at Cato's suggestion, I take it, you stayed behind.
Yes.
Had anybody directed you to stay and question Kalin?
No.
This is something you decided to do on your own, is it not?
Yes.
Did you go to the lead detective or any of them, since they were all your superior, and ask permission to interrogate Cato Kalin?
No.
Did you ask permission of any of them to test him for sobriety or drug use?
No.
Did you ask permission of any of them to search his premises?
No, sir.
Now, when you began to talk to Kalin, you said you didn't know who he was.
No.
Do you represent that you didn't understand that it was his car parked outside the Ashford gate?
No, I did not know that.
Did you ever question him about whether or not he had an automobile nearby?
I did not know.
Did you view him as a suspect?
He didn't appear to be so much a suspect, but then again, I didn't really know what his function was at the house.
Did you ask him what clothes he'd worn that night?
Yes.
Did he show you?
Yes.
Did you inspect them looking for signs that might in some way tie him to the homicides?
I looked at his clothes and his shoes, yes.
Okay. You turned his shoes over to look at the soles to see if there was any blood on or in between the ridges of the soles, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose in doing that, Detective Fern?
To see if there's any blood on the soles.
Okay. Now, in interrogating Kalin, were you watching him carefully to see if he did anything unusual or made any little slips in his talks with you that might capture your interest?
Well, Mr. Kalin's Mr. Kalin, and I didn't know that then, but he's rather different when he talks.
I'm sure that's interesting. Would you try to answer now the question I put to you?
I was trying to, the specific question, sir, once again?
The specific question was, while you questioned Mr. Kalin or spoke to him, were you observing him for the purpose of picking up any of the little signals that interrogators look for? Nervousness, contradiction, slips of the tongue, that sort of thing.
Not consciously, no.
By the way, had you felt the hood of the Kalin automobile, what turns out to be the Kalin automobile, as you did the Bronco?
I don't believe so.
You weren't concerned about the recent history of that vehicle, I take it?
Well, I didn't find anything on that vehicle or anything around that vehicle that was really very suspicious.
And you weren't concerned whether it had been recently driven, even though it was parked very close to Mr. Simpson's premises, that's all?
No.
Okay. All right, now, in questioning Mr. Kalin, there was, in your mind, a very urgent matter to which you needed an answer, was there not?
Which
Something
question was
you
that?
really wanted to know when you went into his room. Isn't that true?
No.
Well, one of the most important questions a detective can ask a witness or potential witness is, did you notice something unusual? Correct?
I don't think that's the most important. It's pretty
I said-
general statement, sir.
I said one of the most important questions a detective can ask of a potential witness is having noticed anything extraordinary or unusual. Isn't that so?
Extraordinary, I would agree with.
Okay. Now, and you put that question to Mr. Kalin, didn't you?
Yes.
But there was another issue so important that you had to cut him off and put another question before he could respond. True?
I don't believe that's the situation.
Well, do you normally ask somebody a question and then before they have a fair chance to answer you, cut them off with another one?
Mr. Kalin wasn't exactly quickly responding to certain questions, and that's to the best of my recollection, while I probably came up with another question.
I now understand that the reason that Cato got question 2 before he answered question 1 was that he was slow on the draw. Is that right?
Yes.
When did you first tell somebody that, Detective Furman?
I was never asked that.
You never were?
No, sir.
Well, you volunteered that you cut Cato off in prior testimony, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't say anything about him being slow to respond then, did you?
No.
Is that something you recently remembered?
No.
No. Is it something you simply left out?
No, it's something I wasn't asked.
Was there any other reason to interject question 2 about the Bronco.
It was a question that we wanted answered. I think it was important to know if Mr. Simpson was home.
Well, it was important to you, wasn't it?
It's important to all of us.
Had you been directed by anybody to make that inquiry of Cato Kalin?
No.
So I take it now, at this point, having been to the Bronco and hurdled the wall, and you're interrogating Kalin, you viewed yourself as a detective very much in the case.
Oh, I'm always a detective, yes.
In the Simpson case. Is that your perception of yourself?
Yes, I was asked to assist those detectives, yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Kalin told you that that car normally was driven by Mr. Simpson, correct?
Yes, I believe he said it was O.J.'s vehicle.
And you asked whether he had driven it that night.
I believe I did, yes.
And Mr. Kalin responded he thought so, but he wasn't sure. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you got back to the question about unusual occurrences. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the word you used in speaking with Cato was unusual, wasn't it?
Yes.
And now that he finally did get a chance to answer, what did he say?
He said at about 10:45, he heard a crashing on his wall, and he thought there was going to be an earthquake. His picture shook. And then he continued to say that he went out to investigate it, and he saw a limo at the gate.
Well, he never suggested to you that he went back along the wall, between the wall and the fence, to the area of the noise, did he?
No, sir.
Did he tell you he started to do that before Mr. Simpson left for the airport, but because the dog wouldn't go with him, he was afraid and canceled the investigation? Did he mention that to you?
No.
You didn't know that at the time?
Didn't know at any time.
Okay. You didn't know that was his testimony in the preliminary hearing?
No, sir.
All right. Did you discuss with Cato whether or not he'd ever heard sounds like that before?
No.
Did you discuss with him possible causes of such a sound?
No.
Did you ask him to relate it to any other experience so that you might better understand what could or could not have caused that disturbance?
No, sir.
Did you, then and there, Detective Furman, decide on your own to go out and investigate the source of that sound?
I decided to go out and try to orient myself with the property and see where that sound could have come from, yes.
And did you decide that you would go to the probable source as described by Mr. Kalin by relating it to an air conditioner which plainly stuck through the wall?
I think when I went to the south border and I saw the path, I walked down the path as a continuation of discovering where that sound or that wall was located.
But we're still back in Cato's room. I'm asking whether or not, before you ever left that room, you made a decision that you would go investigate the source of the sound.
I believe when I walked him into the house, and I walked through the house, when I told Phil, why don't you talk to this guy at the bar, I think I had decided to go out and try to figure out where that sound came from on the opposite side of the wall, yes.
Am I to understand that this is a decision made while walking?
Yes.
Okay. When you left the room, you hadn't made the decision?
I don't know exactly when it happened, but I would, to the best of my recollection, be when I was walking into the house, yes.
By the time you got to the house, you had made the decision, correct?
I didn't really, I can't really recollect exactly at what step I did, but I was walking him in, asking him to sit down. And as I walked out to try to figure out where that sound would have come from on the other side of the wall. So during that period between Kalen's room and the front door of the residence, or telling Van Adder if he would talk to the man at the bar, between that period I did.
Detective Furman, is it not true that as you decided to walk out to the source of the noise, you decided to go alone?
I was already alone, sir.
No, you were with Kalen, who could have taken you out there, I suppose. Could he not?
I'm sure he could have.
You were with Detective Van Adder, the lead, with whom you never discussed your plans, correct?
No, I wasn't with him. I yelled to him. He was in the kitchen.
You were in the same building with him, were you not?
Yes.
You are the gentleman that had to stand at Dorothy and Bundy for an hour for a lack of instruction. Are you not?
Yes.
And you decided without confiding in anyone to go alone behind that building, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that Mr. Kalin might be able to assist you in pointing out the exact source of the noise as he reconstructed it? Do you think of that?
No.
Never thought of that.
No.
Did it occur to you that there might be danger lurking out there in the darkness in the vicinity of the south wall?
At that time?
Yes.
No.
That thought never crossed your mind?
It wasn't present. It wasn't foremost in my mind, no.
Had it up to that point crossed your mind that there might be what you call a suspect in the vicinity, Detective Furman?
There was a possibility, but it seemed very remote.
How did you discard that possibility at the time you decided to make this solo investigation?
I didn't discard it. It just wasn't foremost in my mind.
You're telling me as a police officer that having once been apprehensive about possible physical harm to yourself, you were able to turn that aside. Is that correct?
Now, I don't understand about the physical harm, sir.
What caused your concern to dissipate, if anything, Detective Furman, about your safety?
I still don't understand, sir.
You don't understand that question?
No. At what point?
Do you understand that at some point prior to climbing the wall, you expressed the notion that there might be suspects around? Do you know that?
Yes.
All right. Suspects in the premises means, in this case, someone who might be connected with a double murder, doesn't it?
Yes.
That person should always be considered by any intelligent officer to be potentially armed and dangerous. Is that not so?
Yes.
Did you give consideration to the possible existence out there in the Simpson shadows of someone who was armed and dangerous?
At that point, it was somewhat remote since we had already entered the house.
Now, having entered the house, shielded you from any danger by the south wall, is that what you're telling us?
No, of course not.
Okay. You understood something unusual had taken place out there, correct?
No, that was Cato's description, something unusual. That was what he described.
Well, you thought it was important enough to go right out there, didn't you?
I thought it should be investigated.
All right. Do you normally order Phil Van Adder around?
No.
Did you in this case?
No.
Did you instruct Cato Kalin to sit on a bar stool?
Yes.
Why did you instruct him to do that in a house where you were the guest and he was a resident?
I wanted him to sit there.
Sustained.
Had you learned by that time that he lived in that bungalow?
Yes, I concluded that.
All right. Well, why would you instruct him to sit on a bar stool?
So I wanted him to sit there.
Why did you want him to sit there, Detective Furman?
So Detective Van Adder or another detective could talk to him.
That would take care of two of them, wouldn't it?
To a who?
If you instruct Van Adder to go and talk to Kalin, that ties up two of the four people that were with you in the house, or the five, doesn't it? Having a conversation. Oh. Do you understand my question?
No.
All right. Would you agree with me, Detective Furman, that everybody's got to be someplace,
I agree.
and that one person can't be in two places?
Agreed.
So that if you cause two people to join together in a conversation at a specific place, it is unlikely that they will be at any other place until the conversation is over.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Did you use words of instruction to Phil Van Adder, telling him, without suggesting any subject matter, go talk to Kalin?
Not in that manner, but yes, I did.
All right. You had already formulated a plan that you were going to look out behind the building in the darkness for something, correct?
No.
You had not?
I didn't even know if that was accessible from the front of the residence.
Didn't you tell us that as you walked from the bungalow to the house, you had made a decision that you would go look at the source of the noise?
I wasn't even,
I'm sorry, did you say that?
yes,
Okay. Well, then at the time you said, Phil, go talk to Mr. Kalin, you were on your way, weren't you?
yes,
You didn't hesitate at all. Once that utterance was out of your mouth, you kept right on moving.
yes,
You saw Phillips on the telephone,
yes, I believe so.
and did you see Detective Lang?
I don't recall if I saw.
Was he in the proximity of Arnell Simpson, apparently engaged in conversation of some sort?
He could have been.
All right. That's 5 people in the house, correct? After
Yes.
you leave, all engaged in doing something, right?
Yes.
Now, take us back, if you will, to your initial training about the buddy system, both military and police. Did you not say that it is axiomatic that you don't go in alone if danger could possibly be present?
Well, considering certain situations, that would be desirable, yes.
Let's look at this situation. You were investigating what you have called, in your own testimony, an extremely significant homicide, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Probably the most serious that you had encountered among the 11 on which you had worked. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had seen evidence that somebody, either psychotic or psychopathic, had brutalized 2 human bodies with something, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that that someone could be unpredictable and deadly if you were to encounter them, correct?
I don't think we knew anything about the killer at that time, but I'd say that they would be dangerous considering the scene.
Wouldn't you draw an inference that somebody capable of that kind of murder might not hesitate to take you down?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you leave the building, you left 3 guns behind, didn't you?
3 detectives, yes.
3 detectives, each of whom was carrying the same sidearm that you're wearing today, correct?
Yes.
That's a Glock automatic pistol, is it?
No.
What is it?
I believe all 3 of those detectives, one was carrying a 2-inch .38 Model 36, one was carrying a Smith & Wesson stainless steel, and Detective Van Etter, I don't recall what he was carrying. I was carrying a Beretta.
Automatic weapon.
Yes.
Each capable of firing several shots in quick succession.
Yes.
Now, had you thought about asking one of them with you, maybe someone who had a grown-up flashlight?
No.
You never considered that for a moment?
No.
All right. Now, I ask you once again, was it not your purpose to be in the area along the south wall alone?
No, it wasn't.
It just worked out that way, is that it?
I didn't even know the south wall was accessible.
No, it just worked out that you left the house and made your investigation for 15 minutes or more alone.
That's how it worked out.
That's how it worked out. Okay. You now walk back the pathway toward what you think will be the wall with the air conditioner. Am I correct?
Yes.
At that point, you're solely expecting to inquire into possible sources of something that thumped the wall and made a picture shape.
There was a possibility, yes.
Right. Did you proceed slowly and with some caution into this area?
Yes.
How far ahead of you would this little teeny flashlight illuminate the way?
5-6 feet.
Okay. But it was bright enough to alert anyone in that darkness that somebody was coming carrying a light, wasn't it?
Yes, it would.
You could see it from quite a distance if it were pointed at you.
Yes.
So you proceed along the walkway, pausing to look at the structure, what you call indentations.
Yes.
And you come upon the what?
Eventually, yes.
Now, you have told us that you had learned in school that footprints not visible to you might be raised by a criminalist, true?
It's possible, yes.
When you saw the glove, did it occur to you that there could be, in that area, either where you had just gone or in the other direction, some footprints that could help identify the person who may have dropped it there?
We have,
Well, I'd like to pursue it. That was
Briefly.
foundational. Yeah.
briefly.
Did it occur to you?
That wasn't on my mind at that time, no.
Did it occur to you that if you walk back and forth, you might damage any existing footprint evidence in the leaves, any latent evidence?
Sustained. We've been through this. This is the third time we've been on it.
I asked you yesterday whether or not you could have, had you chosen to do so, taken the detectives alongside the chain link fence on the other side and shown them the glove by shining your light through it. Could you have done that?
I don't think we could have.
Overruled.
I don't think we could.
Go ahead and answer the question. Sorry.
I don't think any of the detectives, including myself, could see it that well from that location.
Did you make any effort to do that before walking over the footpath?
No.
Did you ever go down the chain link fence on its south side?
On the south side of that residence, yes.
No, of the fence, so that you could look back through it to the Simpson property?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
When did you do that? This is off the Simpson property I'm talking about now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did walk down to the little garage that's the home down on to be occupied by Miss Lopez?
Yes.
And how far down did you go?
I went down along the chain link fence, along the whole south border of the Simpson residence and that residence to their north border, which would be the same property line. I walked into the backyard. I didn't see anything or any exposed areas, and I walked back towards the cyclone fence by the building.
When was this?
After I returned from Bundy?
Okay, this is in daylight.
Yes.
But did you ever do that prior to running the detectives down the path to look at the glove?
No.
Did you notice that when you saw the glove, there was an object equidistant from the fence on the other side of the fence that was very plainly visible through it?
Yes.
Okay. So that presumably, if you had chosen to do so, you could have had the detectives look through the fence and had the same vantage point with respect to the glove, couldn't you?
No.
You could not?
No.
What's the difference?
Well, it was very overgrown. It was very dirty. The leaves were very thick in the flower bed area on the other side of the fence. It was very hard to even get in there. I personally tried to get into that area, and it was very difficult, very dirty.
Could you do it?
Not by choice.
You mean it was inconvenient?
No, it was unnecessary.
All right. In any event, you are looking at the glove and associating it with the killer and no one else, correct?
I didn't know that, but I think I was leaning towards that, yes.
Well, you certainly didn't think a victim had traipsed over there and dropped that glove there, did you?
I don't know, sir.
Did you ever, for 1 minute, Detective Furman, while looking at that glove, think, gee, some victim may have dropped this here?
I didn't know anything that the evidence...
I asked you whether or not you thought, for even an instant, that that might be the product of a victim's travels.
I can't say 100% that it would be a suspect, so there's a small percentage that I said it's a possibility.
Well, what's the ratio, 99 to 1?
I'd probably lean 75-25 with a suspect.
All right. Now, you then proceeded down a darkened area which you now say had cobwebs at least at the upper section.
Yes.
When you originally described this venture, you didn't say anything about the cobwebs being only at the upper part of the wall, did you?
I think that's the only place I felt them, so I wouldn't have gone into anything lower.
That wasn't my question. My question was, when you earlier described this in July, you didn't mention anything about the location of the cobwebs other than being east of the point where the glove was, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
All right. Now, would you review with us, please, what you did for the 15 minutes, now 7 after 11, for the 15 minutes that you stayed out there alone after your discovery and before you sought to bring it to the attention of anyone?
Yes.
All right? I'm sure a lot happened in 15 minutes, and I would like you to describe every detail if you can.
I walked slowly down the pathway going east to that potting or that large plant area that's probably 25 foot square.
How long did that take?
That was probably several minutes back there because it's very overgrown. I tried to see where the east property, if there was a fence was very overgrown. I'm not sure if it was bushes or ivy. I looked in that area, looked for any evidence of anything that had been dropped or any blood evidence.
Where did you look?
On the ground, on the walls, the plants. I returned back westbound on the path.
Wait just a minute. How much of your 15 minutes was spent back in the small yard that you viewed as a situs for potting plants?
Several minutes, probably more than 5.
Since several, like moments, is no real definitive meaning, could you please use minutes or seconds and minutes to describe each step that you took? How many minutes were you present on the far side or east side of the alleyway between the fence and the building?
Talking about the pathway, sir?
No. You have walked how many feet from the glove to the end of the building?
$75.
Well, if a normal walking rate is 350 feet a minute, what would you think your rate was at that time, that it took you several minutes to go 75 feet?
I didn't testify to that, sir.
I think you just said it took several minutes to get to the end of the building a few moments ago, did you not?
No, I did not.
All right. Tell me now, how long did it take?
Well, I just walked to the end of the building, and I spent several minutes back in that area.
Okay.
At the end of the bungalows.
Once again, would you try to help us and avoid the use of the word several, which can mean different things to different people? How many minutes was it from the departure till the time you left the small yard at the back of the building?
5 minutes?
You spent 5 minutes there looking around with your flashlight,
Approximately.
looked on the wall, the ground, looked for blood, and what else?
Anything that looked out of place or something that didn't belong.
Well, if the glove was dropped by a killer, why were you back on the wall looking for blood?
Well, first I was looking for somebody that might have collapsed or left the glove, but I didn't see anything obvious in that area.
Okay. 5 minutes is about what it took to investigate that little yard?
Approximately.
Okay, what did you next do?
Walked back westbound on the path.
To where?
To the air conditioner. I looked around that area.
How long did you spend looking around the area of the air conditioner?
I would say a couple minutes, but if I had to bring it down to minutes, 2-3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes. Tell us what you did during that period to inspect the air conditioner and its surroundings. What did you look at?
I looked at the air conditioner to see if there's anything disturbed, any blood, anything left there. I shined my light on the blue paper object on the other side of the fence. I looked in that area, I stepped past that area, and then went around where the indentation was farther west.
Mm-hmm. And how long did you spend there?
Probably more time than I did back in the area where...
In minutes, Detective Furman.
Trying to explain, sir.
Yes.
Probably more than that area in the potting area, so I'd probably say in excess of 5 minutes, maybe as many as 7 or 8 minutes.
All right. What did you do between 5 and 7 minutes by the indentation area, as you call it, to complete your investigation?
Well, I believe there's an electrical box there, and there seems to be I think there's an entry to the underneath of the house. I opened that. I tried to look in there. It was very difficult with my flashlight. It wasn't very powerful. I decided to not go any further. I didn't see any evidence of anything at the entry. The voltage box, I opened that. I looked in that area for any type of physical evidence. I saw none, so I returned to the front of the house.
Why were you looking in a voltage box at that point?
I didn't know, sir. I was just looking at any area that could have housed something or somebody.
In a voltage box, you thought there might be somebody in it?
It was a very large voltage box. I didn't know what was behind it until I opened it.
Was that why you opened it?
Yes.
Okay. Nobody there?
No.
Did you try to go in the door that's accessible from the footpath?
Which door is that?
On the south side of the house. Did you notice a door there in your 15-minute investigation?
I noticed one on the garage.
Did you notice any door that would lead into the house?
I don't recall if there was one there, no.
Did you try the door that you did see to see if it would open?
No.
You weren't interested in whether the person who dropped the glove might have used that door for egress?
I just didn't try the door. I'm talking about the door in the garage. I don't recall the other door.
But you did spend, by your own estimate, 15 minutes looking around before notifying your superiors of what could be a very important piece of evidence in this case. True?
Yes.
Now, it is apparent from the way you have described your actions back there that you had not the slightest concern for your own safety. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Well, you didn't do anything to protect it, did you?
Yes.
What?
I'm capable of protecting myself. Once I was committed, I really had no choice but to go forward.
You didn't have the option, having discovered what could well have been the deposit, wittingly or otherwise, of a dangerous killer, to go back and get some help. That option wasn't there?
The option was there.
Why did you decide, Detective Furman, that there was no need to go get one of the guns that was in the house to accompany you?
I don't think it was a need. I think it was a judgment call at that time.
It was a judgment call, Detective Furman, based on the fact that you well knew there was no cause for concern. Isn't that so?
No, that's not so.
Do you ordinarily conduct investigations of what could be a dangerous nature in this fashion?
Sometimes.
And you do not partake of the assistance of your more experienced colleagues when they are available, correct?
If they're immediately available, of course I would.
Well, immediately available, would you say within 30 seconds time satisfies your definition of immediacy?
At that time, no.
Could you not have gone from that glove to the front door or the kitchen in less than a minute, very, very easily that night, if you had chosen to do so?
Yes, I could have.
Yeah. And the decision not to do so was yours, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Did you do anything else during that 15-minute period that you have not yet described to us?
No.
In the studies of blood that you had in the school where you learned about the round drops, did you learn any of the other properties of blood that might be of interest to a detective, particularly one in homicide cases?
I don't believe the specifics you're asking. I don't understand what you're asking, sir.
What happens to blood when it leaves the body and is on some surface and is exposed to air?
I would assume that it would coagulate,
And then
dry.
the moisture that is part of the blood evaporates in time, does it not?
Yes.
What did you learn, if anything, about the rate at which blood dries at 60 degrees Fahrenheit as it was that night by your own statement?
I don't recall anything in that area.
Did you ever learn any parameters or facts about the drying of blood?
Not that I recall, no.
Would you not agree from your own human experience, quite apart from what you learned at detective school, that the longer the blood is exposed, the more likely it is that it will be dry?
Yes.
Now, Detective Furman, when you first saw the glove, did you associate it with the noise that Cato had heard or said that he heard at 10:45 p.m.?
I believe with the location of the air conditioner, I thought, yes.
Did you think that that noise might somehow have been tied in with the event that caused that glove to be there?
I thought it could have been, yes.
Perhaps someone was back there, unfamiliar with the area, and bumped into the wall and dropped the glove.
That would be one conclusion, yes.
But did you think about that?
I believe that someone obviously had left it there.
Did you think that that might be a person bumping the wall who dropped the glove?
Yes.
So that you then had a possible time pin of the event itself. If the noise and the deposit of the glove occurred together, then that had been there since 11:15, hadn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you were there at 6:15, weren't you?
Approximately, yes.
That's 7.5 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
That's enough for blood to dry isn't it?
Under certain conditions, yes, I'm sure it would be.
Unless it's encased in plastic or rubber and evaporation is stopped. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Didn't it seem strange to you that after 7.5 hours, that glove still showed moist, sticky blood, Detective Furman?
No, I knew nothing at that time when it was deposited or left there.
You didn't?
No.
Is this the first time today that anyone's brought to your attention that apparent anomaly?
Objection, that seems facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Is it the first time today that you've thought about the wet blood on the glove when you saw it at 6:15?
I never had.
That assumes facts, not evidence. That's not the testimony.
I'm sorry?
That wasn't the testimony.
When did you find the glove?
The glove on Rockingham?
Yes.
At approximately sometime between 6:05, 6:10, 6:15.
All right. Now, is today the first time that anyone has brought to your attention possible significance of the presence of moist or sticky blood on the glove at that time on that day?
Yes.
Okay. No one has ever discussed this with you before, I take it?
No.
Okay. Did you know, by the way, when you were back there for your 15-minute investigation that you apparently missed a door that goes into the laundry room of the house?
No.
Are you learning for the first time today that such a door existed that morning?
I have seen schematics that I believe there is a door somewhere between the garage and the air conditioner, but I did not remember seeing it at that time.
All right. In other words, as you made your inquiry of the indentations, there may have been a door there that you never saw.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the 5 to 7 minute inquiry that you made in that area, including the electrical box, was somewhat cursory, Detective Furman?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Had you, by the way, did you see any steps back there leading somewhere?
On the path, sir?
Adjacent to it?
Might have been 2 steps by the garage door.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether or not there are steps that lead up to the laundry room door?
I can't even remember visualizing the door, so I couldn't tell you.
If there were, is it fair to say that in your 5 to 7 minute inquiry in that area, you never noticed them?
That would be fair to say.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that at no time that night did you inquire as to the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson during the preceding 6 or 8 hours.
Well, I had heard, but I didn't do much inquiring, no.
And you never inquired of Cato?
I'm sorry?
You never inquired of Cato?
That morning or that afternoon?
No, that morning.
I never talked to Mr. Cato ever again.
No, I'm talking about the time when you were in his bungalow questioning him. You never put the question to him about Mr. Simpson.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Mr. Simpson or what?
Did you ever ask Cato if he knew where Mr. Simpson had been the prior evening?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And when he told you about seeing a limo, did you infer or inquire as to whether or not that was to take Mr. Simpson somewhere?
No, I didn't.
Did you learn at some point that Mr. Phillips, Detective Phillips, had reached him by telephone in Chicago?
Yes, later in the morning I did.
When was that book?
Later in the morning, maybe an hour later, half hour.
And did you learn from other witnesses in the course of the day that he had left the property at around 11 to go to the airport?
I don't believe I heard a timeline that day about when he left. Detective Van Etter was away from the property, and Detective Lang was on Bundy. So I didn't talk to anyone except for Phillips. He might have mentioned when his flight left, but that's about it.
Your Honor, I have prepared, for the convenience of counsel, the court, and the parties, 9 copies of the testimony of this witness at the preliminary hearing, and I'd like permission to have them passed out so that we can all follow the next phase of the cross-examination. May that be done?
Yes.
Was a copy given to the witness? By the way, Detective Furman, before we turn to this earlier instance of testimony, 2 matters that I overlooked. One was, did you ever go to the 2nd floor of the Simpson home looking for bleeding or otherwise troubled victims?
No.
Did any of your team, the 4 detectives, to your knowledge, go and inspect the balance of the house?
I do not know.
Was it not you who said to Detective Van Adder, we have an emergency here? There may be people bleeding to death inside.
Yes.
And once you got inside, you didn't go to see who might be bleeding to death on the 2nd floor. Is that right?
I didn't make entry at that time.
Yesterday, you related some bloodstains that you saw at the bottom of the door of the Bronco. My understanding was it was on the sill,
Yes, sir.
and you claim that these marks, brush marks, I think you described them as, were visible with the door closed.
Yes.
It is your position that, in your presence at least, the Bronco was never opened or any of its doors or windows while you were there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you never saw anyone else do it?
No, I did not.
Did you at some point get to show criminalist Fung the location of the brush marks you have described?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the court and jury when that occurred and who was present?
Dennis Fung, I believe, arrived at the Rockingham estate 7:30, 8 o'clock, somewhere around that area. It was then that I showed him the items on the Bronco.
You had come back from Bundy.
Yes, sir.
Did you take him out individually to the Bronco, point them out?
Yes, I did.
Was the door opened on this occasion by either of you?
No.
And you never saw that door open to this day, have you?
No, I did not.
Okay. With me. Detective Furman, a preliminary hearing in this case took place early in July, did it not?
Yes, sir.
And you testified both on July 5th and July 6th in response to questions by Ms. Clark and Dean Ullman for the defense.
Yes.
Several direct and several cross-examinations. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And were you trying at that time, to the very best of your ability, to be accurate in each of your various utterances?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, would you turn, please, to page 41 of the transcript that's been placed in front of you? I ask you to look at line 14, where you were asked by Ms. Clark the nature of a certain conversation with Detective Van Adder while you were still without the premises, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was, I told Detective Van Adder, I said, we got a reel, we got an emergency, we got a problem, we don't know if we have people inside that are in danger, dying, bleeding to death. We have to do something. I don't care whose house this is. We have to do something. We don't know if we have a murder, suicide, a kidnapping, another victim. And Phil agreed, and we took our opinions to Detective Lang and Phillips and discussed the possibilities. You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Does that accurately describe the sequence in which you detectives became concerned, or at least expressed your concern about possible victims inside?
Somewhat.
So that this idea was initiated by Detective Mark Furman, was it not?
No, this was a conversation between Van Adder and myself, and that's a collective conversation.
This is collective.
Yes. Those are my feelings, absent of the conversation, the reciprocal of Detective Van Adder.
I see. Well, now, do you see anything beginning at line 15 about Van Adder speaking to you?
No, sir.
And do you see that most of what I have just recited is in quotes and thus attributed by the court reporter to you talking about yourself? Do you notice that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it not the fact that the first one to suggest an emergency and the need to do something right now was you?
I don't know if it was me that first suggested it. Van Adder and I were both talking about it. I don't know how it came down exactly to that point.
Okay. After authority had been obtained from the necessary brass, I think Commander Bushy, was it? To go in without a warrant.
Commander Bush had no say in that, sir.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
Van Adder didn't check with anyone?
No.
He made the decision?
He made the decision.
Okay. When he decided that you were right and it was necessary to go in, how were you elected to go over the wall?
Objection, that was his testimony. Solid was right.
Overruled.
How were you elected to be the one to go over the wall?
And Phil made a statement that we're going to have to go in. How are we going to do it? I said, well, I'll go over the wall.
All right. You volunteered to do that in response to his query, how can we accomplish it, correct?
Yes.
All right. On page 46, in line 15, while you are with Cato Kalin in his room, you say that you stayed because you didn't know who Mr. Kalin was, and I wasn't sure if he was even supposed to be there. I stayed with him and engaged him in a conversation about who he was and what he was doing there and a few other things. My question is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Did you determine that Cato Kalin, from talking to him, was a proper person to be in that house at that time?
I never saw any identification as far as an address. He might have said he lives there or he stays there.
Okay. Would you turn to page 48, Detective Furman? It's the latter part of a long answer, which goes almost 2 full pages. I'm interested in only a few lines. I will read the whole question and answer if you prefer. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The original question was, did you have a conversation with him, meaning Cato Kalin at that time, 47, line 12? Answer, yes. Simultaneous with, I was walking. I walked to the bathroom, which I couldn't see into from where I was standing at the doorway. I walked in just to make sure nobody was in there. And I opened up the closets to make sure no one was standing in the closets. I engaged him in conversation while I was doing that. I noticed a pile of clothes to the, if you were lying in the bed, it would be the right side. Next to the right side of the bed, and a pair of shoes. I asked him if those were the clothes he wore, and he said, last night, and he said yes. I said, mind if I look at them? He said, no. I picked up the shoes, I looked at the soles. I picked up the clothes, and I looked at the clothes. There didn't appear to be anything unusual about them. I put them back where they were. And I was still talking to Mr. Kalin. I asked him if there's anything unusual that happened that night. Before he answered, before I let him answer, I asked, who drives the Bronco? He says, well, that's OJ's. I said, is that all? Is that the only person that drives it? And he goes, yeah. I asked him if there was anything unusual that happened the previous night. He said, well, about 11:15, I heard some crashing on my wall, and I thought there was going to be an earthquake. But that was only noise just one time, and my picture shook. And he pointed to a picture which was just to the west of his bed, which would be the far right of his room looking into his room from the doorway. And then he said, I went outside to see what was going on, and I saw a limo at the gate.
Objections to the state's testimony.
Why don't you
I'm
reread
sorry.
that?
I went outside to see what was going on with the noise, and I saw a limo at the gate. At that point, I interrupted him, and I took him into the house where now Mr. Simpson's daughter and the 3 detectives had already entered the rear of the residence, and the door was open. Did you give that answer to that question on your direct examination by Ms. Clark on July 5th?
Yes, sir.
So that, in fact, when you interrupted Mr. Kalin after asking him about unusual events, you put 2 questions. Number 1, whose Bronco is it? And number 2, is he the only one that drives it? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Why was it important to know that then, Detective Furman?
Now, there was blood on the vehicle.
Okay? Now, I suggested to you some time ago that you directed Detective Van Adder to go in and interrogate Kalin, and you had some doubts about that.
Doubts of my presence of mind? No, none at all.
Doubts about whether you would give an order to a man as superior to you as the lead detective in this case.
I did not give him any orders.
Well, when you described bringing Kalin into the house, Miss Clark asked, where did you put him? And you said there's a bar inside that looks like a recreation room, a billiard room, and just to the right of that, as you're entering the rear of the residence, there's 4 or 5 bar stools. I said, why don't you just sit here for a second? One of the detectives is going to talk to you for a few minutes. Just sit here and relax. I continued towards the front of the residence, and right by the kitchen, I saw Detective Van Adder. And I told him, I says, talk to the man that was in the bungalow. He's seated at the bar. And I continued out the front of the residence. Now, Detective Furman, you had been talking with Mr. Kalin before you decided to go outside the building, had you not?
Yes.
Why did you find it necessary that another detective take up the interrogation?
I didn't think it necessary.
Why did you direct Detective Van Adder to do it?
I was going to investigate where the noise came from.
Why didn't you tell him the subject matter about which he ought to be concerned if he was going to interrogate a witness?
No reason. I wanted to go investigate the noise to see if we could even get to that south wall.
Why did you not tell him that you were going to go investigate a noise and he should finish the interrogation?
No reason.
No reason. Okay. On that same page. Right after you said on line 18, and I continued out the front of the residence, Ms. Clark said, why? And your response was, well, I was. From the statement he made, the crashing sound, and the time that he heard it, combined with the blood in the Bronco, the way I was feeling is there is a possibility there could be another victim, a suspect, that had collapsed or escaped via that route on the southern border of the house. Do you read the answer in front of you?
I do, sir.
Do you agree that I have recited it correctly as it appears in the transcript?
Yes.
How did you know at that juncture, Detective Furman, that there was or would be blood in the Bronco?
I didn't.
Why did you use the word in?
I'm not sure I did.
Is this the first time it's been brought to your attention that you used the word in?
It's the first time you've read it, but I never used the word in as far as saying there was blood in the Bronco.
You didn't use the word in. Is that
I'm not
correct?
sure, sir, but I did not see any blood in the Bronco.
If you used the word in the Bronco and it was unintentional, might that be, sir, a slip of the tongue?
No, it might not.
Might not. Well, unless it was a slip of the tongue, and if you in fact said it, you have no explanation whatsoever for that mistake. Is that the way you wish to leave it?
No, I wish to leave to say that there was no blood that I observed inside the Bronco prior to going into the residence that morning.
My question was, Detective Furman, if you did in fact say that one of the things that had you disturbed at that point was blood in the Bronco, and it wasn't a slip of the tongue, why would you have used that word?
I didn't see any blood in the Bronco, sir.
Why would you have used the word in, Detective Furman, please?
I told you I'm not sure I did.
Well, there's a videotape of your testimony. Have you reviewed that recently?
No, never have.
Do you think that would help to determine whether or not the court reporter made this mistake or you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get to that. On page 54, Detective Furman, under cross-examination, is it? No, I'm sorry. Toward the end of your direct examination by Ms. Clark, and after saying that you noticed the glove and identifying it in a photo marked for that hearing as D, I'll ask you whether or not you asked these questions and gave these answers. By Ms. Clark, when you saw that glove, did it have some significance to you? Answer, yes. It looked very similar to the glove that I observed on Bundy hours before. Question, and based on that observation, sir, what did you do? Answer, I looked at it a little closer. I noted that it did not match the terrain. What did you mean by that?
It-
I'm going to finish the answer.
We request that it be read in its entirety.
Sustained.
All right, we'll come back to that, Detective. As you can see, there's a lot of dirt and leaves. This glove was not dirty in the least. It looked a little sticky and moist. 2 fingers were stuck to the glove. It looked like it was stuck there with some type of liquid. I didn't touch it. I went past the air conditioning duct that you can see in photo A, and as soon as I went past that air conditioning duct, looking for the person that might have dropped the glove, thinking that they were farther down the walkway, I ran into spider webs immediately. Do you recall giving that answer?
Yes.
All right. So I take it, it is true that your first step after seeing the glove was to go look for the person who dropped it.
Yes.
That's what you say here.
Yes.
And you expected that the person who dropped it would be a killer.
I didn't know that, as we brought up before.
What
It
did
was-
you expect?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. But let him finish his answer before you ask him the next one, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, Your Honor. What did you expect to find in the nature of the person who dropped the glove?
I had no idea, sir.
And that didn't cause you any apprehension for your safety?
Yes, it did.
Well, did you take any precautions?
Yes.
What did you do?
I moved forward instead of backward.
You moved forward in the direction of danger instead of backward away from the direction of danger, which was a precaution, as you viewed it?
Yes, given someone my back would be far more hazardous than facing a threat straight on.
I'm sorry. I think you said that as you proceeded past the air conditioning duct, that's east, where you hadn't been, right?
Yes.
You did that looking for the person that might have dropped the glove. You said that, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, then the danger was in front of you, and your back was perfectly safe, wasn't it?
If I turned around and went back west, it wouldn't be safe, sir.
Oh, it was safer in your view to forge on and maybe encounter a killer than it was to get out of there. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you encountered the spider webs, did it occur to you that whoever dropped that glove had come the way you had come and gone back out the same way?
It was possible, but I didn't know the condition that they were in when they left that glove.
I'm not talking about any condition of a person. If there are spider webs across a passageway, the odds are fairly good that no one has run through there recently, true?
Run, yes. Crawl,
Or
unknown.
what? Did you see any marks on the ground indicating a human was crawling there?
I saw no marks on the path.
Okay.
Please back up, minutes.
Overruled. Overruled.
At Bundy. And you described, as you did for us, page 64 at the top, that having been unable to see the bodies from your original position to a satisfactory degree, Risky took you around Dorothy up the alley and in through the house so you could come out the front door and have a better vantage point at the top of the steps without walking through the blood. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the top of page 64, you are talking about that, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Question, how far would you say you were from where the bodies were located? Answer, I was directly above the female victim, which was probably 3 feet. The male victim would have been 10 feet, 12 feet. Question, all right, and from that vantage point, you first observed the glove that you told us about? Answer, not first, no. Question, when did you first observe it? Answer, we had flashlights. We were looking at the female victim. We looked at the male victim. I noticed the glove when I walked around after I exited the residence the first time and walked around to the side, or the north side, north perimeter of Bundy, of 875 Bundy. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence you can get very close to the male victim. And looking there, I could see them at his feet. Did you use the word them in your answer
Yes, sir.
on July 5th?
Yes, sir.
And was the last item to which them could have applied in your narrative the word glove?
Singular, yes.
I'm simply asking whether glove, line 14, was the item you were talking about just prior to saying, I saw them at his feet.
Them, I was referring to the knit cap and the glove.
Show me anywhere on that page where the knit cap is mentioned. Can you?
That page, no.
Okay. You see anything on the prior page, Detective Furman, about the knit cap?
Do you want me to look at the prior page?
Sure. I don't know how you can answer the question without looking. 63.
I do not.
Okay. Page 65, Detective Furman.
Excuse me, Mr. Bailey.
I'm sorry.
Court reporter needs to change of paper.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey.
What's that? Page 65, Detective Furman. 8, line 8. Does that photo, referring to a photo, accurately depict the glove at the location where you saw it? To the best of my recollection, yes. Question. All right. And you didn't actually pick up the glove to examine it, did you? Answer. Not at that time. No. Did you give that answer?
Yes.
At what time did you pick up the glove?
I didn't. I turned the glove over with a pen when I returned to the Bundy scene after being at Rockingham.
And that's what you meant when you said didn't pick up the glove at that time. You had in mind turning it over with a pen?
I believe that was Mr. Ullman's words in the question. I didn't use the word pick up.
But the question was put to you, Detective Furman. He said, and you didn't actually pick the glove up to examine it, did you? And your answer was, not at that time, no. Do you see anything in that answer that refers to turning it over with a pen at any time?
Objection, Mrs. Whitehead.
Overruled.
Not on that page, no.
You see another page where you indicated that that's what you meant by later picking up the glove?
No, sir.
Overruled. Speaking objection, counsel.
Yesterday, and possibly last week, Detective Furman, you indicated some uncertainty as to when you were notified that one of the victims was in fact the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You said you couldn't quite be sure when you thought that that was the fact.
That the female victim was Nicole Brown Simpson? Yes, sir, I remember.
As you sit there today, what is your best recollection as to when you decided or your superiors decided that this was Nicole Brown Simpson?
I would say on June 13th sometime, but I don't recollect when.
1, 2, 3 hours after you got there?
I have no idea, sir.
Is it fair to infer that if you went to notify Mr. Simpson that his wife was dead a little after 5, that you thought she was in fact dead, his ex-wife?
I didn't go there at my direction, so I believe it was assumed, and I believe they were going there to find out anything about her or make a notification.
Page 31, Detective Furman. Question by Ms. Clark at line 4. Were you aware, line 5, were you aware of who one of the, at least the female victim, was at that time? Answer, I was notified that. When I was notified at my residence at 1:05 that morning, I was told that one of the victims was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Did you relay that information to Detective Van Adder? Answer, it was relayed, yes. Now, after you were told at 1:05 that Nicole Brown Simpson was dead, did you continue to doubt it?
We had no indication absolutely that was the female victim.
Did you challenge Mr. Phillips in any way when he told you she was dead?
There was no challenge involved, sir.
Did you question his assertion as to her identity?
No.
Did you ever question it?
I don't think I would have jumped to the conclusion early into the investigation.
You wouldn't have jumped to the conclusion of the identity of the victim, even though a detective who was your boss told you what it was?
I didn't question it.
Okay. From your perspective, what efforts, if you know, were made to determine Mr. Goldman's identity so that his next of kin could be notified?
I have no knowledge of anything to do with that.
You were not involved in that effort?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to do with notice to the Brown family
No, sir.
about their daughter? When did you tell us yesterday that you learned where you were going on the trip to Rockingham? Was it when you were in the car with Phillips and he told you?
There was some conversation if I knew the way up there.
With
I-
whom? With
I'm sorry.
Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but were you already in the car?
When we knew the purpose? Yes.
Okay. Well, were you in the car when you knew where you were going?
I think it was somewhat simultaneous with getting back to the front of the location and talking to Detective Phillips, Van Adder and Lang directing us to take us up there or something to that effect. I got in the car with Detective Phillips, and it was discussed then.
Had you disclosed to either, any of the three detectives, as of the point you left for Rockingham, your prior involvement with the Simpsons?
Yes.
To whom did you describe it, and when?
Detective Phillips.
When?
And Detective Phillips asked me if I knew how to get to the Simpson house or the Rockingham house.
That was at 5 in the morning or after?
I think it was a little before that.
That you actually left for Rockingham before 5?
No, we left at 5. You asked me what time the conversation took place.
Slightly before 5, you disclosed to him that you'd had prior involvement.
I said I'd been on a radio call there a long time ago.
Okay. And up to that point, you said nothing about that prior involvement?
No.
Okay. Do we approach her?
Take our recess for the lunch hour just a little bit early. Please remember my admonition to you: don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Detective Furman, you may step down. You're ordered to come back at 1:30. And counsel, let me ask you to remain so we can take a look at this. All right? Gentlemen, welcome back. All right, Detective Furman, would you please resume the witness stand? All right, the record should reflect we've all been joined by our jury panel. Detective Mark Furman is still on the witness stand under cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon again, Detective Furman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Detective Furman, in the course of your career as a patrolman and more recently as a detective, how many people would you say you have questioned with respect to criminal investigations?
In the hundreds, sir,
Hundreds.
if not more.
And has it been your experience that when you're questioning someone that is not being totally candid with you, their version of events may change from telling to telling? Is that your experience?
Are you saying if they're not candid and I know that, then I can
You know it.
expect?
Do you learn that because they tell you one thing one time and describe it quite differently another time?
Objection, that's vague.
Hold.
I believe it would depend on the time and when you're questioning them.
Okay, but
The
that
space between those events.
could be a sign of fabricating, couldn't it?
Possibly.
A person who doesn't have a real image in their mind but is describing something that didn't happen, right?
I couldn't speculate on that, no.
That would be speculation.
Yes.
Now, Detective Furman, if you would return to the transcript, and if you would, look at page 21 of July 6th, which is toward the end, the third direct examination.
What page, sir?
21, the second day.
Second day.
In response to a question that began on 20 at line 24, all right, with respect to finding the glove, after you found the glove, what did you do? You saw the glove on the walk, then what did you do? You answered, I continued eastbound on the path that went to the rear of the property. And I spent, I'm not going to say a considerable amount of time, I'm going to say about 15 minutes, looking for a person that could have left that glove there, which indicated somebody was injured. I looked in all the places I believed a human could secrete himself or collapse in that area, and then I returned to the front of the residence. And I assume the word secret was meant to be secrete.
Yes.
Okay. Now here you said that the appearance of the glove convinced you that you were looking for an injured person and not a killer. Would you tell us why that's so?
Well, it could be one and the same.
Could be one and the same.
Yes.
Well, is that what you meant when you said someone who was injured? Either a killer or a victim?
Could be either one.
Okay. And why were you looking for someone that was injured based on a glove with a sticky substance on it? What was the clue to the injury?
Well, there was blood evidence on the Bronco.
Okay. So, you thought that might have come from a person who was driving the Bronco with an injury.
Possibly.
You had been told that the only one that used the Bronco, according to your own testimony, was Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
You knew, did you not, that Mr. Simpson left town at 11 o'clock, very close there too?
No, I didn't.
You knew that if the glove was connected with the thumb, it had been out there for a long period of time.
Yes.
Okay. And you were looking for places where a human being could secrete himself?
Yes.
All right. So as I take it from your reading of this answer, you're looking for a killer who is injured, who is hiding and may have collapsed.
Or a victim.
Or a victim.
Yes.
Okay. Then this is the search that took you the 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was some question in your mind earlier today as to whether you had told Detective Van Adder and Lang about your thoughts when you took them down to see the glove. You recall that?
I recall the question, yes.
and you were unsure as to whether you had said anything to them when you were down at the scene of the glove.
Yeah, I don't recall if I did, no.
Okay. Would you look, page 22, next one over. Line 20. So then, after taking Detective Phillips down to that area and describing everything that you saw, who did you take next? Detective Van Adder. And did you do the same thing with him? Yes, exactly the same thing. Does that tell you that you, in fact, gave Van Adder all of the detail you had just given Phillips?
No, I don't think verbal. I would.
Next question and answer.
Well, I'm stopping
Sustained.
the question about this one.
Sustained.
Pardon me?
Sustained. You need to ask him the full question and answer that full colloquy there. Relates to the same thing.
All right. So each time you went, you took the detective all the way down to where the glove was and brought them all the way back. Yes? And then did the same with Detective Lang. Yes? Did you take any of the detectives all the way back to the area behind Arnell's room that you described going to yourself earlier? I don't believe so. I described to Detective Phillips, I'm almost positive I did to both the other detectives. I scooted under the air conditioner. Now back to my question. When you said exactly the same to Van Adder as to Phillips, did you mean that you'd said the same things to him?
Objection. Counsel is still under 356 cutting it off.
Wait. 356, correct? All right, overruled.
Would you ask that question again, please?
Yes, when you used the word exactly to describe your tour with Van Adder, did that mean it was essentially exactly the same as the tour with Phillips?
Complete
I don't-
conversation.
I'm not sure I would have meant the verbiage, but describing where I walked, what I saw, what I sensed, yes.
In other words, you may have said essentially the same thing without using exactly the same words.
No, I didn't say that.
Is that what you meant?
No.
All right, what does exactly mean to you, Detective?
That I don't remember exactly what the conversation was. It seemed to be more lengthy with Ron Phillips. I'm not sure about the other two detectives.
Okay. So that when you said, did you do the same thing with Van Adder? Exactly. That's not what you meant.
Yes, I led him down to the glove and showed him the glove.
Okay. After taking the detectives to view this glove, you went out to the front of the house and you just stood there, correct?
For a few moments, yes.
Now, was it at that point that Detective Van Adder announced that this was now a crime scene, or was it later in the day, as you told us earlier?
I think there was discussion at that point, but at about that time we were sent back to Bundy, Detective Phillips and myself.
Well, did Van Adder say, we are going to have to handle this like a crime scene within minutes of seeing the glove that you had pointed out?
Yes, but I think that's different than this is now a crime scene.
Oh, I see. He was speculating about a future decision he thought he might make. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
What was your condition after you had taken the detectives back to view the glove and when you were standing in front of the building? Was anything unusual going on with respect to you?
I think there was somewhat of an adrenaline rush that I experienced when I was in the rear, and I believe when I was in front of the house I started realizing that this could have been a match to the glove on Bundy.
When you came out after taking all three detectives down there and telling them it was a match, you suddenly realized that it could be a match?
I didn't tell them it was a match. I got their opinion. And when they had the same opinion,
didn't you discuss with each detective in turn the fact that this glove looked like a match on Bundy?
I'm sure Detective Phillips, I'm not sure on Van Adder and Lang.
Okay. Then why do you tell us that you are now, after these tours are over, suddenly realizing that there may be a connection and thus experiencing a rush of adrenaline?
No, I was coming down from the adrenaline.
when did this rush start?
When I was going east on the path.
Okay. On line 7 of 24, see if you recall this question and this answer. If you follow me, please. Do you know approximately what time that was when you heard that discussion referring to the crime scene? Answer, no. After that, I came out front. To be honest with you, I was a little taken back by what had transpired. We didn't enter with any intention of finding anything there, and I just kind of stood out there, and I was really kind of collecting my thoughts. When I found the glove back there on this pathway, I have to admit to you that the adrenaline started pumping, because I really didn't know what was going on. And no matter if I found a victim or a suspect, I still had some type of very serious situation at that time, and I think I was coming down from that a little bit. Question, when you say, quote, the adrenaline, answer, unquote, you mean from seeing the crime scene? Answer, no. Question, from seeing the glove? Answer, when I found the glove and actually realized this glove was very close in description and color to the glove at the crime scene, my heart started pounding and I realized what I had probably found. When that gets going and you never get a chance to run it off or get rid of it, you get kind of a downtime. And I think I was collecting my, not composure, but my thoughts a little bit out front. Question. So while you were collecting your thoughts and relaxing after your discovery, you heard a discussion going on inside the house. Answer, yes. I walked into the front of the residence, and in the kitchen, Detective Lang and Van Adder were discussing what had been found. I believe Detective Phillips was in there also. And they were discussing, quote, we really have got another crime scene here, unquote, and a search warrant was brought up. Quote, we have to get a search warrant, unquote. Detective Van Adder said that, and I don't know exactly what time that was. Have I read your rather lengthy answer correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said when I found the glove and actually realized this glove was very close in description and color to the glove at the crime scene, can you tell us when that point was, within this period?
I testified before several times that when I saw the glove, it looked very similar to the glove on Bundy.
The connection was immediate in your mind?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That connection that it looked very similar, yes.
Okay. Now, on page 26, Detective Furman, line 16, a question right. Now, with respect to the excitement you felt in encountering the glove, you realized immediately this may have broken the case. Answer, I don't think it was excitement. I was caught on a 2-foot path in a poorly lit with a little tiny flashlight by myself with no vest, and I must admit that I think the only reason that I proceeded is I felt more that I might have a victim than a suspect. I don't know why I thought that. Like I said, I did not believe the circumstances would unfold as they did when I led these detectives up to Rockingham. I continued, probably hoping that I could find some answer for this glove or somebody that had been injured or something, but it was more alert than excitement. Did you give that answer?
Yes, I did.
All right. So you described that you were caught on a tiny 2-foot path, all alone, with a little tiny flashlight and no vest, by which you meant a bulletproof vest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain to this court how it was that you were caught there?
I'm sure I don't understand what
You don't understand the question.
No, sir.
I'm using your words. I was caught on a 2-foot path in a poorly lit with a little tiny flashlight by myself with no vest, and I must admit the only reason I proceeded is I felt more that I might have had a victim than a suspect. Now, were you caught or could you have left immediately the way you came in?
I was committed to that point
Committed how?
because I was there.
You had nobody with you?
I was committed by my presence.
You didn't have anyone with you, did you?
No.
You weren't wearing a vest, you've said.
Yes.
Your flashlight was rather inadequate for the task, right?
It was not the best it could be, no.
But you comforted yourself that you could proceed despite these deficiencies because you thought you would find a victim rather than a suspect.
I was concerned with that, yes.
Tell the court, if you can, why the presence of the other murder glove from Bundy made you think that you were about to encounter a victim, Detective Furman.
Because I didn't have anything to believe that there was a suspect there other than the bloody glove.
You realize that you have told us earlier and testified under oath earlier
Yes.
that the bloody glove made you think you would find a suspect.
Or a victim.
But by far the more likely a suspect, you said, did you not?
Yes.
But here you said on your oath the only reason you proceeded unarmed and alone, or at least without a vest and alone, was because you didn't expect to find a suspect. You said that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Jeff, you know that stays in testimony.
Overruled.
Does that mean that you did not think that you would be in danger if you proceeded eastbound through the cobwebby path because whoever you would find would be hurt and not dangerous?
I don't believe that there was no feeling of danger, no.
But you did say, I must admit, I think the only reason I proceeded is I felt more that I might have had a victim than a suspect.
Maybe that was a hope.
You now say that was a hope and not a thought.
No, I'm saying maybe that was a hope. My presence of mind then and at the prelim.
You recall that yesterday we talked about your visit to what we have called the fence that is on the border of the two properties, 873 and 875.
Yes.
Okay. You called it, I believe, the north border.
At the north border of the residence to the south, yes.
Okay. When you described this experience yesterday, you told us that you were standing, having been relieved, waiting for your replacement at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy. Correct?
We're talking at the Bundy location now?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. The north residence from
That
Bundy.
Lieutenant Spangler, your ultimate boss in the Bureau of Detectives, came and brought you up to the fence where Goldman's body was crumpled,
Yes,
without going through the tape or under it.
that's correct.
There was no tape beyond that end of the fence, was there?
No, that residence was not taped off in the front.
You were able to walk in a little walkway next to the dividing line,
Yes,
but outside the fence.
yes,
And there, Lieutenant Spangler, having invited you to take a look, you examined Goldman's body and found a laceration.
that was observed by Lieutenant Spangler.
But you saw it too,
Oh, yes, sir.
and you thought it was a tear.
I used the word laceration.
And when I asked you to describe it further, did you not say it was torn?
No, I said laceration is tearing, it's not an incision.
In any event. And when I asked you if there was anything else that you saw at that point, you said no, didn't you?
Yes,
Now, on July 5th, at page 64, which we have reviewed, when you described the same incident, there is no mention whatsoever of your having been relieved, is there? Page 64, Detective Furman.
you're going to have to give me a line, sir.
Okay. Starting at the top, just reading to yourself, so that you can locate yourself, as you did this morning, on the steps, looking down at the female victim, and not being able to clearly see the male victim.
That's correct.
Okay. You said then, line 14, 12, we had flashlights, we were looking at the female victim, we looked at the male victim, you're still on the steps, right?
Yes,
You said, I noticed the glove when I walked around to thee after I exited the residence the first time and walked around to the side on the north side, north perimeter of 875 Bundy. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence, you can get a very close look at the male victim.
No. Read it
Can
again.
get very close to the male victim.
Read
I'm
the
sorry.
whole sentence again.
And looking there, I could see them down at his feet. We read that earlier.
Wait. Read it again.
Okay. There's an iron fence, and through that iron fence, you can get very close to the male victim. and looking there, I could see them down at his feet. We read that earlier, you recall?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's nothing in there about your having been relieved, is there?
About being relieved?
Yeah.
Objection.
Objection, what? Vague, sustained.
Had you been relieved when this
The
happened?
question's not here, counsel.
Pardon me, Your Honor?
The question is not here. It's what did you observe there? It's not,
I'm putting another question to him. Had he been relieved before he made this excursion? That's not in the transcript. I'm asking his memory.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell us yesterday you went here at the request of and with Lieutenant Spangler?
Yes.
Is there anything in this description about Lieutenant Spangler?
It wasn't asked, sir.
Did you tell us yesterday about a laceration?
Yes.
Is there anything in this description about a laceration?
That also wasn't asked.
Well, this is a piece of information that you volunteered. It wasn't in response to any question, was it, Detective Furman?
sustained.
Was the question which was put to you that triggered this whole answer, when did you first observe it, meaning the glove?
Yes.
And that gave rise to your statement about what you saw from the steps and your tour up to the northern part of the residence and looking through the fence. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you gave this testimony, had you forgotten about the laceration?
No.
Had you forgotten about Lieutenant Spangler?
No.
Okay. Once more then, Detective Furman, we asked you to look at page 49 this morning because of a word that appears on line 23 of that page relating to blood in the Bronco. And you
Yes.
agree that that's what the page says? in
I
any
agree,
event?
sir.
All right. But your feeling was that the reporter made a mistake.
I didn't say that. I just did not mean in the Bronco.
Pardon me? What was your
Would you
answer?
ask the question
You're
again,
saying
sir?
the reporter didn't make a mistake, but the word is there somehow.
I don't know. I just know what I meant when I testified.
All right. So that if you in fact use the word in, you misspoke yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Can we play that portion of the tape, Your Honor?
Yes.
Talked to the man that was in the bungalow. He's seated at the bar. And I continued out the front of the residence.
Why?
Well, I was, from the statement he made, the crashing sound, and the time that he heard it, combined with the blood in the Bronco.
Does that refresh your memory in any way? What you said on July 5th? Go ahead and play the rest of it to Mr. Harris.
There's a possibility there could be another victim or a suspect that had collapsed or escaped via that route on the southern border of the house.
What?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. And what do you now say you said?
In.
In. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Detective Furman, do you have a financial interest in the outcome of this case?
I do.
Do you?
No, I don't.
Have you not brought claims that you intend to prosecute when this case is concluded for money?
Civil suits?
Mhm.
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Do you know a lawyer whose name is Tortolo or something like that? Tortolo?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'd ask him first.
All right, with court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Detective Furman, for what purpose did you retain your lawyer, Robert Turtle?
Because I was defamed in the media for planting evidence in a capital crime.
Some magazine or other?
Magazine, radio, TV, personal attacks.
Now, did you authorize your attorney to send a letter to certain of Mr. Simpson's counsel threatening a lawsuit for defamation when this case ends?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you review any such letters before they went?
I don't believe so. I received copies, but I did not review them and approve them, no.
All right. And you were complaining that you had been accused as a result of conduct for which you thought they were responsible of planting evidence in a capital case. Is that right?
The first part of that question, I don't think I understand.
You were complaining, as you've just told us, that you were being accused in the media, partly due to their responsibility, these lawyers,
Yes,
of
sir.
planting evidence in a capital case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is a very serious crime, isn't it?
Yes.
Both state and federal.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, when this lawsuit is over, you have an intent to begin a defamation lawsuit of a civil nature against Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Cochran, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And to ask a jury for money damages for the damage to your reputation for being accused of planting the glove.
What's the objection? No.
That's as far as I'm going.
It's the nature of the lawsuit, counsel. Overruled.
Is that not your intent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, have you sought to obtain money in any other fashion due to your connection in this case?
No.
Did you authorize Mr. Tortolo to send a letter to various police departments asking for contributions to Mark Furman?
I believe he started a defense fund, yes.
Well, the letter which went to police said Mark Furman needs help, didn't it? There's nothing to do with lawsuit. That's what it said, isn't it?
I believe something to that effect.
One
yes.
of the purposes for which the letter said you needed help was to pay Bob Turtolo $100,000 for advising you, wasn't it?
I don't recall any part of that letter.
Have you ever seen it?
I don't believe I've seen anything that says that.
Has it
no.
ever been read to you?
I don't believe so. I don't recall $100,000 to advise me.
Well, $100,000 for fees. Do you remember that part?
No, I don't, sir.
Do you remember any amount that was suggested in the letter of solicitation to help Mark Furman?
No, but if I could see the letter, I
All
would
right.
like to.
We'll dig it out for you. Let's turn, if we may, Detective Furman, to the preparation that went into your appearance here last Thursday.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we see the letter?
Well, I'm asking counsel to dig it out. If we don't have it today, we'll have it in the morning.
All right, proceed. Denied.
I would like to turn, Detective Furman, to preparation. I believe you said that you had not seen any of the prosecutors or their assistants helping them with this case until 1995.
I did not come down to this building for that purpose until this year. That's correct.
That was not my question. My question was, how many times have you spent time with any of the prosecutors in this case relating to your testimony?
Just in 1995.
All right. At no time in all of 1994 did you sit down with any of the prosecutors and talk about what testimony you would give?
Before the prelim, I believe Marcia Clark and Bill Hodgman sat down with me. They asked what happened. I told them.
After the prelim?
No, not after the prelim.
Okay. Did you get a transcript of your testimony at the prelim, the one that you are seeing in front of you at this moment?
Yes, sir.
When did you first get that?
I believe that was in 1994.
Okay. And can you tell me when?
No.
Well, was it close to the end of the prelim, or close to the end of the year, or somewhere in between?
I'd probably say somewhere in between.
September?
I don't know, sir, somewhere in between, could possibly, yes.
Did you read in the paper this summer that this trial was scheduled to begin on September 19th?
I don't recall, no.
You didn't pay attention to the Simpson case in the newspaper?
I don't read the newspaper.
Don't read the newspaper. Watch TV?
About this case? Not much, sir.
Listen to the radio?
Yes.
About this case?
About this case, it's kind of hard to avoid it.
Okay. Now, that being the case, may we assume that you knew that the trial date had been fixed by law, 60 days from the date of arraignment, or September 19th?
I don't have any personal recollection of that, but I'll agree with it.
Did you feel any need to refresh your recollection as to the story you had told at the prelim during the summer of 1994 and after the prelim?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of reading your testimony prior to September 19th?
No, I don't recall, sir.
Have you viewed the videotape of the Mark Furman testimony of July 5th and 6th, 1994, at any time?
At no time.
At other than the snippet that we just looked at a few minutes ago, you've seen no videotapes?
No.
Okay. Now, how about the other witnesses who testified at the prelim? Have you read any of their testimony?
None.
Have you watched any videotapes as to what they said?
No.
Were you watching at the time that they were testifying?
No.
None of them?
No, sir.
At any time?
No.
Okay. How many times would you say you have read that transcript that's before you?
My transcript I probably read through once when I received it, and then certain areas back and forth a few times, I'd say 2 or 3 times.
How many times have you been through it, page by page, with one or more of the prosecutors?
Through my transcript? Never.
Never. Have you discussed the contents of your testimony at the prelim with any of the prosecutors?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you do that?
With the contents of what was testified to at the prelim without the transcript, probably twice.
With whom?
Marcia Clark and Chris Darden.
Were they both present on each of these occasions?
No, it was separate.
Once with one, once with the other?
Yes, sir.
Was there some question at that time as to who was going to handle you as a witness?
Objection.
Irrelevant. Sustained. Although I don't need it from 3 lawyers at the same time.
How many total times have you met with either Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark, or anyone else in the prosecution team in connection with your testimony?
Seven or eight times.
7 or 8. Beginning when and ending when?
It will be various times this year, probably mostly within the last month and a half.
Okay. And when would you do that, in the evening or on the weekend?
Oh, sometimes it was in the late afternoon or evening, and it might be in the weekend.
Were all of those meetings in this building?
Yes.
Okay. And were they all in the offices of the prosecutors?
Not always in the office, no.
Where else did you meet?
We met once in the grand jury room.
Was that to simulate the environment of a courtroom?
I'm not sure if it was that or just the availability of a forum-type setting.
How many times have you testified in court since you became a police officer?
A couple hundred times, I'm sure.
Hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever testify as a military policeman before a court-martial?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice, I believe.
Would you say that you are a fairly experienced witness?
I think I've testified numerous times, yes, sir.
How many of the cases in which you've testified have dealt with homicide? Whether you were a patrolman or detective is irrelevant, just the subject matter.
Dozens.
Dozens?
Yes.
Okay. In how many of those cases were you given preparatory assistance prior to your testimony in a grand jury room, if you can remember?
Never in a grand jury room.
This was a first.
Yes.
Was it explained to you why the offices which had been available on the other occasions were not available that compelled you to go into the grand jury room?
It was not explained, no.
Where did you sit while you were discussing your testimony?
I believe it would have been in the witness chair to the right of the foreman.
You were sitting in the witness chair.
Yes.
Might we say that that was practicing?
Yes.
You've never before prepared to testify for a case by going in a courtroom and sitting in the witness chair, have you?
I don't recall doing that, no.
But as you told us at the very outset of your testimony, this, Detective Furman, is a special case, is it not?
I think it was an important case. The word special case, I haven't heard that.
Didn't you say that people were more concerned with things other than the evidence than they were with the evidence, and that set it apart from the other cases, or words to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of that, we learned you had some special sessions with some prosecutors, I take it, other than Miss Clark and Mr. Darden.
Sustained. Phrase question.
How many people were present in the grand jury?
Overruled.
7, 8.
7.
7 or 8.
How many were lawyers, if you know?
4 or 5.
How many questioned you?
There was a lot of discussion going on between them.
How many questioned you, Detective Furman?
I'm trying to get to that, sir.
Okay.
Two, maybe 3.
You remember who they were?
Yes. Mr. Darden, Mr. White.
Mr. White. Could you help us with
Yes.
that one?
Terry White.
Terry White.
And I believe Mr. Yokelson.
Now, with these questions, how long did each one spend with you? Can you help us with that?
Oh, it was very brief. There would be a question or a comment, and that would be it.
Was there any record made of this experience, such as tape, audio tape, court reporter, notes, if you know?
I know, and there wasn't.
Okay. Was a script prepared to assist you in delivering your testimony?
No.
Have you seen any script in this case?
A script?
Yes. Q&A.
I've seen questions that might be asked, but I don't have those now.
With whom did you review lists of questions that might be asked?
I didn't review those with anyone. There's questions that were asked, and they were written down, but I don't have a copy of those.
All right, but at some time prior to coming to this courtroom, did you see a written list of questions that you anticipated would be asked?
No.
Have you ever seen a written list of questions that pertains to your testimony?
I've seen questions that people were taking notes of, but as far as a list that this is what we're going to ask you, no.
What did you mean a moment ago when you said you've seen a list of questions?
Well, people are reading questions or talking or discussing in front of me or with me.
Are you looking at questions written on a piece of paper at this time?
No.
Or assuming that they're written on paper because somebody's reading?
Well, I can see that there's writing,
Okay.
and they're making notations and writing.
All right. Now, when you were examined by the 3 lawyers you have named, what was the nature of their question?
Cross-examination.
These were leading questions and suggestive questions.
I don't think I know what you mean by that, sir.
A leading question is a question that suggests the answer. For instance, you are Mark Furman, not what is your name. You understand
No.
the difference?
I understand the difference, but no, they weren't.
Were any of the questions abusive?
I don't know if I...
Insulting?
No.
Nasty?
No.
What were you told was the purpose of this exercise?
To prepare me for cross-examination.
Okay. And what were you to guard against in cross-examination that this preparation would facilitate?
I don't think I was told.
Assumes that's not necessary. Guard against it.
Sustained.
Were the questions that were being put to you as simulated cross-examination, in your mind, an attempt to assist in preparing you to withstand a real cross-examination?
No. I think there are areas and questions that have probably never been asked most detectives or policemen.
Can you give me an example?
No, I can't.
Can you think of any language that was used in those questions that some might find offensive, Detective Furman?
No.
None?
No.
Can you remember even one of the questions that these three lawyers put to you?
No, I do not, sir.
Not a single one?
No.
May we then assume that you did not profit by the experience of preparation for cross-examination?
I don't think it was very productive, no.
Was there any effort on your part to reach certain goals as a result of this training session?
I don't understand that question, sir.
Did you start out, before the lawyers started in on you with their questions, with an objective in mind, something you wanted to achieve that would make you a better witness?
No.
Do not.
No.
Did they describe for you any objective that they had in mind that you should reach in order to be a better witness?
I don't recall they did, no.
When did this take place?
A few weeks ago.
What day of the week?
I want to say it was a Saturday or a Sunday.
The weekend, wasn't it?
Yes, I'd probably go on Sunday.
And who are the people there that you have not named, if you know?
I don't know a lot of the people by name.
Can you classify them?
Well, I know the ones I do know by name was Mr. Yokelson, Mr. Darden, Miss Lewis, Mr. White, Mr. Yokelson.
You named him.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
just
that's
going through.
four.
I'm going through all of them.
Okay.
Mr. Runyon, and I don't know the names of a lot of the other people that were there, or the rest of the people.
Were they detectives or lawyers, if you know?
I'm not sure. I didn't know the status of some of the people.
Were they participating in the discussion?
I don't believe they were, no.
Were they suggesting questions, if you remember?
No, they appeared to be observers.
Right now, Detective Furman, this is a one and only in your experience as a witness, isn't it?
Excuse me, sir?
This grand jury adventure, where you were given trial cross-examinations by three different lawyers, that's the only time in your career that's ever happened, isn't it?
Yes.
Did they tell you there was something that they were trying to prevent from happening in your cross-examination?
No.
Has that ever been discussed?
Prevent? No.
All right. Well, we were told right at the outset of your testimony that you had had the special training. Is there anything more that you can tell us about what you did or what they did?
They were discussing a lot of things between themselves, and it lasted 20 or 30 minutes, and it wasn't very productive. I didn't get much out of it.
All right. Was any of it designed to help you keep your temper? If you know. It was not.
No.
Was any of it designed to help you to avoid the use of certain language? If you know.
No.
It was not.
No.
It sounds as if you really don't have any idea what the purpose was. Is that a fair statement?
No, it was for cross-examination, but it was very casual. I was eating a submarine sandwich at the same time the discussions were going on.
I take it this was less than blistering, this cross-examination that permitted you to munch away on a submarine.
Yes, as I said, it was a discussion between the attorneys, and
Sounds more like a luncheon.
Mr. Bailey, you really do need to let him finish the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the answer.
Can you tell me, just yes or no, were any racial slurs used in that experience that day?
no, they weren't.
Not a single one?
No.
Didn't hear one spoken all day in the room?
No.
Okay. Can you then relate this grand jury room session to what you were trying to explain to us at the outset of your direct examination?
I think the attorneys were concerned with cross-examination of myself, and there was discussion and somewhat of meeting of minds and hoping that we could prepare me for cross-examination. I don't think it achieved those goals.
But you said, Detective Furman, that your concerns had nothing to do with the crime scene or the murder. They were something else.
Yes.
All right. What were the concerns, Detective Furman?
Well, there's been numerous motions to bring in irrelevant evidence into this trial.
Irrelevant evidence?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
Sorry, I was trying to communicate with my clerk there. Hold on. Overruled.
What irrelevant evidence was going to be brought into the trial that you were preparing for?
Your Honor, objection.
Approach with sidebar, please. Room. All parties are present. Detective Furman is still on the stand. Mr. Bailey, the question you asked was what irrelevant evidence was going to be brought into the trial that you were preparing for. Is that correct?
Yes, and may I respectfully point out, Your Honor, that that question was triggered by the witness' prior answer, that the preparation was connected with irrelevant material that he'd heard offered in court.
All right.
Okay. Now,
Courts are always wary of things that are irrelevant.
when decided by witnesses that they're irrelevant.
All right. Let's see what the answer to this question is going to be.
Detective Furman, what events did you have in mind when you spoke of irrelevant occurrences that you feared might be brought into court?
Kathleen Bell?
All right. And you say that that's irrelevant,
Yes.
even though you knew that the judge ruled that it could be relevant. Did you not?
I object to that.
Overruled. No, Mr. Bailey, I'm not interested in this other business. I'm interested in what irrelevant incidents we're talking about. The rest of it will come later.
Okay. Did this fear strike you before or after you read about certain rulings by the court in January?
Mr. Bailey, the only thing I'm interested in is what irrelevant, what items, what issues, what events Detective Furman thought were irrelevant that he was prepared for.
Fine. Do you understand the question as framed by the court?
Yes, sir.
Can you answer it?
Yes. It's still Kathleen Bell.
Had you any concern about any other individuals under the umbrella of irrelevant that might find their way to the trial?
No.
All right. That's what I was afraid, that we were going to get something beyond Kathleen Bell. Apparently not. That's an issue that we're familiar with, the jury's familiar with at this point. Anything else? I told the jury I'd give them enough for a comfort break. Deputy, why don't you check and see if they're available? Okay. Go ahead and take a stretch if you like. All right, let's keep it quiet in the courtroom. We're going to await the jurors' availability. But go ahead and stand and stretch if you like. Record reflect, we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, when you said earlier that you were concerned about matters that you viewed as irrelevant, would you tell the court specifically which person you had in mind, which incident?
Yes, Kathleen Bell.
Okay. Now, are you telling us then, and did you know prior to this trial of any other claims that were made against you of a type similar to Kathleen Bell prior to taking the witness stand?
What's the objection? Well, you can answer that question yes or no.
Just yes or no is all I want.
Yes.
You did. Okay. But was Kathleen Bell the focus of your concern?
Yes.
And were the questions that were put to you by two prosecutors focused on the Kathleen Bell problem?
Yes, I believe so.
Two of these prosecutors prosecuted Rodney King, didn't they?
I did not know that until I was
You did not
told.
know that?
Wait. Let him finish the answer, Mr.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I had known that Terry White was, but I didn't recognize Mr. Yochelsen's name.
All right. In any event, that was the purpose of the exercise, the Bell problem, and you did not feel that it was productive, correct?
I didn't feel it was really a useful exercise, no.
Okay. And you still don't know what their objective was in doing this, is that right?
Well, I assumed it was preparation.
Preparation for what?
Cross-examination, sir.
About Kathleen Bell?
Yes.
About certain language that some find offensive?
Yes.
Okay. And your concern about that, then, is what led to this tripartite simulated cross-examination, correct?
Sustained. Calls for facts, not evidence. It's speculation as well.
Free lawyer cross-examination in the grand jury room, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall on Thursday when you took the stand that almost immediately at the outset of your testimony, Ms. Clark displayed for you a part of a copy of a letter that had been sent by Kathleen Bell to Johnny Cochran sometime in 1994.
Yes, I did.
Had you ever looked at the entire letter rather than just that part?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen that letter before you came into this courtroom?
No.
Had you ever reviewed its contents with anyone before you came into this courtroom?
No.
Did you have any idea that Ms. Clark was going to begin your testimony by throwing the Bell letter up on the screen?
I knew the contents, but I had never read the letter.
No. Did you have any idea that your testimony would begin by putting the accusations of Kathleen Bell up on the screen?
No, I didn't.
Was that a surprise to you when she did that?
The letter, yes.
Was it a surprise to you when she developed in your testimony that you had had some practice sessions somewhere?
That wasn't a surprise, but I didn't know how it would be phrased.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I have 102, People's 102, I guess it is. You start at the top of the Elmo, Mr. Harris. And tell me right at the top of the letter, not that page, please, top of the letter.
What are these items that are on there, Mr. Harris? All right.
Your Honor, a voice concerned about a certain subject.
All right.
Very well. All right, right at the top, please. Begins, dear Mr. Cochran. All right. My understanding is, Detective Furman, you have never held in your hand a piece of paper on which these words are written. You've only discussed it.
That's correct.
Now, you notice in the second paragraph it says that the author glanced up at the television and was quite shocked to see that Officer Furman was the man that I had the misfortune of meeting. You were on television prior to this summer in connection with this case, were you not?
Yes.
And your testimony as a witness, you learned, was quite widely watched in this state and others, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. You notice that the author says that she has left a message on Mr. Cochran's answering service.
Yes.
Okay. Next paragraph, Mr. Harris. Between 1985 and 1986, she says she worked as a real estate agent in Redondo Beach for Century 21 Bob Maher Realty, now out of business, period. Number one, when you were at the recruiting station, did you become acquainted with a Century 21 real estate office located proximate to the recruiting station?
Did I become...
Familiar with the fact that there was such an office?
I think there was one on the second floor, yes.
Did you have to go through the office to get to it, or were there separate stairs?
I don't remember that at all.
Was there a coffee shop close by to these two offices?
A coffee shop in that small shopping area?
Yeah.
Not that I remember, no.
You don't. Okay. Did you ever determine whether or not in 1985 and 6 a Kathleen Bell had been employed at the office described in the letter?
Confirm that she had been employed there?
No.
I never knew a Kathleen Bell,
No.
But no.
No. Did you ever make inquiry after you learned of this letter to find out whether there was a Kathleen Bell employed, as she says, at that time at the Century 21 office?
I did not.
Did you cause your lawyer, Mr. Turtleow, to do that?
No, I didn't.
And did you cause your investigator, Mr. Pelicano, to do that?
No.
You know, it's Pelicano. You know how
Pelicano?
we all know how it's pronounced.
I see. All right. Did you cause him to do that?
No.
Okay. To this day, do you know whether or not that part of the claim is truthful? That she worked at Century 21 in 85 and 86?
Yes, I know that she does.
Okay.
Or did, I'm sorry.
Do you know whether or not she was known to the Marines that you met when you went to the recruiting station on several occasions?
Then or now?
Do you now know?
Yes.
And the fact is, she was known to them, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, objection, that's a hearsay, personal knowledge.
Overruled.
And you say that on one occasion, a woman whose description you cannot dredge up in any detail may have been in the office, and you're unable to say whether or not that was or was not Kathleen Bell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, next paragraph. At the top, please. In 1985 or 86, were you a police officer in Westwood?
I worked the footbeat, yes. In Westwood, yes.
So that if she heard you say that, that was the truth. Correct?
Objection, yes. Held and speculation of claims.
Speculation sustained.
Were you a person who, while in the Marine Corps, had been in some kind of special division?
No.
All right. Did you serve in Vietnam at all?
Not in country, no.
Not in country.
I was on a ship.
Okay. But it was called being stationed in Vietnam, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you say, while in the recruiting station, at any time during those years, that when you see a nigger driving with a white woman, you pull them over?
No.
Do you recall anyone asking you, if you didn't have a reason to pull them over, what would you do?
I don't recall anybody ever asking me that question, sir.
Did you ever make the statement that if you needed a reason, you would find one?
No.
Okay. Next paragraph. Did you say at any time in that recruiting station, in the presence of any female, including Kathleen Bell, that you would like nothing more than to see all niggers gathered together and killed?
No.
Are you aware, bottom of the page, of any complaint that was brought to the LAPD by this individual?
I am not aware of any investigation, no.
But you are aware that she has appeared on public television and made essentially these same claims, correct?
Yes.
Have you started any lawsuits against her?
No.
Have you brought claim against her for defamation?
No.
I see. All right. Now, you told us yesterday that you do not know, as I understand it, an Andrea Terry.
That's correct.
Can you recall at any time a blonde woman suggesting that she had an attractive but tall friend?
No.
Do you recall at any time in the presence of Joe Foss being asked by a woman if you were interested in a date?
No.
That never happened that you can recall?
No.
Is it the kind of thing that you would remember if it had occurred, being asked for a date in the presence of Joe Foss?
I think in the presence of anybody, if I was interested in the woman or it went farther than that, I think I would probably remember it.
Let's assume you weren't interested. Said, hey, you're not my type. Brushed her off. Would you remember being invited on a date if it had happened there?
I would say not.
Okay. Would you remember, Detective Furman, if you had used the language that we have just reviewed?
Yes.
That is important enough language to you so that it would impress itself on your memory, as did the meeting with the Simpsons in '85. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told us yesterday that you do go into Hennessy's Tavern.
Yes, sir.
You do not have a recollection of the name Andrea Terry being there?
All right, we're on Andy Terry now?
Yes, yes.
Right. Mr. Harris?
Take it down. You don't remember the name Andrea Terry, a woman over 6 feet high, or a woman in the company of someone you now know to be Kathleen Bell?
No, I do not.
Did you have a conversation in '85 and '86 in Hennessy's Tavern with a tall woman wherein you said that black men who have white women in their company are violating an act of nature?
No.
And that you would arrest them whenever you saw that occur?
No.
That did not occur at any time?
No.
And is that the kind of language or expression, Detective Furman, that you would remember clearly if those statements had been made?
Yes.
So as of the moment, you would say that if either Kathleen Bell or Andrea Terry claims that you made those statements, that would necessarily be false?
Yes.
And that if Joe Foss, the Marine, says that he in fact introduced you to Kathleen Bell outside the recruiting station as she emerged from a coffee shop, and that the two of you talked about a date, that would necessarily be false?
That's correct.
So, okay, maybe we could approach. I have a question about it. Okay, question answered. May we approach the man?
Stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Detective Furman, you're ordered to return to... Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us?
There is, Your Honor, partly because I personally represented to you yesterday that I had spoken with Max Cordova, and because you may have heard reports that he gave a conflicting statement. I want the court to be reassured that I did indeed, about 2 weeks ago on a weekend, from Mr. Cochran's office, call or talk to Mr. Cordova. Mr. McKenna was talking to him and interviewing. He called us McKenna recognized his voice. They had spoken before. He handed me the phone just to say hello, as one Marine to another. I did that and handed the phone back. We reached Mr. Cordoba last night, and he said, yes, that's correct. I was confused when the fellow asked me the question. But the disturbing thing is that NBC would air that statement nationwide without picking up the phone to call either myself or Mr. McKenna, whom they're perfectly able to hound when they want something. They know where we are at all the time. They could have avoided this whole mistake. And that level of journalism is sinking way below what one expects of NBC, and I'm very upset about it, and I have reported it to Dateline, and I'm expecting a correction this evening when the matter is pursued. More to the point of this trial, Your Honor, you had ruled out the testimony of Mr. Coleman, who runs the ladies' wear shop next door. I believe that if one of the inferences that could be drawn from the conduct of Detective Furman was a deliberate racial slur, that should be a jury question and not for the court to rule out because there are other options.
Mr. Furman, would you step out, please?
Well, I'm going to object. The court has ruled, and I thought the court had indicated a long time ago that once it's ruled, it doesn't hear
Well,
further argument.
Counsel,
I'm not asking the
let
court
me-
to change its ruling.
Let me finish hearing from Mr. Bailey.
I'm taking a legal position, Your Honor, and because what we have is a letter from Mr. Coleman, in order that this subject can be properly scrutinized on appeal, in the horrendous event that should ever become necessary, I'm asking that you give me the opportunity to put Mr. Coleman on the stand out of the presence of the jury and have him tell you exactly what happened and the way it happened, so that a reviewing court can decide whether or not you've preempted the jury from deciding a question if the question as to what the conduct meant is a factual as opposed to a legal question. Second, Mr. Coleman corroborates Max Cordova, because after Detective Furman called him a nigger inside the building and followed him out to the parking lot and did it again, Cordova came to Coleman's place of business. Coleman remembers the incident and said, I had to calm him down. He was very upset, and he was very excited by the whole thing. Now,
Well, that's a different offer of proof.
I understand, and I'm bringing that to your attention because I learned it a short time ago when I called to see if Mr. Coleman would be available to come down and make an offer of proof on the record. That, to me, is the best possible form, and we think it would be worth the court's time to preserve it.
How about a statement in writing? I don't want to take up the court's time doing extraneous hearings all the time, counsel.
All right. Now, if you can enable me to understand, Your Honor, you have a rather elaborate statement on the first part. Cordova, it seems to me, is a separate issue entirely.
I agree.
And his testimony would be relevant if Cordova testifies, as he told Dateline he would last night, and is attacked on the ground that he made the incident up. Other than that, I'm not sure that a prior consistent statement would be admissible. But should it be termed a recent fabrication on Cordova's part, and that's the drift I get from this side of the table, then the fact that he said that to Coleman hard on the heels, even if it's not part of the res gestae, would become admissible under California law. I don't think that question is going to be presented to you as to the Cordova part unless and until that attack is made. I do think that I would like a better form, and if you're suggesting I rewrite or we put together a new, more formal statement, since those were all Mr. Coleman's words, pinpointing the issue that we wish you to take another look at, perhaps. I'll be happy to do that rather than take up the court's time putting him on the witness stand. I don't think it would take long, but I'll be happy to pursue that.
All right, I think you have the direction from the court.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, Your Honor, we have a case that we would like the court to consider. It is a court case that was thrown out because Detective Furman lost a door in which a bullet hole was supposed to be, called the Gould case in the Superior Court. We believe that his conduct in that case is relevant to this one. We're going to ask you to take another look at the Britton case on which you previously ruled, perhaps with some additional facts. Beyond that, Your Honor, the phones are ringing and ringing hard. People calling in who watched the detective and now wish to offer evidence contradicting his claims. And as these people come up, as rapidly as I can, I will submit them to the court as a proffer, the way I did originally, and then await your direction as to what, if anything, must be turned over. But this is an ongoing process, and I expect it will continue for some days.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clark.
I think I'd like to play a tape for the court.
Because not only did Mr. Bailey make a direct misrepresentation to the court yesterday, he's done it again this morning. And I think that as I said yesterday, as I predicted, the tape would be very illuminating and provide the court with some very graphic evidence of the way counsel takes his role as an officer of the court so lightly. I want to play this tape now so that the court will be reminded of exactly and precisely the language Mr. Bailey used yesterday when he sought to misinform and mislead this court as to the nature of his contact with Mr. Cordova.
All right, Ms. Clark, what is this a tape recording of?
I'm sorry?
What is this a tape recording of?
His appearance in court yesterday, in which he stated to this court, in which he stated to this court that he had a conversation, Marine to Marine, with Mr. Cordova, and that Mr. Cordova told him, not Mr. McKenna, him, the statements that he later reported to this court.
You're referring to the comments by Mr. Bailey at 18606, beginning at line 15.
We don't have a transcript, Your Honor.
We don't either.
Yes, you do.
$606.
18606, starting at line 15.
You okay, Mr.?
I'm sorry? Mr. Cochran?
Mr. Darden and Ms. Lewis about this incident, and they shut him off. They said, we're only interested in what Ms. Bell said. And that's what he will testify to. And, Your Honor, I have spoken with him on the phone personally, Marine to Marine. I haven't the slightest doubt that he'll march up to that witness stand and tell the world what Furman called him on no provocation whatsoever. As far as discovery is concerned, there is no written statement. There are no notes that I know of. And I heard about this because he called us wanting to make it known that these people had tried to suppress this information. I spoke to him personally. I don't ever take notes, and I didn't on that occasion.
All right.
That is not what Ms. Clark says. I said I did not claim that he related the incident to me. I said I spoke to him, and I have no doubt that he'll appear, and I don't have any doubt.
All right. Why
This is
don't
the
you
kind of nonsense that gives
Wait.
lawyers a bad name, Your Honor. You know, it's very clear what he said to the court and what he was intending to convey. He was intending to convey to the court that he had personal knowledge of what this man said because this man said it to him personally, Marine to Marine. And now he's standing up and hair-splitting with us. I never said he said this to me. I just said he spoke to me personally. That's nonsense. That shows you what we have over here in the way of ethics on this side of the table. They'll get up and they'll misrepresent to their heart's content until they get caught, and then they have excuses. And then they start splitting hairs. And then they have, well, this means this, and oh, no, that means that. I feel like we're in Alice in Wonderland. We've got Jabberwocky here. Nothing means what it says it does. No means I don't remember. I don't remember means no. Same thing. Now it's coming out of the mouth of Mr. Bailey. But that's exactly what we can expect to happen when the witnesses take the stand, if we rely on his offers. And we have not been able to reach Mr. Cordova. We need to talk to this man personally. I can assure the court, absolutely. No one cut Mr. Cordova off. No one refused to listen to him. As a matter of fact, Mr. Darden kept it, tell us more, tell us more. Please, is that all you have? Is there anything else you want to tell us? And with respect to Mr. Cordova's prior statements, they've been aired on national television. I mean, if Mr. Bailey doesn't know what he's said before, I guess he's never turned on his television set. But they're a matter of record that all the world has seen. So if he is now claiming to have heard something as volatile and inflammatory as what Mr. Bailey is representing, we do have some serious impeachment. But no one cut that man off. We did not have the opportunity to speak to him, so we do not know exactly what he has, what he's going to say at this point. I certainly do not feel comfortable accepting anything that Mr. Bailey offers to this court, especially in view of what we've heard. And I would like to play the clip for the court from Mr. Cordova, because Mr. Cordova, when given the opportunity to say, I spoke with a member of the defense team, I spoke with an investigator, and then someone else came on the line, said nothing of the kind. And I think that that's something that is not a matter of our record. I think the court needs to see that, because Mr. Bailey, you can see how agitated he is, has been caught in a lie. And you know something, not in this case, you don't get away with that. There's just too many people watching.
I object to the lack of foundation for this tape. Excuse me, don't play the tape while there's an objection. If Miss Clark is going to take the stand and authenticate the tape, let her do it. But tapes are not self-authenticating. We've had no chance to see it, as you always require, before we're allowed to show anything to you. And I'd like to know where it came from and what it represents.
It's not before you can show it to me, before you can show it to the jury.
Right.
All right, Ms. Clark, what is this?
I'm just showing it to the court, if you please, Your Honor. It's self-authenticating. The man on it says he's Max Cordova.
Well, no, we've gone through the self-authenticating argument before, which I did not accept, if you recall. But, being that as it may, what is this?
This is the tape of an interview with Dateline, which was conducted yesterday after Mr. Bailey made his representations that he had spoken to Max Cordova. After he made those representations in court, Dateline went and interviewed Max Cordova and asked if he had had an interview with Mr. Bailey, Marine to Marine. And Mr. Cordova said, no, I did not.
Which answer is correct?
All right. Do you have an extra copy, by the way?
Is there a new partner to solve this mystery?
That's Bill Cosby, Miss Clark.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor.
Right.
We're not offering Bill Cosby at this time. And while he's queuing it, Your Honor, if I may request that the notes Mr. McKenna surely must have taken as a responsible investigator of that interview that we now learn occurred, which obviously Mr. Bailey did not want us to know yesterday. We want the notes of Mr. McKenna's interview with Mr. Cordova yesterday.
No, Sean.
You know, it's interesting that other states have rules of reciprocal discovery that require at least some offer or indication of anticipated testimony in their reciprocal discovery statutes, which is something California does not have.
I find it interesting, though, that it would appear the investigators for the defense in this case have prepared reports and taken notes on all other witnesses, but surprisingly, nothing on this one.
Well, I assume that's something you'll cross-examine on.
Probably fair to assume. Well, at least Mr. McKenna, a witness at the very least.
And Ms. Clark, who tape recorded this for you?
Excuse me? Our Media Relations Department did, Your Honor. After contacting Dateline to find out when the interview was conducted.
And are you representing to the court that this is a videotape of the Dateline broadcast when?
Last night, Your Honor. This is a videotape of the Dateline broadcast last night, an interview that was conducted with Max Cordova after Mr. Bailey's representations to this court yesterday concerning his contact with Mr. Cordova.
Is that Max Cordova?
Three, please.
That he'll march up to that witness stand and tell the world what Furman called him on no provocation whatsoever.
No, I have not talked to F.B. Bailey.
If you believe Max Cordova, and the defense hopes you will, then Simpson's defense team has some explaining to do. Because today, in our exclusive interview, the ex-Marine and potential witness said he didn't know what F. Lee Bailey was talking about. That if he'd spoken to the famous attorney, he'd remember, and he doesn't. Never talked to him.
No.
You know who F. Lee Bailey is?
Yes.
Pretty distinct fellow.
Yeah.
Pretty distinct voice.
Correct.
So you haven't talked Marine to Marine to F. Lee Bailey?
No.
But Cordova told us he does remember talking to Furman, and what he now says Furman told him ignited a heated debate today in the courtroom.
Max Cordova wanted to tell Mr. Darden and Miss Lewis about this incident, and they shut him off.
By the way, that representation will be disproven as well. Now, Mr. Cordova had the opportunity to say, well, yes, I had some brief conversation with Mr. Bailey, but we didn't discuss the content of my testimony. Or, yes, we had a brief contact. He said hello to me. Mr. Cordova said none of the above. He had the opportunity as well to say, Mr. McKenna spoke with me. I know he's a defense investigator. He did not say that either.
All right, Ms. Clark, let's assume, for the sake of the argument, that what you say is correct, that this misrepresentation has been made to the court. What action or sanction do you seek as a result?
I think that the witness should be precluded from testifying. I think that Mr. Bailey should be cited for contempt and fined substantially. As an officer, as an officer of the court, he has lied to this court. He is impeached by his own
Your Honor, and I ask
witness.
that you put a stop to it. Either
Mr.
put
Bailey.
Cordova on the
Excuse
stand
me, Mr.
or
Bailey.
stop her from
Mr.
testifying.
Stand
Bailey.
up and speak when it's your turn.
Mr. Bailey, do not interrupt counsel. I understand this is a volatile issue, but it's a big problem for the court. I'd ask you to control yourself, sir. Ms. Clark.
I think that what has occurred is very serious. And I think that the interview with Mr. Cordova makes it's very stark. There are no gray areas here. This is not a matter of hair splitting anymore, as Mr. Bailey got up to represent to the court this morning. Mr. Cordova was confronted with the statement that Mr. Bailey made, that they spoke. He said, no, we did not, and I would remember. And there was the opportunity to say we had some conversation, and he did not do so.
All right, thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Bailey, do you wish to respond?
I do, Your Honor, and I do not appreciate being called a liar in any court, and I will ask at the proper time for correct action to be taken against the offender. The proper way to proceed, if there was any claim of misleading the court, would be to put the witness on the witness stand under oath and let him be questioned in the court's presence. What they eliminated from the tape that I saw on NBC News this morning was that Stone Phillips said, why didn't you mention these things before? He said, I only give very narrow answers to every question. As he explained to Mr. McKenna last night, he did not have an interview with me, nor did he tell me his story. When he was talking with Mr. McKenna in the office, Mr. McKenna handed me the phone to introduce me, and I said, Max, as a Marine, I'm proud that you have the courage to come forward and say this. I know that it's painful. And he said, I'm willing to do it. And my comment to the court was in response only to the unfounded, irresponsible, and false assertion by Ms. Clark that Cordova would never appear. She had no basis to say that whatsoever, as she has just shown with her own videotape. Now, I expect NBC to correct it, and somewhere down the line, I hope that this court record is made plain. Mr. McKenna is sitting right here, and he is available to get on the witness stand and assure the court that Max Cordova said last night, okay, I now remember I spoke briefly on the phone. That's not an interview. Phillips could have saved himself some embarrassment if he'd bothered to pick up the phone and call me. NBC always finds me when they want to.
I am concerned, though, Mr. Bailey, that the statement, I have spoken with him on the phone personally, Marine to Marine, that sort of connotates something more than just, hi, how are you, I'm glad to talk to you.
I don't understand why you're concerned. You raised no question about what was said. I was simply, if you were reading the transcript correctly, giving you my assurance that I expected him to appear when called, that he was under subpoena, and that I did not think he would vanish, and that I had spoken to him and received an assurance on that alone. I do not interview witnesses. Good lawyers generally don't. They might be in a position of having to testify if the witness were to accuse them of something or tell a different story. Mr. McKenna is employed for that purpose. We happen to be in the same room when Cordoba called us, as his phone record will show, if he has made the call from a private phone and was billed for it. Now, you're perfectly able to explore this right now with Mr. McKenna, and I wish you would. And if you read the transcript carefully, I was reacting to the only thing that concerned me, because an offer of proof is an offer of proof, and the court has to accept it as that. But the court might be concerned that if cross-examination were put forth and the witness never appeared, that the damage would be done and you couldn't unring the bell. And it was my purpose to assure the court that I felt this fellow would appear based on his statement to me that he would. And that's all that transcript says, and you can't read it any other way. If you've got a contrary impression, I'm sorry. That was not my purpose. I wanted you to know that I believed he would appear or I wouldn't put the questions. And that is the sum total on the subject.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, counsel, we have an interesting situation here, not unexpectedly. Counsel, what we're going to do with regards to Mr. Cordoba, Ms. Clark, where does Mr. Cordoba reside?
I'm sorry?
Where does Mr. Cordoba reside?
He's not in the state, or he wasn't last night. We were unable to contact him.
What state does he reside in, Mr. McKenna?
He's not in California, I don't believe, today. He resides in Bellflower, if that's a town. He has a subpoena.
When did he leave?
I believe he left either this morning or last night.
And when did you speak with him?
I spoke to him.
All right, Ms. Clark, I agree with Mr. Bailey's comment that television news broadcasts are not bases for the court to preclude at this time the offer of Max Cordoba as a defense witness, unless and until I hear testimony from Mr. McKenna and Mr. Cordoba himself regarding these issues. I think you agree with that. So at this point, I'm going to preclude any cross-examination regarding anything with regards to Max Cordoba, which I had previously done, but I'm going to extend that prohibition through the remainder of Detective Furman's testimony. Under the California Evidence Code, a prior inconsistent statement may be offered as long as a witness has not been released from the requirement of providing further testimony under 770 of the Evidence Code. So if it should transpire that Mr. Bailey is correct in his assertions, then perhaps we will hear from Max Cordoba. But unless and until I'm satisfied that the offer of proof there is a sound basis for it, I don't believe Max Cordoba will surface. But I'll determine that at a later time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Darden needs to address the court on the matter of Alwyn Martin.
Well, I was going to ask whether I could ask questions about Alwyn Martin, because they had a tape-recorded interview with her last night we're given to understand. But I would like a clarification of what the court is saying. You don't know whether Max Cordoba is going to surface because you don't know if he will repeat what he said on television?
No, what I'm saying is that as far as this controversy
Yes.
that has since arisen, I'm not going to allow any cross-examination with regards to anything Max Cordoba might or might not say unless and until we hear from him first, because there are some issues we need to resolve before he hits the witness stand in front of the jury, is what I'm saying.
Now, he's in New York for 4 days, I'm told.
Well, I suspect the defense case won't start any time between now and next week.
Are you saying that you will postpone examination of Detective Furman on the Cordoba issue until the defense case has begun?
That's correct.
Well, I strongly object to that, Your Honor. You have the power to get Cordoba in here while the prosecution's case is going on and hear from him and make your preliminary findings. But to put it that far down the road is completely unfair in the cross-examination of this critical witness.
Well, counsel, I didn't create this problem.
I didn't create it either, Your Honor. We interview witnesses, we make proffers to the court, and that's all we have done. We subpoena witnesses. That, too. I didn't interview him for Dateline or ask him to talk to Dateline. Or did I confuse him as to whether or not he'd ever talked to me? What are we being penalized for? I don't understand.
You're being penalized at this point merely under the procedure of the California Evidence Code, which says prior inconsistent statements can be offered in one of two ways. Either the witness is confronted or the witness is still available to be cross-examined. And that's how we're going to do it. Thank you, sir.
All right, note our objection, please.
Noted. Mr. Darden.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people would like to lodge a 352 objection to the admission of any information relative to Detective Furman's contact with Alwyn, A-L-W-Y-N, Darla Martin. Miss Martin was the victim of a carjacking on May 20, 1993. During the commission of that assault and robbery, she apparently was stabbed. She was taken to the hospital where she was treated. She was taken to surgery. 2 days later, Detective Furman visited her at the hospital, as I understand it. When he walked into the room, Miss Martin's boyfriend was there. Miss Martin is Caucasian, as I understand it. Her boyfriend at the time was African. I think he was British, actually, so not necessarily African American, but of African descent. Detective Furman met him. They shook hands, introduced themselves, and Detective Furman had a conversation with Miss Martin relative to the description of the carjacking suspect. Last night, one of our DA investigators, Brian Hale, interviewed Miss Martin. Miss Martin could point to no racial epithet uttered by Detective Furman. She could point to no racial slur. Detective Furman did not tell her that only blacks or African Americans commit carjackings. Detective Furman did not tell her that he disliked interracial couples or that
Okay, so listing the reasons of it's a very good point, Passion. It's kind of the thing you'd expect wizards from Harry Potter to use decoration without understanding their muggle purpose. Yes. All right. Ito maintained a collection of hourglasses on his bench during the O.J. Simpson trial. Primarily, he was a hobbyist collector of small objects and gadgets. The hourglass served as purposes for generated significant public interest. Personal collection. Passion says maybe courts had an employee once whose job was to constantly turn over hourglasses. But once the court obtained clocks, they were fired. Oh, and that's sweet. He's like a legal Twitch streamer. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But definitely they had to have probably used them in courtrooms before, in the past. That's probably also true in my opinion. Judge Ito had a passion for collecting tools, gadgets. He even kept a Swiss Army knife and understood his knife under his robe. He originally started the trial with 3 hourglasses, but collection grew as viewers mailed him more. Symbolism of time. While the hourglasses were largely for show and not used for officially time proceedings, they symbolized Ito's reputation as a stickler for promptness, for actual timekeeping. He had clocks installed on every wall of the courtroom. Public contribution. One notable addition was a 10-minute hourglass crafted from Indiana red oak, which sent him by a viewer in Indianapolis. Media and pop culture. The hourglasses became a famous fixture of the televised trial, often cited as an example of a circus-like atmosphere or Ito's eccentricities. In fictional portrayals like People vs. O.J. Simpson, they were used dramatically to represent running out of time for key judicial decisions. Coffee mugs. Ito frequently displayed various coffee mugs on his bench, including one from New Hampshire radio station sent to him by a viewer during a trial. Swiss Army knives. A dedicated hobbyist, Ito was known to keep a Swiss Army knife under his judicial robe at all times. And his electrical gadgets. His bench was equipped with advanced technology for the time, including Sony monitors, joysticks used to control courtroom security cameras. Ito's affinity for these items was part of the larger trend among judges who use personal knickknacks as an outlet for expression while confined to the uniformity of their black robes. I will remind the jurors to not discuss cases or form any opinions, and remind viewers to follow the subscribe to the Ito Chamber Tier 3 subs get to chat with the lawyers. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Facts. In addition to his famous hourglasses, Judge Ito benched during the OJ trial coffee mugs. More specifically, one of the notable figure was a purple on white monkey dog star mug from Pete's Coffee, a chain he had patronized since his time UC Berkeley. He also displayed a mug sent as a goof by New Hampshire radio station. Sony monitored the joystick, also promptly used an IBM ThinkPad laptop, which gained significant media exposure during the televised proceedings. Security controls. The left of his main monitor were dedicated controls for the court's security system. Like many judges, he kept a standard office supplies such as various pens, pencils, paper, clips, and stapler. At one point, Ito made sure of posing with 21 cartons of letters from public, emphasized his concerns regarding media coverage. And the seal of California was above him. It does say something else about true focus, though, doesn't it? Dude is supposed to be acting as a judge, not showcasing his quirky collection. Yeah, passion, because it shows a silver lining where it's supposed to be a trial, a murder trial that was turned into a circus, a movie, a celebrity drama. That's a question that has been raised in us studying and learning about this, that it was turned into some thing that got blown out of proportion, where I'm sure everyone has good intentions, but at the same time it has other things about it that could be questioned as well, where we don't want to get too distracted by those things and focus on what has to be done. And we don't see this today. We do not see this today. I've never seen this at any trial we've ever seen, and it's a learning experience for myself. So yeah, that's something. That's why I had those hourglasses. I wondered what that was for. I didn't know in that time they did something different or what it was, but he's just showing off his collection. Like, bro was gonna. Now what he would have is a bunch of bobbleheads or those little action figures. That's what he would probably have now, and some iPads. That's probably what he would have now if it happened today. But, yep, definitely. Contrast to Judge Ito's heavily decorated high-tech during the criminal trial, other judges associated with the O.J. Simpson trial proceedings maintained significant different styles. Judge Fuji Saki in the civil trial, known for very definition of no-nonsense, Fujisaki intentionally kept a star professional bench, no personal knickknacks or photos. His setup consisted only of generic pens, paper, and plain translucent mug. This was a direct reaction to what he called the circus atmosphere and displayed courtroom during the criminal trial, which he believed detracted from Judge's judicial dignity. He'd have his own SD store with affiliate links in modern times. The collection on eBay. Yes. Passion, yes, absolutely. Judge Kathleen Kennedy, presiding over the no frills preliminary hearing. Her bench lacked the eccentricities seen in Ito's court. The most notable items on her bench was bulky yellow mystery envelopes containing a knife that was turned over the defense and held for several days while she decided whether to open it. All Los Angeles judges at the time had personal bench traditions, such as one who kept porcelain ducks, symbolized having the ducks in a row. Captain Marvel, or another who Captain Marvel coloring books to stay focused. These judges were not presiding over the Simpson trial. Okay. See, did let's see, let's go here. Okay, this is what it says. Yes, hourglasses and their preceders, water clocks, have long history of legal settings for managing length of proceedings. Ancient predecessors in ancient Greek and Rome courts, a water clock called a sepsidra, which I probably said wrong, or water thief was the standard tool for timing lawyers' speeches. In Athens, speakers could even pause time by plugging the device with wax if evidence was being read into the record. Medieval and early modern courts. By 14th century, sand-based hourglasses became more common. Courts and governing bodies used them to allocate specific amounts of time to different agenda items. In England's House of Commons, sand clocks were historically used the time length in speeches and single voting. I'm only the judge in America with my ducks in a row. Isn't that fun? Okay, now back to the triple murder. Scared. Alright, medieval and early modern courts. By 14th century, sand-based hourglasses became more common. Courts and governing bodies used them to allocate specific amounts of time to different agenda items. In England's House of Commons, sand clocks were historically used to time lengths of speeches and signal voting. Symbolism of justice. The hourglass remains a common artistic symbol in the legal profession, representing the patience and deliberation required for justice. Contemporary time limits. While rare as official timers today, some modern jail judges have reintroduced hourglasses to visually enforce time limits on evidence presentation, aiming to streamline dockets. International examples. As of 2026, both houses of Australian Parliament still use 3 hourglasses to time specific procedures such as divisions. O.J. Simpson trial exception. It is important to note that Judge Lance Ito's hourglasses in 95 O.J. Simpson trial were not used for official timekeeping. He had digital clocks instead on every wall for the purpose. His hourglasses were primarily part of personal collection and served as a visual reminder of his strictness regarding promptness. All right, and that is the answer to the questions about the hourglasses in the courtroom. Let's see what is next in the saga of Bailey's temper tantrum courtroom. I hope one day a judge tries to express himself by wearing a blindfold in solidarity with Lady Justice. It would make for a great comedy. Oh, absolutely. That is a great idea. That would be a thing we would love to see. Just Italia, whose origins trace back to ancient Rome, Greek, and Egyptian mythologies. Earliest roots found in the goddess Ma'at, who represented truth, balance, and order. She was often depicted with feather to weigh against hearts of the deceased, but did not use a blindfold. Anubis, the Egyptian god, would weigh people's sins against a feather. And if it was more than the weight of a feather, they couldn't go into paradise. And it's the scale thing. That's something Anubis used. I know that off the top of my head. In ancient Greece, justice was personified by the Titans Themis, representing divine law, and her daughter Dike, representing human law. Themis was traditionally depicted as a clear-sighted, unblindfolded. Ancient Rome, the figure most direct modern status of Justitia, introduced by Emperor Augustus. Early Roman depictions showed her with a sword and scales, but with eyes uncovered, symbolizing her ability to see all sides of the case. Origin of the blindfold, satirical beginnings. It is known for the appearance. Common satirical art such as the Sebastian Brant's Ship of Fools, 1494, where it was Happy New Year, Shell. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you've been having a good New Year. Where I am, it's 2026 over there too, at some point soon, and on the West Coast. But yeah, so that is, originated from 1494. Shift to impartially. By mid-1500s, the meaning transformed from negative satire to a positive symbol of imparity. These major statue of feature the blindfold was Hans, which is my name. Interesting. Ging's 1543 statue of Fountain of Justice in Bern, Switzerland. Blindfold represents objectivity, an ideal that justice should be applied to regardless of a person's wealth, power, or status. Scale symbolizes the weight of evidence and the fair distribution of justice. Sword signifies the authority and power of the law. to enforce its decisions. Okay, and that's the example of the blind justice situation about the blindfold.
Race mixing was a crime against nature or anything of that sort. We've reviewed the file, the investigative file in this case. There's nothing in the file to indicate that Detective Furman harbored any type of hostility or animosity toward Miss Williams or her boyfriend because of their relationship. There's no evidence. I'm sorry, Martin. There's no evidence, no indication, no firm evidence, no firm allegation by the witness, Miss Martin, that Detective Furman has done anything but act professionally. I don't know why the defense wants to introduce this incident or this contact, but I can assure the court that there is nothing here which suggests that Detective Furman harbored any racial animus or bias against Miss Martin or her boyfriend because of their interracial relationship. I'm at a loss to explain or understand why they want to introduce this. It shouldn't come in. It just shouldn't come in. I'm sure that once counsel begins asking his questions relative to this issue, and once he puts his own spin on it, that perhaps he can somehow transform it into a racial issue. But based on our conversation last night with Miss Martin, there is no racial issue here. There's no evidence.
Yeah. So about the blindfold. It's 11:22 laters. Hope you have a great 26. I hope you have a great 26 too, Shell. Thank you, and have a good night. I appreciate you. All right, to make myself clear about the, I want to. So it was funny what Passion said. And just the original blindfold represented ability to see all things, and now it represents the ability to see nothing in particular more than anything else. Yeah, it's funny how things can get meanings and stuff can get twisted around. Now, to all jokes aside, one of the reasons about the blindfold originally for the people that are coming in, or those that were people that are coming in or in the chat lurking, so the blindfolded statues represented clear-sighted justice. That's what the unblindfolded statues represented. The blindfolded was later added to satirically insult before becoming a modern symbol of imparity. So it was like a parody to make fun of it. Then later on, the blindfold meant imparity. The ancient unblindfolded was with eyes wide open, represented her insight and ability to see all sides of a case and clearly distinguish truth from lies. The blindfold in the 1400s is a satirical critique of the legal system and woodcuts of the ship of fools. The blindfold was put on justice by a fool to show she was ignorant or blind to the culprits happening right in front of her eyes. So the blindfold was a satirical thing to say, oh look, you're blind to see like Bailey, for instance, or say with OJ, where it's clear that he did something and these lawyers are lying, but putting a blindfold on her means that she's going to make him innocent anyway because she's blind to what's really happening. That's what they were trying to say with that. In the modern imparity, by the mid-16th century, the meanings was reinterpreted as a virtue. Today it signifies justice is blind as statues, wealth, and identity, treating everyone as equal before the law. Passion says, "Oh, so someone like Bansky added the blindfold as a commentary on society and society added to missing the point." Yes, correct, Passion. Yeah. In 26, the trend of removing the blindfold is resurfacing to return the original clear-sighted meaning. India Supreme Court, India recently unveiled a new statue with a blindfold removed to symbolize I see everything. Ironically, Old Bailey in London, the famous statue of London's Central Criminal Court, has never worn a blindfold, maintaining traditional that unitarity makes blindfold unnecessary. All right. So yeah, it's quite the artistic expression with legal situations is quite intriguing over time.
At all, the detective firm and acted in any way other than as a professional police officer.
All right, Mr. Bailey.
First of all, I'd like to hear the tape. Mr. Darden has chosen not to confront the offer of proof in any way. You were never told in writing or in any oral description by me from this podium that racial epithets were used or any of the other things he's attempted to negate took place. What you were told was that Detective Furman was assigned to investigate a stabbing and a robbery of an automobile. That pursuant to that assignment, he came to the hospital to interview the victim, who had been injured in the stomach with a sharp instrument. That she told him the assailants were white, that he suggested that they may have been light-skinned blacks. And when she refused to budge on that issue, he left the room, filed no report, and never returned. That was the offer of proof. I have not heard that contradicted. But because we're having these problems, I would suggest that the court listen to the tape that was made last night and that we make it part of the record. If you're relying to any extent on his interpretation of what he thinks someone else heard from Miss Martin, the court needs to hear it directly. And then if the offer of proof is somehow improper, you have a chance to catch it right now. But the tape is the best evidence, not Mr. Darden's spin on that tape. And I think we should hear it.
Mr. Darden.
I'd like to hear their tapes, Your Honor. Our tapes are impeachment evidence. I don't know what Mr. Bailey has been reading, but apparently he hasn't read the complete police file in this case. Detective Furman did file a supplemental report. And not only did he file a supplemental report, he also took to Miss Martin a mug book containing many, many white arrestees and potential suspects, all Caucasian. Detective Furman did his job, Your Honor. Now, he questioned Miss Martin apparently about her description of the suspect, as any detective would do. Where's the racial issue? Yeah, there is none. Mr. Bailey perhaps should get the rest of the police file in this case, and once he does, he'll see that Detective Furman attempted to run down partial fingerprints recovered from her vehicle. He took her mug books. He looked at other reports, okay, to see if there was some type of MO between this carjacking and others. He did everything a police officer is supposed to do in a case like this.
Do you have that file here, or a copy of it?
I have a copy of the supplemental report on that. Well, that's being done.
Your Honor, might I point out that Miss Martin called Detective Tapia, the West Los Angeles Police Department, to ask for the report, and he sent her 2 pages and said that's all there was. Furthermore, I'm startled to learn today that the prosecution has so many facts on the Martin case. They were very silent about them yesterday when we first discussed this issue. Perhaps this is something that Detective Furman never mentioned until after we talked about it.
You know, we weren't particularly concerned about the Alwyn Martin case, Your Honor. Why should we be? There's no issue of racial animus contained in this case. At any event, before counsel stands before the court and makes these allegations of this nature, he ought to check out the facts. He ought to know what he's talking about. In addition, Your Honor, LAPD does not turn over unsolved supplemental investigative reports to victims or to anyone. This case is not closed. This case is still an open case. And I would ask the court to direct counsel not to distribute the supplemental report to anyone. and that no copies be made as well. There was a partial fingerprint recovered from the victim's vehicle, which at some point may be matched to a particular suspect or defendant. In addition, Your Honor, as I understand it, when Ms. Martin contacted Detective Tapia at West LA detectives relative to this report, she mentioned to Detective Tapia that Detective Furman had done a good job and that he had acted as a true professional during the contact that she had with him. If I can stay further, Your Honor, I don't want to have a mini-trial on racial issues, Coleman and Martin and Cordoba and all of these other people. I don't want to have to call 25 witnesses in this case just to rebut these malicious allegations the defense has lodged against Detective Furman. And we shouldn't have to. At some point, this becomes cumulative. At some point, 352 has to come into operation and cut the defense off. Okay? I mean, this is ridiculous, and it's going to result in a mini-trial. And the jury shouldn't have to sit here an extra 2 weeks, and I shouldn't have to sit here an extra couple of weeks to litigate these collateral issues. Now, every contact everyone had with Detective Furman, is a case of racial animus or reflects some racial bias on Detective Furman's part, Your Honor, especially this one. It looks like good police work here. Nothing more, nothing less.
If it pleased the court, it would have been much nicer if Detective Tapia had been truthful to Ms. Martin and said there is more of a report that I can't give you. She was given to understand that the 2 pages were all that ever happened, and from that we do quite properly an inference that there was no follow-up. But all that aside, Ms. Martin came to us because of Detective Furman's conduct. She described it as we have described it to you. That was the offer of proof in camera, and that's the offer of proof as it exists today. If she made statements about Detective Furman being a nice fellow, doing a good job, that's perfectly available for impeachment. But the evidence about trying to suggest that a white suspect, very clearly white in this report, might have been a light-skinned black, was what brought the whole matter to your attention to begin with, and I've not heard that controverted yet. I would like to have marked, however, Your Honor, because the subject is still very much alive, a document that just came over the facts from Phil Coleman, and I'd like Your Honor to read it.
I'm not going to deal with Mr. Coleman at this time, Mr. Bailey.
It deals with Mr. Cordoba.
That's a closed issue at this point.
Cordoba is a closed issue until the defense begins.
Correct.
And we're not allowed to address Your Honor on it again.
I'll allow you to, but not today. Don't press it. My concern, counsel, is now I have a report that's dated June of 1993, which clearly indicates that the suspect was white, clearly indicates that the suspect stated, the male white suspect, it clearly indicates a suspect description. It's signed by Detective Furman. It indicates a inquiry into other possible connections that might be a factor in the robbery.
TP has a point, though. He was off the case pretty fast. If he didn't have those 15 unaccountable minutes on scene, well, who knows? Yeah, I know. It's little things like that can completely change the course and change the tides of history. It's like, never know how that could have made this whole situation different. Yeah, so, good point. And one thing I like about this case is that it has these little twists and turns. It's almost like a math equation where if something's just not right, the whole thing just gets wrong and blown out of proportion. And at least his defense was able to latch onto certain things, that they're able to make it look a certain way. But yeah, good points from TP that you brought up. Yeah.
Indicates the recovery of the vehicle, the garnering of fingerprint evidence, and the detective taking mug books to the victim for possible suspect identification. This is contrary to the offer of proof.
And withheld from the defense.
Well, this is a defense witness that was
Defense
brought.
witness has no access to police reports, particularly when she's told they don't exist.
All right, I find the offer of proof to be clearly contradicted. Prosecution objection will be sustained.
Your Honor, if I can be heard, relative to the issue of the follow-up
And I'll mark
investigation.
this as Court's Exhibit 7.
Okay. Your Honor, would the court kindly order defense counsel to return the supplemental reports to the court, and would the court seal the supplemental reports?
Yes.
May I have this document marked for identification?
You may. I will read it. Hand it to the clerk. Let's have the clerk make photocopies for counsel. Invite the jury to join us.
Yes, Your Honor. A couple of matters that may arise, I thought I would preview them for Your Honor, rather than have to go to the bench in the middle of cross-examination. I have purchased a light which I believe is identical, or at least very similar to the one that Detective Furman has described repeatedly in his testimony.
Described it as a AA, 2AA maglite, which that appears to be.
Yeah, and I would simply like to know from him before the jury comes in whether it is a replication so that it would be fair to use it in cross, in asking where he was holding it, where it was kept. I also have, which does not purport to be the same size or manufacture, a brown leather glove in a Ziploc bag that I would like to refer to in cross-examination without suggesting that it be marked as evidence unless the prosecution wishes that be done, as with the flashlight. The third item is I intend to ask Detective Furman to name his 3 best friends. And I intend to do that in reliance on your ruling that that was a proper question for Rosa Lopez. We would like to talk to those friends.
Ms. Clark? Certainly.
If it please the court, we tried to locate a copy of the help Furman letter that was referred to in the testimony. We have been unable to procure one. We have its contents described in this article which was sent to us from Oklahoma. And as I understand it from Mr. Furman, he has some knowledge of the letter that went out. I believe that if he does not have a copy with him, his lawyer, Mr. Tortolo, who, as we speak, is, I believe, on the 12th floor, prepared to watch his testimony, and I would like to request that the prosecution attempt to make that letter available before the cross is concluded. I would like the court to take a look at the basis of my request, which is this article.
Well, I think if Mr. Tortolo is on the 12th floor, I could ask the public information officer to go up there and see if Mr. Tortolo has a copy of that available.
I think we just asked him.
Ms. Hazlett? Thank you.
I have given a copy of the article. Please report to the prosecution.
With respect to the flashlight, Your Honor, no objection. With respect to this plastic bag, this is ridiculous. The Ziploc bag, for which there's no there is no connection to this case. A leather glove of a different size, a different color, a different make, a different style, that has no relevance to this case either.
May I see that?
Yes.
Thank you. When you say different size, what do you mean, Ms. Clark?
It's obviously smaller. It's on my size.
And I think counsel even conceded that it's a different size. This is, under 352, there is no valid probative purpose to this. I'm sure the court knows that what Mr. Bailey again intends to do is make another inflammatory argument with no evidentiary basis whatsoever in an attempt to confuse, mislead, and deceive this jury. This has no part in any search for the truth. This is a fantasy woven by the defense, for which there's no evidentiary basis, no logical or factual connection to this case.
Let me ask you this. What is the glove size that is on the glove that was recovered at Bundy?
Extra large.
The glove there is a Brooks Brothers size small.
Right.
They're out of extra large, Your Honor.
Not only that, but the glove in issue is an Aris, and it is not a Brooks Brothers. Can't even tell if it's a man's or woman's glove. Size small. I guess it's Mr. Bailey's. I don't know what the relevance is to this case, Your Honor. I can't see any possible valid evidentiary purpose for the admission of such an item that bears no resemblance to the gloves in this case, or a Ziploc bag that has no, absolutely absent from this case, no such evidence in this case whatsoever. And I think that the court should prevent these kind of theatrics that are misleading and inflammatory and deceptive in front of this jury.
What's your comment on the letter regarding Detective Furman?
With respect to that, I'd object to the admission of the article. With respect to the letter itself, I have a real difficult time seeing the relevance of that, Your Honor. Mr. Detective Furman has sought legal assistance for the purpose of defending himself as a result of the malicious attacks that have been made on him by the defense. In that regard, his lawyer attempted to defray some of the costs of his legal expenses. This was not a letter drafted by this witness, by Detective Furman. It was a letter that went out by his lawyer that this witness apparently is not even familiar with enough to say what's in it or not in it. So that alone, I think, should preclude the use of it. I don't see its relevance in this case. It does not show any financial interest in the outcome of this case that would be relevant to bias. So I think under 352, that letter is of no probative value at all. I should also indicate that Mr. Bailey has given us no proof, no offer of proof even, as to how Detective Furman, which I'm sure is the inference that he wants us to draw, put the glove that he found at Rockingham into a plastic bag. There's no offer of proof. There will never be any proof. There will never be anything but Mr. Bailey's theatrics, dramatic, albeit eloquent statements to this court that are absolutely empty of any evidence or any factual support. And that is why he is seeking to take a different pair of gloves different style, different size, in a Ziploc bag that this case does not contain. There is no Ziploc bag in evidence in this case. He's manufacturing evidence. He doesn't like the truth, so he's manufacturing his own. And that's what this is all about. And that's why this is the kind of thing that should not be permitted. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Let me ask, is the court inclined to allow in a newspaper article, or is the court going to seek to allow, is the court going to allow counsel to use the actual letter?
I don't know yet.
Or neither?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet. I think that as far as the letter goes, I think we've gone as far as we need to go. Detective Furman indicated he was aware of the letter. He did not draft it. He's unaware of the precise contents of it. It was an article drafted by his lawyer. But counsel has received the admission from Detective Furman that he saw it. Yes, with respect to the letter, I think, no, I've said it. With respect to Detective Furman and the plastic bag and the glove that counsel now wants to admit, there is absolutely no evidence that Detective Furman put anything in any plastic bag on any time relevant to this case, June 12th, June 13th, or June 28th, or July, August, September, October. None. And so there is no valid purpose for the admission of that non-evidence.
All right. Mr. Bailey, any brief response?
May I respond to that, Your Honor? I take it there's no issue as to the three good friends. Just a couple.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to address that. Allow me, please, counsel. With respect to the three good friends, Your Honor, number one thing, we have a privacy issue as to those three people. I wonder if it's fair to have their names aired publicly for no valid purpose. With respect to the cross-examination of Rosa Lopez, I mean, this seems to be this kind of like a petty tit for tat. You did it, so we get to do it. They obviously don't understand. Mr. Darden was cross-examining Rosa Lopez because she claimed to have witnessed something very important, very significant concerning this case. And obviously, it would be logical for one to expect that she would tell that very significant observation and experience to her closest friends. And so that went to an important area of impeachment. What is the valid purpose of inquiring of Detective Furman who his best friends are? There is none. This is just a petty, vengeful kind of tactic employed by the defense. If the court is inclined to allow for this kind of nonsense, then at least allow Detective Furman to write them on a piece of paper and allow counsel to see those names.
That's exactly.
But I think there is no valid purpose for this. I really think it's just a petty, ridiculous kind of form of payback by the defense. There is no valid evidentiary purpose to it, as there was in the cross-examination of Rosa Lopez. I would like for counsel to perhaps give this court an offer of proof as to the relevance of Detective Furman's three best friends.
But I suspect Detective Furman's three best friends would be proud to be stand up and
Defense lawyers have so many protections, though, and we're meant to defer it in their favor, good faith reasons. Right, so integrity and ensure a state's power checked by zealous and fearless advocates of the accused. The legal system assumes defense attorneys act in good faith with sincere intent to be fair and honest for several critical reasons. Again, this is the blind justice where the woman has a blindfold on her face, on her eyes. That's what this has to do with. I mean, the justice system could be naive in a way. It assumes everybody is just being fair, everybody's innocent until proven guilty, everybody's just in good faith, everybody's just good people. That's why she's a blindfold on her eyes. Counts are balancing the state power. The prosecution has resources to. Defense lawyers are the ones shield protected as individuals' constitutional rights against potential overreach. Encouraging zealous advocacy, which attorneys have ethical duty to defend their clients with courage and devotion, regardless of belief in the client's guilt. Now, good faith. And protecting the attorney-client privilege, which allows confidential communication, which is essential for a lawyer to be fully informed and provided an effective defense. People need to be defended. People need to have lawyers and stuff. Now, I just think in this trial they went a little bit overboard with their defense. Shapiro himself said there is civil justice and moral justice. It's like the people knew what they were doing, including Bailey himself. They all knew what they were doing. Of course, it's their job. I know it's their job. I'm just saying, from a moral perspective, you could see where there's a lot of things that were done here that could be questionable, in my opinion. The presumption of innocence, because the burden of proof lies entirely in the state. The defense rules to challenge that proof, deferring their good faith arguments, ensuring that the prosecution is held to high standard without offense being unfairly penalized for losing an argument. Duty of candor. Lawyers cannot knowingly make false statements of fact or law in the court. While they can suggest reasonable inference from evidence, they cannot fabricate it. No frivolous arguments. And Passion says it's how the game is played now because it works frustratingly. So frustrating, I can go and throw the spaceship, the plastic spaceship cups out the window and not get myself sucked into space. In withdraw and fraud, if a lawyer discovers a client is using their services to commit fraud or perjury, they may be required to withdraw from the case to avoid violating ethical rules. All right, and now here we go, seeing some more of the trial. Seeing some more of the trial is what I said. Okay.
Be counted.
I'm sure they would, Your Honor. I just want to give them the option of doing so. But if counsel wants to, something, as the court is well aware.
Why don't you ask Detective Furman if he has any objection?
I can.
And I would suggest, this is something that in most cases they're entitled to look into. Obviously, the people you want to talk with are the people who know the person the best.
Right.
If Detective Furman has no objection to revealing that privately to you and to counsel for investigation purposes, then it's a non-issue.
I'll be glad to handle it that way. It's just that...
Exactly. That's why Sarah Boone couldn't keep any lawyers. Yeah.
We are all sensitive to the privacy issues that have been foisted upon us, and I just don't want to do that without anybody's say-so ahead of time.
All right, well, let's pursue it that way.
All right.
All right.
Your Honor, the letter Mr. Bailey alluded to a moment ago is here, and the clerk is making copies of that letter.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailey?
Let me address the other issues and save that one until I get the letter.
All right.
To actually see it. The transcript, if it pleases the court, page 18, 750 and before, shows that the witness knew about the letter. It was unclear as to his understanding of all of its contents. The flashlight is solved.
Yes.
Let me state very clearly, and I should point out that if Ms. Clark thinks that hand and this glove would ever work together, her eyesight is as bad as her memory. But Marines, if it please the court, have a habit, most of them acquire, as to where they carry things because of the nature of their duties, drills and activities, and the nature of the issued garments that they wear. The prosecution has opened this door rather deliberately, knowing full well that there would be questions as to whether or not the someone, and there has to be someone, who transported that glove to Rockingham could have been Detective Furman. They were at pains to have Detective Phillips say that he never wore a coat or almost never wore a coat, suggesting that he would not have had the means to conceal the suspect glove had he acquired it. A generous offer would be to use both, the bulk of which exceeds the large glove that will be in evidence if they ever get through testing. The plastic bag, I think, is reasonably similar, and the witness can tell us, to those contained in the homicide kit in the car that he was driving that night, or riding in. The rubber glove, which is here for a different purpose, is similar to the one that we have seen on Detective Lang and that Detective Furman said was in the homicide kit and available to him. We have suggested that he has described with great differences a key trip to the body of Ronald Goldman. We suggest that most killers don't leave one glove at the scene and carry the other one to private property under any circumstances, and I suspect that every detective who's asked if he's had that experience will have to say no. So the likelihood is that when the killers left the scene, both gloves were there or both would have been taken. You have seen that the one glove which is admitted in evidence was under some leaves and not easily visible until the leaves were poked back. Detective Furman described that as leaves cascading down over the glove and partially blocking the view of it. Assuming, since that glove is right against the fence, that the other one was seen several feet away from the vantage point on the north side of the fence in the shrubbery, where it would not be immediately visible unless specifically looked for with a flashlight. If that was spotted, even with this little light, which throws a pretty good spot for a short distance in darkness, how was it transported to Rockingham? Certainly the prosecution is going to ask that question. If it were placed in a bag, which would explain the reason that it didn't dry, and we will offer evidence to this court that had it been sitting out in the air at 60 degrees under the conditions which existed that night, it would have dried, and that will be given by someone who has seen the glove and the amount of blood on it and is an expert in such matters. So, one way to explain its failure to dry would be to have it sealed off from the air. Detectives frequently, as we have seen in this case, collect evidence in plastic bags, something you are never supposed to do if you're dealing with blood, because everything that plastic bags do, as you will recall from an incident in the courtroom, to bloody objects is bad for evidentiary and detection purposes. Marines tend to carry things in their socks, the same way some detectives carry an ankle holster for a backup weapon. This package could easily have been kept in a man's sock, short or tall, for the length of time that would have been necessary from the finding of the glove, if it occurred when we believe it did, on his visit to the north fence, described in dramatically different ways on two different occasions, in ways that can't be reconciled. It could have been concealed up to the time that he bolted out of the house without telling anyone and making sure everybody else was occupied, and for 15 minutes did something which we believe explains the presence of the glove, the blood in the Bronco, etc. And we ask Your Honor to note that this man said that for 5 to 7 minutes he investigated the side of the house, wondering who dropped the glove and where he had gone, and failed to notice a set of steps and a door leading into the house. If that does not contradict any possibility that he occupied his time as he says, I can't imagine a stronger contradiction. A door is hard to miss. And Mr. Furman has experience with doors, as we will show you in the Gould case. Now, based on all that circumstance, I think it fair to ask Detective Furman if it would have been possible for him to put a glove in a plastic bag to which he had access and to stick it in his sock and to later pull it out and dispose of the plastic bag. Not a complicated question, not one he'll have trouble understanding, but a fair question, it seems to me. Because at the end of the day, the jury is going to have to decide between the choices given them, whether this defendant jumped over a fence or did something unreasonable and dropped a bloody glove on his property, whether a killer wishing to divert the police, and if this happened, he was eminently successful, from any attention to him, deposited the glove simply by throwing it over the fence, as is easy to do from the property where Rosa Lopez lives, or whether Detective Furman, who well could have, and had the motive, and we say the opportunity, carried that glove, from where he found it at the crime scene and deposited it in a way that would accomplish two things. Number one, it would keep him inexorably in the lawsuit, and number two, it would punish a black man who had the temerity to associate with a white woman in a romantic way. Now, that's the theory of the case, and I think that the evidence that we're offering to support it ought not to be excluded. I think the question goes to the weight. If Detective Furman wants to say, the kinds of socks I wear are so fragile that they wouldn't have carried the package, that may be his answer. The question is, are we entitled to ask? As to the letter, I'm holding, I believe, does the court have a copy?
Yes.
All right. It is a letterhead specially made up for this case, and it says Mark Furman Justice Fund. It seeks financial contributions, and I respectfully suggest, Your Honor, that it's admissible for several reasons. First, Detective Furman knew about it, and it was to his financial advantage if others would pay his legal bills so that he wouldn't have to. Number two, unless and until Mr. Tortolo can provide some evidence that the expenses, not fees, but expenses of handling Mark Furman's representation in this case had caused him to spend $100,000 of his firm's money, as this says, then he has committed a rather neat violation of Title 18, Section 1341, mail fraud, by trying to induce people to pay money on the ground that $100,000 had been spent. And if Detective Furman knows how that money was spent in representing him, in this case by Tortolo and Butler, I think he should be able to tell us. And if he doesn't know, then he should tell us whether or not he ever questioned this assertion before this letter was put in the mail to his fellow police officers to induce them to depart with their hard-earned income. I think that would be fair cross-examination, and that is the basis for further questions about this letter.
All right. Ms. Clark, you want to address just the letter, please?
Only the letter?
Yes. That's the only thing that we haven't discussed.
Now that I've finally read the letter, Your Honor, I'm really stumped as to the relevance. I cannot see how, counsel has already gone into the existence of the letter. Probably I should have objected to it at that time. And now that I see the letter, I can tell the court, absolutely, I do not see the relevance of this. Detective Furman has an attorney who is representing him. This does not give Detective Furman a financial interest in the case. This is supposedly to defray costs, but it's really gotten way off the end of the scale of relevance. What is the probative value for which it's been offered? I haven't even heard of a theory proffered by counsel that would make this relevant to Detective Furman's credibility. This is a letter drafted by his lawyer. He was aware that such a letter was drafted. He himself did not draft it. He himself received no money as a result of it. As a matter of fact, the understanding I have is that there has been no money received as a result of this letter. I think that there's simply no relevance to this. There shouldn't have been cross-examination. As a matter of fact, what the people would like to do is simply ask the court to strike the questions and answers that have already gone and pertain to this letter as irrelevant, and not admit this letter itself, which is the height of irrelevance. I don't see the probative value with respect to the testimony of Detective Furman.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. The issue before the court is what can counsel use with regards to these items for the cross-examination, continuing cross-examination of Detective Furman. There being no objection to the flashlight, the mag light, that will be allowed. Court will sustain the prosecution objection to the use of the gloves for this reason. The glove involved in this case is an extra large glove. Its specific bulk and dimension, as mentioned by the defense theory, is therefore critical to how it could be transported by Detective Furman, given his garments that particular evening, how he was dressed, and what means he had available to him. I will preliminarily allow the plastic bag, however, to be used if, Mr. Bailey, you can establish a foundation that a similar bag of similar size was available to Detective Furman in the homicide kit. And as to the letter, I'm going to reserve judgment on that. I would like to read it sentence by sentence, and I don't have the opportunity now. I'd like to at least proceed with what you have left with the jury this morning.
That's fine, Your Honor. I take it you will go to 12 and perhaps be prepared to address these matters this afternoon if we're still going. All right, well, in the event I should conclude cross with the postponements that confront me, and redirect is begun because you wish to use the jury's time profitably, I would like, once you have ruled, to be able to come back and complete the cross.
Yes, as to this letter, this letter, correct.
Last matter, Your Honor, the letter that was furnished to me, and this may be a copying fault, is blurred on the line that recites the amount claimed to have been expended.
It does. It does on my copy as well.
Do we have a copy where the figure 100,000 is clearly shown?
Mr. Bailey, the copy delivered to me this morning in court, and
Can we agree it's 100,000, or should we get the original from?
let me make a call.
All right, well then, all the more reason to delay recross as to this issue.
It's over 100,000 in the exact words.
All right, well, let's get a clean copy of this, if it's available.
Your Honor, may I make inquiry of the prosecution as to whether either the left or right-handed glove that was actually involved in the murders, we believe, is accessible? The reason I tried to buy one is because we have told they were still being tested somewhere, but it seems to me if either one is available, the bulk would be sufficiently similar to make the question fair.
But this is a Eris brand gloves are commonly available. I mean, that's a major brand of gloves. I assume a similar glove is available commercially.
I thought this was Dan Marino's glove, Isotoner or something like that?
Ms. Clark, what brand is it? I thought you told me it's Eris.
Eris Isotoner, okay.
Broadway.
Well, if we can get an extra large glove not used in the murder, would that be fair?
Yes.
All right.
It's the bulk that's the issue. And if you
Mr.
use
McKenna,
a small...
I don't have to tell you where your duty lies.
All right, thank you, counsel. Let's have the jurors, please. Madam Reporter, are you okay? Or the delay in getting started this morning, there were a number of issues that I had to deal with this morning so far, perhaps 20 different issues that we've had to address, and I've had to make rulings on or make determinations and discuss things. And as luck would have it, it just takes a long time, some of these things. And I just want you to know that while you're back there, I'm aware that you're back in that small little room, and it's not the most comfortable place in the world. And I do have in the back of my mind constantly the pressure knowing that you're back there. But there are just some things that I have to determine out of your presence, and they got longer than I thought they would today. All right, Detective Furman, would you please resume the witness stand, please? All right, Detective Mark Furman is back on the witness stand, undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Bailey, you may resume.
Detective Furman, yesterday you told us about a certain time that you were in a grand jury room with other lawyers whom you named. Have you been able to recall the identities of any of the other people that you were unable to name yesterday who were present during this exercise?
No.
Okay. And I take it you've made no inquiry as to who they were then?
No, I haven't.
Is this the only time that you were questioned in a modified court setting, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
How many other conversations did you have this year? I take it they were all this year, with Mr. Darden, Ms. Clark, Ms. Lewis, or other prosecutors about the forthcoming testimony?
Several conversations. I'd have a difficult time on numbers.
We have the same difficulty with the word several, okay? If you could use numbers, it would be much more helpful to us. Were you engaged in at least 10 different visits with the prosecution in preparation for this case, including the one in the grand jury?
I think that'd be the high number. I don't think it'd be that many. I'd feel more comfortable with maybe 8.
8 you think would be more accurate?
Yes.
And does that include this session that you described?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the subject matter of the session with the 3 lawyers was the Kathleen Bell problem, you told us.
Yes.
And that was the sole purpose of this simulated cross-examination.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding of how the questioning that was done to you was to alleviate your concern over remarks you say you never made? What was the plan? Can you explain that to us?
No, I can't.
You can't?
No.
Well, were you told why you were being brought into that room?
To be confronted with cross-examination type questions.
All right, but I'm sure it was more explicit than that, wasn't it?
Concerning Kathleen Bell.
Concerning Kathleen Bell?
Yes.
All right. And were you told what they were hoping that you would do or not do when questions were put to you?
No.
Did any of the questions contain the name Kathleen Bell?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure on that, but I don't believe it did, no.
Did it contain the name of any other living person related to this case?
No, not that I remember, sir.
How many total questions do you say were put to you to address the Kathleen Bell problem?
Not very many. It'd be hard to estimate. It'd be also less than 10, I'm sure.
Less than 10?
Yes.
3 lawyers asked you a total of 10 questions?
There was a lot of discussion between the lawyers. It just wasn't questioning.
My question was, do you represent to this court and jury that 3 lawyers asked you a total of 10 questions in this session?
Yes.
That would be 3 and a fraction per lawyer.
Yes.
Do you know any lawyer on this earth who is capable of asking only 3 questions?
Not currently.
Touché. Detective Furman, how was it possible for these people to prepare you to confront the Bell problem?
The way that they're like talking to each other, it seems like a reality TV show. And the audience is even laughing. I will say this is very different. Yeah, the YSL trial was similar to this, but this was even more like a TV show or a movie. Yeah, and the judge. That's because he can't stop himself. He thinks all the lawyers lack restraint. Yeah, he's projecting his own. Yeah, he thinks that everyone thinks like him, Bailey, and he projects what he thinks about himself out to everyone else. And he tries to say these little smart, snobby comebacks to look like he could, own something and be like the authority and the one that's always right. But all he does is make himself look a fool like every second. And the detective is just calm, and the other guy's just ripping at him. Passion said YSL became the same. The longer they're together, the closer it becomes to a sitcom. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I could compare it to is YSL. And it's like when Woody was on the stand. This man one time came in with a Sunday suit, and everybody was like more talking about the suit more than they were talking about him. That case was him on the stand. He like was on the stand for months, it seemed. And that's basically like what this is. It's of course, with different technology, Ito is much more calm tempered than Glanville was, but then Ito has his own idiosyncratic ways about him where he has like a garage sale on his bench that people send him gifts. Yeah. So, as this case has a lot of uniqueness to it.
Whoever brought it to your attention, myself or another lawyer, without using the words that you were claimed to have used in her presence. How did they do that?
I read some allegations. I believe it was on a declaration.
All right. Did you have in front of you a document filed in this court, signed by Kathleen Bell, alleging the conduct that we discussed before the close of court yesterday?
So are you talking about... Are you talking about what I viewed on the...
Yes.
That letter in front of me? No. I did not have that.
I'm talking about a
Passion says, might be similar if they made competing boxers share a dormitory for a few months before the fights, which would be fascinating. It would be. Yeah. That would be a bestseller of... That would go viral if that became a new show. Yeah. Okay. Oh, over here.
Declaration that was filed in court by Kathleen Bell as an offer of proof.
On that day?
Sustained. Nothing was filed by Kathleen Bell in this court.
I'm sorry, not by Kathleen Bell, in her behalf as to what she would say.
In front of me that day, sir?
Yeah.
No.
What paper were you looking at that was the basis of the question? Could you tell
I was
us?
looking at no paper.
I thought something was read to you or that you read that you called a declaration. Can you tell us what you meant by that?
I had read it previously. I don't know when.
Were you familiar with its contents?
I read it once, yes.
Were you familiar with the language attributed to you by Ms. Bell in that declaration?
Yes.
Was any of that language the subject matter of the questions put to you by counsel?
They did not use that language, no.
What language did they use instead to help you with the Bell problem?
They used the term racial slurs.
Okay. Well, now, do you have any memory of even one of these 10 questions?
No.
Not a single one?
No, sir.
And this happened when, Detective Furman?
I believe it was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Well, now, you have been exhibiting a startling memory for detail of a crime that was 8 months ago, have you not?
Sustained.
Did any of the questions require you to say whether or not language of that sort was a part of your vocabulary?
I might have offered that.
Tell us, please, what it was you offered these lawyers in that room about your vocabulary, Detective Furman.
Did I?
Overruled.
Would you answer, please?
Yes. That I don't use any type of language to describe people of any race, such as what is alleged by Kathleen Bell.
And you never have?
He obviously can't ask exactly what the questions were. He can only allude to their general vibe, or he has to guess correctly. Yeah. Exactly.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that right?
Please, objection.
Sustained. That question's irrelevant.
Did you say to the lawyers who were trying to prepare you for the Bell problem that you never used that language?
It wasn't asked, sir.
Withdrawn. I'll be more specific. Did you tell the lawyers in that room that you never used the word nigger?
Overruled.
It was never asked.
I'm asking, do you?
Do I what?
That's vague. Rephrase the question.
Do you use the word nigger in describing people?
Presently.
Yeah.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Have you used that word in the past 10 years?
Not that I recall, no.
You mean if you called someone a nigger, you have forgotten it?
I'm not sure I can answer that question the way you phrased it.
In these days, they wouldn't be. They probably would have rephrased that differently. But because I imagine nowadays, if this trial was going on, and even him saying that, there would be chaos over that. But yeah, that is something that over time people I guess they use different wording over different time periods, and I heard that in this case with the word that he was using, that there was a recording of or something like that of him saying it, and then it made the defense look better. But I feel this was a way to bait a reaction probably from the public too that was watching, in my opinion. But because I think that it has to do with the murder of OJ's wife, or he was guilty or innocent. So, because I do wonder if there was things that were used to maybe bait a reaction for the public. But that is just a speculation, of course, as we learn about this. Now we continue.
Sir.
You have difficulty understanding the question. I'll rephrase it. I want you to assume that perhaps at some time, since 1985 or 6, you addressed a member of the African American race as a nigger. Is it possible that you have forgotten that act on your part?
No, it's not possible.
Are you therefore saying that you have not used that word in the past 10 years, Detective Furman?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And you say on your oath that you have not addressed any black person as a nigger or spoken about black people as niggers in the past 10 years, Detective Furman?
That's what I'm saying, sir.
So that anyone who comes to this court and quotes you as using that word in dealing with African Americans would be a liar, would they not, Detective Furman?
Yes, they would.
All of them, correct?
All of them.
All right. Thank you. Did you have any other training sessions of this sort?
I'm sorry, sir?
Did you have any other training sessions of this sort?
No.
Did you have other sessions wherein the word nigger was used between you and counsel?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay. Detective Furman, I'm showing you what I believe to be a replica of the flashlight you described as having carried that night, and I wonder if you could tell me whether or not it is substantially similar, or appears to be.
Yes, it's exactly.
Appears to be marked. May this just be marked for identification or in case it's used later on.
10:55.
has its light in here, Detective Furman, but would you check that and see whether or not, by rotating the head of the light near the bulb, it turns on and off and also changes its projection? Can you just point at a dark corner under the witness?
Yes, it does, sir.
Appear to function about the same way?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you narrow the light to a spot? Okay, would you shine it on the screen? All right. Now, would that light in darkness, Detective Furman, enable you to see for a distance of 10 to 15 feet, do you think, to see an object?
I could see the object at that distance without a light. With the light, yes, it would aid me greatly.
No, in total darkness.
I wasn't in total darkness.
I understand.
Yes.
Well, I don't think you know yet what I'm talking about, which place and time. Or have you assumed that I'm talking about your visit to the north fence?
No, I'm not assuming that.
Assume it.
Assumed.
Yes. Now, my question is, when you were at the north fence and you saw the glove that you referred to, perhaps mistakenly, as them in your preliminary hearing, were you able...
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You saw one glove there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you look around the area at all in any way?
What area is this, sir?
The area near the fence. The glove was almost at the fence, was it not?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't even close to the fence, sir.
What was it close to?
It was close to the sidewalk.
All right, but wasn't there some railings nearby, near
No.
Goldman's body?
Yes. By Mr. Goldman's body, but not by the glove and the hat.
Do you recall saying that leaves were cascading down over the glove, making it difficult to see?
Yes, there was a plant that had leaves that went up and then fell down a broadleaf plant, and it covered portions of it. It was still visible, but it was clearly visible from the other side
All right.
of the
And
north
could
fence.
could you see that without the aid of a flashlight?
You could see the objects, but not as well as you could with a flashlight.
All right. If you had shined that flashlight on that glove, the left-hand glove, would it have illuminated it better than the ambient light was doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, will you describe the terrain immediately around the crime scene? And I wish you to eliminate the sidewalk, which is a concrete or terrazzo inlay.
Are you talking
Yes. But what do you have? Do you have grass? Do you have plants? Do you have shrubs?
around Mr. Goldman?
No, around the area closed off by the fence being the one against which his body was kind of struck.
That's Mr. Goldman.
Yes.
Dirt, large tree by, I think, by his hip, buttocks area. Large meaning maybe 3 or 4 inches in trunk diameter.
Was there any other plant life growing in that area?
There was plant life, but I don't recall exactly where it was.
Was it similar to the plant that was partially covering the glove and the cap that we have seen in several pictures?
I don't recall, sir.
Did it stand about that high from the ground?
Indicating about, what,
I'm
10,
sorry,
12
Your Honor,
inches?
yes, about 8, 10 inches or more from the ground.
Which plant are you talking about
I'm
now?
talking about plants that were growing outside the fence enclosure where the crime occurred and adjacent to it.
Vague, as soon as that's not evidence, but
Overruled.
I can't remember all the small plants that were in the area, no, sir.
Okay. Well, can you tell me whether or not immediately adjacent to that fence and in the general vicinity where the cap and glove and Goldman were located, there were plants sufficiently high to conceal another object the size of the glove it had been lying there?
objection, that's vague, confusing, compound.
Overruled.
I couldn't speculate on that, sir.
It looks like Marcia is about to lose her mind. Wow.
Overruled.
I couldn't speculate on that, sir.
The recollection. When you arrived at the scene that night, were you wearing a coat, jacket of some sort?
When I first arrived at the scene, yes.
Can you describe it?
Blue blazer.
And you were wearing the trousers and shirt that we see you in with your weapon in the picture pointing at the left-handed glove?
Yes, tan slacks.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you walk back to your vehicle and take off your blazer and hang it or lay it in the vehicle somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the court and jury about what time of day that happened, bearing in mind that you arrived at about 2:10?
It would be after I was relieved from the case.
All right. That would be close to 3 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you walked back to the vehicle and left the jacket and stood waiting for your relief.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
Sanction order to please report.
10:56. 10:56.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as defendant's 1056, which is a photograph that you may recognize. Would you look at the monitor and tell me whether or not that is a scene that you have viewed before? Back it up. Does that depict the entrance to 875 Bundy with Nicole Brown Simpson's body lying in the rear?
Yes, it is, sir.
Your Honor, I assume the feed is off. I should have.
Yes, it is.
Before. Now,
Mr. Harris warned me.
does that help you to recall the nature of the shrubbery which was to the north of the entrance walkway at 875 Bundy on that evening?
It didn't appear that way from the fence, no.
Well, did you ever stand in this vantage point on the sidewalk on Bundy looking west?
Yes.
Okay. When you first arrived there, I believe in a similar photograph, you explained that you and Detective Phillips, together with Officer Risky, approached the gate post, which we see in the photograph, by going through the shrubbery off to the left of the photo and then entering the area shown by the photo and walking up to the gate post.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes.
That would have given you ample opportunity, I take it, to view the shrubbery on the north side of the walk from a distance of a couple of feet. Did it not?
Not really, sir.
All right.
If
My understanding is you're at the gate post. Can you put an arrow on that, please? Just to make doubly certain that we're talking about the same thing. When you referred earlier in your direct testimony, Detective Furman, to the gate post beyond which you could not go without risking the contamination of evidence, is this the approximate area that you meant?
Yeah, a little more to the right, sir, was where Officer Risky was. In that area, yes.
Okay. From there, did you have a view across the walkway at the shrubbery that we see in the photograph?
In the photograph, yes, sir. This shrubbery, yes.
Were you suggesting that this shrubbery is different than the shrubbery that existed on the morning of June 13th?
No, if I could see a picture of from the north residence looking toward Mr. Goldman's body in a southerly direction, it would be easier to explain.
We are going to try and locate one, but for purposes of your present examination, can you tell me whether or not, from the position you were standing, if you look across the walkway in a northerly direction, you could judge the height of the shrubbery that we see in the photo?
Yes, sir.
And was the shrubbery that we see in the photo substantially the same as what you saw when you arrived at 2:10 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that that shrubbery is fully capable of hiding small objects that might be dropped into it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Overruled.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective Furman, before displaying it, I would like you to look at this photograph and tell me, if you can, whether or not that was taken looking in a northerly direction from the walkway at the base of the stairs in the approximate position where Nicole Brown Simpson's body was after the bodies had been removed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The area to which I was attempting to direct your attention is on the right or east side of that fence. Now, in looking at that photo, does that refresh your recollection as to whether the glove and the cap were found close to the fence?
Yes, sir. You're talking about this fence that runs north-south.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this as being the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found when you were there?
Yes, this is the area I was referring to as somewhat cleared out.
May this be marked?
All right, People's 1050, excuse me, Defense 1057.
1057, Your Honor?
1057. The arrow on that.
I would like the arrow, Your Honor, so that I can point something out to the witness.
All right, proceed.
Detective Furman, we are now looking north inside the crime scene area after the removal of the bodies, or at least the body of Mr. Goldman, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you point out in that photo, and I'll ask Mr. Harris to put an arrow on it when you do, the area where the left-hand glove and cap were found?
Yes, sir. That's the area right there.
Okay, so that is fairly close to the fence, as I suggested, but you had in mind a different fence when you said it was not. Right?
Yes, sir. I was talking about the north fence.
The north fence?
Yes.
And we are talking now about the east fence.
Yes.
Now, what I was trying to learn is this. Number one, would the spot of your flashlight in the ambient light conditions coming from the house, I guess, you fellas hadn't artificially lighted anything when you were there with spots and floods, had you?
No, sir.
Okay, you were operating with flashlights and whatever light could be gained from the open door of the house?
Yes, sir.
All right. With the little flashlight that you have been handling, been capable of illuminating the area immediately outside the east wall of that fence, which is on our right as we look at the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Take it down.
Passion says, sounds like a surgical operation in the background, but he's just using Microsoft Paint to add an arrow. Yeah, the struggles of Microsoft Paint. Yep. I remember Microsoft Paint from close to a little bit, a few years after this time period. Yeah, the struggle was real. The computer room when I was in first grade, so that was 20 years ago. around this time, the computer room, it was this, just like those type of computers with the noises and everything. So, yep. Yeah.
We neglected to print 1056 with the arrow where Mr. Harris put it next to the, I'm sorry. Mr. Harris is ahead. It is printed. Yes, may that be 1056A, Your Honor?
1056A.
And the other one then would be 1057A.
Yes. Hard copies of each.
You only had 2 computers in the school, and barely anybody used them. All you could do is play math games. Okay. Yeah, the way mine worked was, yeah, there is a computer back in '06 and '05. There was this computer room that was from, of course, probably around this time period it started, or before that. It was, and then 10, 11 years later, it was still there. Probably start, as I said, before that, but it was all these computers, and we had Microsoft Paint and the Word, and write up a story. And then eventually, they got rid of that room, became obsolete. Well, they didn't get rid of the room, they just, it became obsolete, and then there's a library with, like 2007 type computers. Then each classroom, like where I was in, and the whole school, like in the kids' rooms, each one had a Dell computer. There was games we could play, like math games, like what you had, but we were restricted. We couldn't go anywhere else. Me, I was like this wizard trying to do all these things I couldn't do because I could only go so far. And then as I got older, we had iPhones and iPods that we just, do whatever we had to do, but then again, they had a probation on phones. So then people got their phones taken away sometimes. So yeah, just in the beginning, each classroom had a computer, then they had them in the library. As the computers advanced over time, to a small little phone that you put in your pocket.
Detective Furman, as best you can from your recollection, could you go through the meetings that you had with prosecutors since January 1 and simply tell us who was present and how long they took?
I've met with Mr. Darden.
All right, start with the first one that you can recall. Do you have any date in mind as to when this first meeting with Mr. Darden might have taken place?
I believe I probably met with Miss Lewis before Mr. Darden.
Miss Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us when that occurred?
No, sometime this year.
Within the past week?
Well, I've seen her frequently because she's in the DA's office, but not all of the contacts were talking about anything to do with testimony.
Was any one lawyer at each of the meetings where testimony or the case, either one, was discussed?
No.
The first meeting that you had with Miss Lewis, when would you estimate?
I had Police Quest 2 in my IBM home, and that was the peak of gaming in my time. Oh, okay. Yeah, the IBM computer, that was a very interesting one of its time. And Police Quest 2, I'm sure that was like a mind-blowing to play that. It was like, like when it was new and it came out. Yeah. I remember spending countless nights trying to figure out how to handle a traffic stop. My police car kept exploding. It reminds me of one of the racing games I played on the Game Boy where you're going real fast and you go a little bit to the left or right, you explode. Yeah. And the struggle of that's still real because in GTA on the PlayStation, friends will have problems trying to figure out how to get the thing right. Even myself, it's just it'd be frustrating. Games can be very frustrating. In another gaming world with the Nintendo, with the Mario games could be frustrating sometimes, but I'll eventually get the hang of it. Yeah. So, yeah, they needed to. Yeah, they're trying to sabotage your policing work because that's what the villains and the criminals were doing. They're trying to sabotage you. I was one of those text prompt games, so you had to type, look at woman, ask for license, look for license, and so on. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that's how they were able to do it in the beginning, before they got other versions of gaming out. That's really cool. I like the idea of the text prompt, though. That's a way you communicate with the game. Now it's like A, B, C, D when you have like a prompt for that. So it's the same concept, but it's a little bit different now. I like personally typing something in over A, B, C, D choices.
Estimate that it took place in January, February, or March?
I'm not sure, sir.
You can't tell us whether it was more than 3 weeks ago or less?
Well, I've talked to her several times over several months.
I appreciate that, but I'd ask that you use your best memory to inform us of when you first met with Miss Lewis about this case, testimony or otherwise, and how long that meeting was.
I'm not sure. As far as motions, it could have been, I met her last year or talked to her on the phone, but I don't recall exactly.
Did you or didn't you meet with the prosecution last year about the case after the preliminary hearing?
I did not.
Oh, well.
I did not.
Well, what did you mean when you said I may have met her last year over the phone or otherwise about some motions?
Well, I might have been asked about something that's no longer part of this trial or a motion that I get phone calls, sir. I don't write them down. I don't log them in. I don't know what to tell you.
You're a detective who doesn't always take notes.
I don't take notes about phone calls, or that's all I do.
Okay. Well, how many times did you speak with the prosecution on the phone as opposed to personally about this case, starting in 1994, if you can?
I've talked on the phone with prosecutors about when we could get together or meet, and that's kind of difficult because of the scheduling.
Best version of the text game is The Hobbit, in my opinion. You could convince Gandalf to take the ring for himself with the clever prompts. Yeah, that is just so cool. Especially when I was in school, when I was in senior year, which was 10 years ago. 9 years ago, actually. I think 9 years ago. It was in the August of 2016 it started. And we're in, I would have still been in 11th. But anyway, what you're speaking of, there was a situation where I liked the ABCD. I didn't like the ABCD questions on a test. I liked writing an essay, and everyone else hated writing essays. I just felt it was a way to persuade the teacher why I should get a good grade. That's what I was thinking. Because ABCD could get something, if something doesn't go right, he proves the wrong one, but the other one, you can just kind of like persuade the guy to, with the knowledge that you learned about the topic. The first test was about Egyptian mythology, and I did. Me and another one got A's, and everyone else was like, because they were in the ABCD stuff. No, not ABCD stuff. They were into the essay. The essay didn't really do too well with it, but like so even with the game, like the text game seems like a way you can actually interact with the character. So that's a cool concept. Yeah, Bailey is laughable because he doesn't take notes. He thinks he knows it all, but he doesn't even have a brain in there. It's a no brain. He has like a dumpster skull with trash in it. So, and he gets all angry and heated up, like burning the trash yard, junkyard. I meant. Fashion says, "Look, sir, I have demonstrated through understanding far more that is arguably necessary, so give me an A." Right. All right, exactly. And yeah, because that's what essays were my favorite, and the other people preferred ABCD. Yeah, and there you go. That was my alien reasoning, and I always had a knack for arguing, and it was actually suggested for me to, which I did a different path where I did YouTube, but they were thinking about what I could do, and being a lawyer was an option, and I looks like I became like an online one, so with a chatter in a chat room. So that was unexpected, though. I didn't expect to come across a Johnny Depp trial and go there, but it all was fate, and I'm fine with it. And just like eventually you coming through, which I'm glad it finally happened. Passion. So yeah, but yeah, that's how I dealt with the essays and the test. And the essays came later. Although I did fine in school, but yeah, the essays was an unexpected surprise. Everyone was talking about how bad the essays are going to be and how it wasn't good. But I was like, I knew the grade before. There's this teacher that was civics and history, and he was getting us prepared for the essays. And he did a test about the Constitution, and you just put the thing in chronological order. That's how you would get it right. So, but, and then sometimes like oh wait, Passion says, when I was in university, I learned their dirty secret. Teachers don't like giving out perfect scores because they want us to keep being better than last time. Oh yeah, exactly. There you go. It's a way to keep improving. And, if you always won, it wouldn't be, it's like the Twilight Zone that's on over in the background. If the dude that he dies and he goes to heaven and he wins every single time and it gets boring and he never learns or develops, but he may not really be, he's in heaven, but he gets a little surprise about where he is exactly. But yeah, definitely. Because when you fail, I think failure is a great thing. Failure is a great teacher, and it strives to be even better. It's like breaking muscle down to build it up. That's why good or bad, I'm okay with whatever happens. It's like a horse or a camel that loses a race. Life has its ups and downs. Yeah, and the teacher would tell me, because sometimes I always want to do things my way, and he made a joke that I was doing the Hansel method. And on YouTube, we'll call that the alien method or the spaceship method. We'll call it on YouTube that. But so, as I said, I'm still doing the spaceship alien method, the Hansel method, even here. But yeah, I was, and then that teacher prepared me for the essays, and I thanked him when I reached the next grade for telling me about the essays and how to do them because I did well with them. When everyone else was like, oh, I know what to do with the essays, and they didn't do good with the essays. So it was world history, similar to like learning about China and India, and the dude behind me raised a good point. He's like, how does this have to do with anything? There's taxes and making money, but they're talking about the caste system in India. But then they'll say like it's to help your mind think. But I will say that the trials are kind of like studying history, or they're linked to history somehow. So the trial stuff that I do is actually my field, so to speak. And I did quite well with it with the YouTube stuff, with the like researching trials and stuff. It was something that I like doing, along with a bunch of other things. As I said, this OJ trial, I'm glad Moki suggested it for us to watch, because it's a big learning experience. Very interesting to see the different types of courtrooms, and it's what Dan Abrams himself covered when it was going on. And we'll see a little bit more about what Bailey has to go rant to this detective about.
All that aside, Detective Furman, when did you talk with a prosecutor about a motion in 1994?
Sir, I don't have a day calendar.
Oral.
I don't have a day calendar. I write those memos in.
I understand, but you have a memory. You remember this crime occurred in June of 94, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Now tell us, as best you can, what was the motion that you were discussing on the phone?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Oral.
Sir, there's been so many things going on with this, I couldn't tell you. When I talked to some people about...
Didn't ask you that. What was the nature of the motion that required that you be consulted, if you know?
I don't, sir.
Was it a motion about Kathleen Bell?
Oral. You can
I've
answer.
talked to...
You can answer the question.
I've talked to Ms. Lewis about Kathleen Bell's motion, yes.
All right. And was that in 1994 when it was presented or filed?
It could have been.
All right. Did you talk on January 3rd when it was argued? Or thereabouts?
I don't recall a date, no.
All right. Were you in the prosecutor's office in the month of January?
I believe so, yes.
On what occasions? And start with the first one, please.
Sir, I cannot remember a date. I couldn't give you a time.
You kept no record whatsoever of your visits.
Why would I do that?
Were you on duty?
Yes.
Did you have to account for someone as to where you were going and why?
No, when the DA's office wants to talk to a detective, they obviously will talk to him. There's nobody that would need to give me permission. I'd just say I'm going to the DA's office.
Well, who would you tell? Someone had to know where you were, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Well, who's your boss? Detective
Ron
Phillips?
Phillips.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Phillips on those occasions when you were coming downtown to work on this case where you were going?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if any records of any kind are kept about these visits?
Not to my knowledge.
Were the prosecutors keeping any records of your visits that you know of?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Now, do you leave it with the court that if you had a meeting with Miss Lewis in January, you are not certain of it?
That's correct.
You just don't have any memory of meeting this woman in January, the one seated at the table here to my far right.
Objection, that is a question.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Try again. Did you or did you not see Miss Lewis in January in this building?
I'd say I could have, but I couldn't tell you exactly when, so I can't say for sure.
Is she the first lawyer that you met and talked to?
After the prelim?
In 1995. We'll just leave 94 alone for now.
I don't know if she's the first, sir.
You don't know?
No.
Does anyone else come to mind as being the person who started off this whole series of interviews?
No.
Was it Mr. Darden?
No.
Was it Miss Clark?
No.
Any other lawyers not seated here today that you've worked with on this case?
No.
Mr. Hodgman?
No.
Okay. So January, then, I take it, is a blank.
No.
May we now turn to February. Do you have any memory of coming to this building in February and meeting with someone?
Yes.
When was the first meeting in February that you can recall, Detective
can't.
Phillips?
I can't recall when in February.
I'm not asking for a date in a minute. Can you say early, middle, late? Give us any help at all?
I'd say it would be fair to say probably Early part of February and the latter part.
All right. Who was present at the meeting, the first one?
I've talked to Mr. Darden, talked to Ms. Clark, I've talked to Ms. Lewis.
Does that mean you cannot remember who was present at the first meeting?
That's correct.
And that was early in February, you think?
Yes.
Okay. When was the one after that?
I'm not sure, sir.
Early, middle, or late? Can you help us at least that much as to meeting number 2 in February, Detective Furman?
Sometime in the latter part of February.
All right. So you had a meeting in the early part of February, being the first one of that month, and you don't remember who was at that meeting, correct?
No.
And then you had a meeting at the latter part of February, with whom, if you recall?
I've talked to all these prosecutors that are seated before me.
All at once?
No, they work a team. I could talk to one, I could see another one the next day or the next hour.
Well, let's try and approach it another way. Of the 3 prosecutors facing you, with whom did you spend the most time talking about the case?
Probably Miss Clark.
When's the first time you can remember seeing Miss Clark in a meeting that you attended in this building? In February?
I believe in latter part of February.
Okay. Do you remember how long the meeting was?
We didn't have many meetings or discussions that lasted much longer than an hour once we got started.
Do you remember the day of the week that the meeting occurred?
No, I don't.
Do you have any memory of the time of day that the meeting occurred?
It would be after court or maybe an afternoon on a weekend, but I can't remember that period of time or day a week with the person.
Can't remember?
No.
Okay. When was the next February meeting you had after number 2 late in the month with Miss Clark?
Sir, I don't know.
Don't know?
No.
But Detective Furman, when I asked you if you'd had 10 meetings and you said 8 would be more like it, where did you get that number?
I just felt 10 was too many. It just felt like, I'm more comfortable with 8.
Well, did you pick 8 out of the air, or do you remember having approximately 8 meetings with prosecutors?
Sustained.
Did you have a memory when you gave us that answer of about 8 meetings with prosecutors?
Overruled.
That felt like a comfortable number, yes.
All right. Why did it feel comfortable?
Because it was more than 5 and less than 10.
Well, so far you've described 2. Were there any more meetings in February other than the 2 that you've described that you can recall now, Detective Furman?
I can't recall the specifics. I didn't take note of these. Many times it was inconvenient, and sometimes we got nothing accomplished because of scheduling and things going on with people's personal lives. Sometimes they were not much of meetings at all because of people's lives.
And were there some times when disagreements prevented anything from being accomplished?
I don't recall that.
Don't recall having any disagreement?
No.
All right. Now, how about March? Do you recall some meetings in March?
We have met, yes, in March.
The first one in March that you can recall, and I assume that it would have to be early or middle.
Yes, early in March.
Okay. Any idea what date?
I believe it was on I don't know the date, it would be on a weekend.
A weekend in March?
Yes.
All right. That'd be the first weekend in March if it was early in March?
Could have been.
Was it down here?
Yes.
Do you recall a Saturday or a Sunday?
I believe it was a Saturday.
And who was present?
Miss Clark.
How long did you talk?
About an hour, hour and a half.
Was anyone else present during that hour to hour and a half?
People came in and gave her messages or papers that I didn't know what she was receiving, and then they left.
All right. But were any of the other lawyers seated at this table or other lawyers working on this case outside the courtroom present during this hour to hour and a half?
Periodically, an attorney would come in and give her something. Sometimes they would stay for a moment, then they would leave.
Well, let me narrow it a little bit, Detective Furman. During this hour to hour and a half, did any lawyer connected to this case come in and participate in what you and Ms. Clark were doing?
No.
All right, so that you talked together for 60 to 90 minutes about the case.
Yes, sir.
None of these people have ever had conversations with you about other matters, have they?
What are other matters?
Other than the case?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I don't understand the question.
All right, let me rephrase it. You have told us that you spent a number of hours talking with these people, among others, about the case.
Yes.
You don't socialize with any of these lawyers, do you?
No.
Haven't seen them outside the work environment, have you?
No.
And you don't have any other cases going with them at the moment, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. So is it fair to say that all of the discussions you have had with these people in 1995 have been about the case?
No.
It's not?
No.
What other things were talked about?
Chris Darden and I talked about basketball.
Okay.
Miss Lewis talks about scuba diving.
All right. Were these dominant themes or just small talk as part of the overall conversation?
Just conversation.
All right. But the main purpose, I take it, of each encounter, even though there may have been other subjects touched upon, was the case, People against Simpson.
Yes.
And your role in that case.
Yes.
Now, the total number of meetings in March that you can recall, excluding the grand jury session.
2 or 3.
All right. The first was with Ms. Clark for 60 to 90 minutes. When was the one that you meant when you said 2?
I believe that was during the weekday after court with Miss Clark.
And when was that?
I believe the following week.
So if you met on a Saturday, then some day during the following week after court had adjourned. I take it was late in the day.
I believe so, sir.
And how long did that session last?
I recall it was about an hour.
And were any other lawyers involved to the extent of participating in that conversation that you were having?
I think periodically Miss Lewis came in and out.
Fair answer, you weren't forced to only discuss work with work colleagues. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, fun fact. It has been a very long time since I've been live this late. My main streams used to always be late night lives with other groups from the past. But it's been a very long time since we've done it this late. Just a fun fact. And we will continue now.
Did she stay long enough to position herself in the conversation or just drop something and take off?
Well, a lot of times when another person comes into the room, Miss Clark will stop, take care of business, or wait till they leave, and then we continue.
All right. My question to you was Ms. Lewis assisting Ms. Clark in some way in the preparation for this case, or simply coming in and out on other matters other than the Furman testimony?
No. Ms. Clark dealt with me directly.
And you said 2 or 3. If there was a third, what's your recollection as to that?
Close to the beginning of my testimony, or close to that week.
The testimony began, I believe, last Thursday.
Yes, sir.
So how long prior to that was your meeting with Ms. Clark, if it occurred? I'm now looking for a third one.
Yes, that was very brief.
Yes. How long prior to the onset of your testimony did it occur?
2-3 days?
Not the day before?
I don't believe so, no.
You weren't in the building the day before?
I was in the building the day before, yes.
What were you doing?
Waiting to testify.
Not talking with anyone?
No.
Okay. Was your lawyer with you at the time?
No, he was watching the TV and I was not.
Now, have you spent any time with him, without going into anything that was said, preparing for your testimony in this case?
Preparing for direct testimony in this case?
No. Preparing for the cross-examination you assumed would follow hard on the heels of direct?
I think I've gotten some general advice, much the same as I've gotten from most of the people I know.
Okay. And you have been urged to remain calm, have you not?
So I'm going to sustain the court's own objection in the context of the previous
I'm sorry.
question.
I mean to exclude Mr. Tortolo from any question that has substance of a conversation in it. I do not ask to go into anything he said to you. But you mentioned that you had advice from a lot of people, and what I meant to ask you was, did a lot of people say it was very important to remain calm?
Overruled.
No.
No. Were any documents, books, or other materials given to you or exhibited to you at any of these sessions to assist you in your role as a witness in this case?
No.
You have read no books on how to be a good witness?
No.
None on cross-examination?
None.
Have you watched any films or tapes that relate to that subject?
None.
And have you discussed your position with fellow officers and sought their advice as to how to be an effective witness?
No.
Now, Detective Furman, is it not fair to say that in your 19-year career, this is by far the most important case in which you've been involved?
Yes.
Is it not also true that you realize now, as you did back on June 13th, that the right-hand leather glove, which you claim to have found in Rockingham, could be a very significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of the fact that your testimony, as it pertains to that evidence, may be very, very important to this court?
Yes.
Did you anticipate, based on what you had been told, that some sort of attack might be visited upon you with respect to alleged racial slurs?
No.
Was it a surprise to you when those questions were put by Marcia Clark at the very outset of your testimony to give you a chance to deny the allegations before I have talked to them?
Objection, Your Honor. Seems that's not the evidence, speculation.
Withdraw the question. Do you recall that when you took the stand, you explained to the jury and to the court that you had had some special sessions because of a problem not related to the facts of the case?
State's testimony.
Overruled.
You recall that?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that Ms. Clark then caused to be displayed to you parts of a letter allegedly written by Kathleen Bell to Johnny Cochran and invited you to examine the text of that letter? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you discussed the fact that this was going to happen before you ever came into the courtroom?
Yes, that part, yes.
This was no surprise to you, was it?
No, sir.
And were you not advised that the effort in doing so was to steal the thunder from the inevitable cross-examination?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation.
Sustained.
Was it explained to you that this was an effort to defuse the impact of any accusations that might later be made against you?
Sustained.
Why, if there was an explanation, was it explained to you that this method of introducing your testimony was to be used in this case?
It wasn't explained to me, no.
Well, in other words, as I understand it, you were simply told, here's what we're going to do, Detective Furman. Here's the order in which things will happen when you hit the witness stand, and we're not going to tell you why.
I'm not the prosecutor, sir.
I know that you're not the prosecutor, you're the witness.
That
Did
was
you
what-
have any comprehension as to why this tack was taken by the prosecution?
Yes.
Did you understand that it related to possible experiences you might have on cross-examination?
No.
Okay. What was your understanding as to why this letter was surfaced at the outset of your testimony?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think his frame of mind is relevant. Overruled.
As to the reason for...
His understanding.
His
No,
understanding.
I've inquired, counsel. It is relevant, his frame of mind. Overruled.
Give us your understanding of why this was done in this case.
Because that's why Ms. Clark, the way she wanted to litigate this case.
Okay. And beyond that, you had no comprehension as to why it was done. Is that right?
No.
Did you not testify at the very outset of your testimony that you have been subjected since the preliminary hearing to a barrage of personal attacks which made you nervous as you first sat down in the stand?
Sustained.
Did you tell us something about your experience since July 6th, or a little later, perhaps around the 14th, that was unusual?
No.
Did you tell us anything about problems you had had that were specific to this case and no other and did not relate to the evidence in the case?
Yes.
What did you mean to convey when you told that to this jury? What were you thinking of when you talked about these problems?
Being accused of committing a felony and a capital crime.
Okay. Was that the only accusation that was troubling you as you took the witness stand?
That's the only one I care about, yes.
The other ones, the accusations that you use racial epithets you don't care about at all, is that correct?
I didn't say them. I don't care about them.
You don't care about them?
I didn't say them, sir.
Oh.
Witness answered.
Yeah. Did you read, without specifying the publication, in one of the media covering this case, a printed article, that disclosed or purported to disclose that you were undergoing some heavy training in the DA's office? Did you?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
I'm sorry, Henry?
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Did you learn from any source that it was claimed that you were undergoing some training sessions in the district attorney's office with several lawyers?
I was told that.
Okay. Do you remember when you were first told that?
I believe when that Newsweek article came out.
So, Newsweek, you read it?
No.
No. Who described it to you?
Miss Clark?
Did she
Miss
read it
Lewis?
to you?
Yes.
They
Read
read
it to
you the
me?
text?
No.
Okay. Was there any talk? This, by the way, occurred after the grand jury experience, did it not?
Yes, sir.
Was there any talk during the period when she was reading this to you about a leak?
Objection misstates the testimony. He just testified, I did not, nobody read it.
Wait.
I'm sorry. I may have misheard you. Did you not just tell us
Rephrase the
Ms.
question.
Clark read you the Newsweek article or a portion of it?
I don't believe she read it. No.
What did she say to you that Newsweek was talking about?
She pulled out excerpts of the article.
Well, where were the two of you?
Sitting in her office.
Okay. Now, does this help you with one of the meetings, the recollection of the Newsweek article in March?
Help me with the recollection?
We were trying earlier, Detective Furman, to pin down as best we could the times that you had met with prosecutors in the month of March to get ready for your testimony.
Yes.
At which of the possible 3 meetings that you have some recollection of did the Newsweek article surface?
I don't remember which one it was, sir.
All right. Well, do you remember the date on which you did the grand jury thing?
No.
Do you remember the day of the week?
Sunday?
Sunday?
I believe so.
All right. How long after that did Ms. Clark inform you that Newsweek had described the event?
I don't remember that.
A day or more?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. Is it fair to say that when Ms. Clark informed you about the Newsweek piece, it was after the grand jury exercise had taken place?
That would be fair to say.
All right. Now, were you present in her office when you learned about this? Or on the phone?
I'm not sure on that. I could have been in her office.
You don't recall whether or not you were on a telephone or facing Ms. Clark when you learned that your grand jury training had been published in the media?
I don't remember, sir.
Don't remember. All right.
Yes.
You've told us that you were not surprised when she developed early in your direct examination that you had undergone a practice cross-examination with some lawyers. If you were not surprised, at some point, I take it, you were informed that that was going to happen.
Yes.
Okay. Were you informed that that was going to happen sometime after the Newsweek article came out and you two discussed it?
No, I think Ms. Clark told me that she was going to bring that up on direct, and that was as far as it went.
No. When did she tell you that?
Right before I testified.
Just before you testified?
No, the day before, maybe
All right.
day and a half.
Prior to that, you'd never heard of that plan, had you? Isn't that true?
Objection. As to this facts not in evidence, also.
Overruled.
You want to reapproach?
All right, with the court report, please.
I withdraw the question.
Easier.
You just said that Ms. Clark explained to you a day or two before your testimony that she would elicit from you the fact that you had practiced cross-examination, correct?
I don't know if it was exactly those words, but yes.
To that effect.
Yes, sir.
Was this a day or two before your testimony the first time that this idea of bringing this out was conveyed to you?
Yes.
All right. But at no time after the experience took place and prior to the publication of the Newsweek article were you told that any such disclosure would be made. Isn't that so, Detective Furman?
Objection, Your Honor. It's exactly the point I'd like to approach.
All right, with the court report, please.
I do not withdraw this time.
All right.
Detective Furman, between the time that you did grand jury case preparation on the weekend
Passion says his brain would be scrambled, or at least mine would be, spending days and days going back and forth through memories and scrutinizing relentlessly. They'd never be allowed to do this during interrogation. It would destroy any suspect. I agree. I think that these are very unconventional methods that is ineffective, and you would see based on his methods the attorney is in a losing, he may feel in a losing state, although they won the case, because they're desperately trying to agitate him, trying to wear him down and weaken him and just bombard him with nonsense. Think of it like a denial of service attack, like a hacking, when they bombard a website until it goes down with information. It's a system overload, and I will say he's handling the pressure very well, the Furman, and going over the same, it's like almost like gibberish. It's just a bunch of nonsense. And I've not seen anything like this in, besides maybe YSL, of it'd be similar to this extent, is something that I've not seen. And I wonder if this was common for this time or it was dramatized for the trial and the cameras. It's something to ask. Yeah, a judicial DDoS attacks. Yeah. Yeah, judicial DDoS attacks. Yeah. Yeah. And Judge Ito is just, he's just hanging out with his, his hourglass. I'm even blocking an hourglass. I'm so rude. Yeah, like say this hourglass was like plotting. It was watching us the whole time, and yeah. So he's with his hourglasses and his flowers and his coffee mugs, and he's just hanging out, just watching us. I mean, not even trying to stop this, or even Marcia's not even stopping it. It's and everybody else in the background and OJ are just watching all this go down. It's really something else. Even the book's right there, and the Sony. Notice the Sony monitor right there. That was a big thing in that time. Yeah, playing with his pocket knife and thinking about his joysticks. Yeah. And he has his Sony monitor. Remember, that man's all set. That man was set for life. He's just so comfortable in his chair. like a throne in his castle, and with his books and his Harry Potter of hourglasses, and they all have personalities, and the Sony computer monitor. Yeah, and this guy, he's getting like bombarded. Yeah. So that is just a way to paint the picture of this OJ trial testimony. And yeah, I'll say he completely kept his cool the whole time.
And the time that Ms. Clark brought to your attention the contents of the Newsweek article describing that event, did any prosecutor tell you between those two events we're going to bring the preparation session out early in your testimony?
No.
I didn't hear the answer.
Wait, there's an objection. All right, overruled.
No.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my...
Look at this man. So, like, look at that chair. Yeah, he's just, like, unfazed by anything that just happened.
Admonitions to you: don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to...
Look at the guys, look at his microphones. Like, you know, look at the microphones. Look at the pens. He's got himself a clipboard. He's got some gizmos. Gotta set up like he's an elite gamer with his soundboard and props. Special lighting, surrounded by gifts, disconnected from his audience, like Pokemon, basically. Pokemon. Yeah. There's a button on the wall of the courtroom. There's an American flag. Just look how comfortable he is. It looks like there's candles on top. Oh, dude. Come on. Look. There are hourglasses on top of hourglasses. There's even small hourglasses that are so small you need a magnifying glass to look at them. Ismail's going to have like a tower, the leaning tower of hourglasses. I mean, he's got some blue books too. I mean, it's a show, man. This is really a show. He's got his laptop too. Wow. I think he was spoiled. That's an understatement.
To communicate with you or perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. Detective Furman, you're excused until 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Counsel, did we get a better photocopy of the Tortolo letter?
When Judge Doro was sent gifts, she didn't display them or even like open them. She knew what was in them, but she didn't really. She would kind of like condemn that type of behavior. But she didn't even put any of that stuff in the courtroom during the Brooks trial. Court decorum has changed how they conduct themselves now. I don't know if there's a rule or something, but yeah, judges because like Doro didn't do that. Well, she was sent a lot of gifts, but she didn't like put anything up.
Because I was going to do that, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been done.
I must confess that the one of the critical lines regarding the amount is obscured on my copy and could be interpreted as 200,000.
I think it's pretty plainly 6 figures after the dollar sign.
The problem is the photocopy imperfection is exactly, and it appears to have been reduced as well.
Well,
Passion says, I need to use my jacket pen to address the schedule, and I'll transition to my desk pen when we begin. Then there's a pen on the bench next to the flowers that he'll use to get a special sticky notes to remind him about changing the joystick batteries.
Mr. Totolo's upstairs. I'm sure the government could find out if the original says 100. The newspaper article says it in several places and said that he acknowledged it, so I can't imagine them trying to raise 10.
Ms. Clark? Do we know if that's available? That was our inquiry when we broke for lunch.
I know, I forgot to ask Mr. Tudor, I'm sorry about it. I can do that.
All right,
We're doing it now.
all right. Are we ready to proceed in the absence of that? I'd like to see the read and a clear copy of this letter before we proceed with it.
The court has not issued a ruling then yet.
No,
Yeah.
one of the critical lines here is obscured to me. And I assume your copy is the same.
Yes.
All right. All right, then let's get as far as we can with the jury this afternoon. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Detective Mark Furman is again on the witness stand, undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, yesterday when you were quizzed about the contents of the homicide kit in the vehicle that you and Detective Phillips picked up, one of the items that you mentioned that was carried in these kits was plastic bags.
Yes, sir.
Were there any of roughly this type of commercial Ziploc sandwich bag size and type of plastic in the homicide kit?
No, we don't have any Ziploc bags.
You don't?
No, we have I'm sorry.
Tell me what you do have.
A jail bag, what you put an arrestee's property in. Then it's heat sealed with a heat seal that's kept in the jail.
Okay. And I believe you said something about different size bags. Is that true?
Well, the jail bags are one size that I know is in there, and then you might have very small ones used for narcotics.
Okay.
All right, let the record reflect what Mr. Bailey has shown to the witness is a sandwich-size Ziploc bag.
Roughly 6 by 7.5 inches, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In other words, plastic bags of various sizes are available for the collection of evidence?
Two that comes to my immediate memory, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned also that rubber gloves are available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once again, Detective Furman, have you attempted to find out the identities of the people you were unable to name who were in the grand jury case preparation exercise?
No.
Does the name Melissa Becker mean anything to you?
None at all.
Do you remember any law students being present during that time? Anyone identified you as a law student?
I do not know any of the people in the room.
Sorry. Melissa Decker.
No, I still don't.
Okay. And you don't know whether any of the people in the room were law students?
I don't know what their status was, no.
Is there anyone in this room other than the lawyers seated at counsel table who were present during that exercise?
Overruled. Oh, I'm sorry. Stand corrected. Sustained. It does. Rephrase the question.
Yes. Do you see anyone in the courtroom who was present that day other than these lawyers?
I say objection.
Direct your attention over this area, Detective Furman.
No, Your Honor, same objection seems facts not evidence in the state testimony. Assumes that all of us are present here.
No, that's not my understanding of the question. Other than these lawyers.
Other than these, it assumes these lawyers were present.
Other than these lawyers here in the courtroom is the way I want you to rephrase the question so it's crystal clear.
You told us Mr. Darden and Ms. Lewis were present.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clark was not. Miss Clark was not, I take it.
She was not.
All right. Do you see anyone other than the lawyers? 1, 2, White, and one other that you named, assistant district attorneys, in this courtroom who was present during that session?
I don't believe so.
Looking in the audience, you don't recognize anyone who was present?
No.
Okay. You mentioned Mr. Runyon. What does he do?
I believe I see him assisting Mr. Darden.
Okay. Have you had any contacts with or interviews with, since the 1st of January, any psychologists?
Objection, Your Honor.
In connection with the testimony?
No.
None at all?
No.
Have you received any counseling from anyone other than lawyers with respect to your testimony?
No.
Okay.
In the initial jury pool, there were 12 primaries and 12 alternates for a total of 24 by the end of the trial. 10 had been disbarred. Only 4 jurors from the initial primary pool made it to the bitter end. Thank you. It had to be really brutal. Wow.
Does the name Detective Furman Don Vinson mean anything to you?
Don Vincent, I believe, is a city attorney.
Do you know any other Don Vinson or know of one?
No, sir.
Okay, and how about Mark Goldston? That name mean anything to you?
The name Goldstein does not know.
Have you had any contact with anyone by either of those names in connection with this case since the 1st of the year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, in your direct testimony, you explained to us that at the request of Detective Van Adder, I believe it was, you and Detective Phillips went back to Bundy to review the left-hand glove that you had seen there.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of that was for you together to make a judgment of some sorts as to the probability that the two gloves were related, the right hand at Rockingham, the left hand at Bundy.
Yes, and to see if they were similar.
Okay. And in connection with that effort, I believe you said that you took a pencil and picked up, or pen, and picked up the glove to see what the lining looked like.
Yes, lifted it up, yes.
Can you explain to me in a little more detail, and you can show us if you wish with this glove, how you picked it up? In other words, where the pencil was put?
I didn't pick it up, sir.
Well, did you lift it at all, or just lift one
Just
flap?
lifted it, yes.
Okay. And how far did you lift it?
A couple inches.
And did you shine your little light on it? Was it light enough so you didn't need to by the time you got back to Bundy?
I was looking predominantly at if it was a right or a left, and the lining, color of the leather.
And you found that they were similar?
Yes.
And then you went back and made your report?
Yes.
Now, you remained at Rockingham for some time after that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You know a witness in this case named Ron Shipp?
Yes.
Did he talk to you on the phone that morning?
He did.
Okay. And prior to talking to Ron Shipp, did you make an effort to find out whether anyone in the neighborhood had heard anything unusual that night?
Okay, I didn't realize the microphone was off. Let's go over here. Turned it on. I should also note that if we had... it's funny that a juror was dismissed for sleeping in court, but remember in YSL, a sleepy juror was just an indicator that we should take a break. Yeah, now it's like an encouraged thing. It's like more like a social cue now than back then. It was like a death sentence. I should also note that if we had run below a total of 12 jurors, the entire case would have a mistrial. That's a good point. Yeah, YSL certainly would have resulted into that if such jury fluctuations would have occurred. And yeah, definitely there are sleepy jurors in both trials, but one was disbarred and the other one was just a sign we should take a break. Right, exactly. That trial was really that very similar to this trial. Yeah, just on the stand, like every single person had like their own personality, and I feel like there was more witnesses more frequently. These trials so far, the witnesses are staying for a very long time, and it's moving slower. The other one, it seemed like it went quicker with witnesses, but there were just a lot of witnesses. Some people were recalled and stayed a long time, like with Woody. And the other one, there was another one, I forgot his name, but he wore a mask, and he was one time he said he was so high that he needed some water. I remember his name, but I don't remember his name off the top of my head. That one was a real famous one in the YSL trial, but when Woody came in, that was more of the focus of it. But yeah, that guy was funny too. He was like a junior Woody. And here we go, some more of the nonsense.
No.
Did you go question anyone in the neighborhood?
No.
Did you go to any home in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Whose home?
The house to the north that I now know is the Salinger residence.
All right. And did you encounter someone there that you were able to talk to?
Briefly, yes.
And was that Rosa Lopez?
I have no idea.
You didn't get her name?
No.
You didn't write it down?
No.
Did you ask her if she'd heard anything unusual? Just yes or no?
No.
What did you ask her, if you remember?
If I could look down the north border of the residence, something happened next door, and I just wanted to look and see if there was anything on their side of the property. They said no problem.
All right. Now, did you make any inquiry as to where her bedroom was, if she had one, with respect to the Simpson house?
Absolutely none, sir.
Did you make any inquiry as to whether or not she had seen anything that night over at the Simpson house?
No, I didn't.
Did you inquire as to whether or not she had heard anything that night at the Simpson house?
No.
By this time in your investigation, having in mind the blood that you discovered on the Bronco and the glove that you discovered in the alleyway, had Mr. Simpson become a suspect in your mind as a detective?
I think there was a remote possibility, but nothing was solid, no.
A remote possibility?
Yes.
Okay. Well, were you present when he arrived from Chicago and they slapped handcuffs on him? Oh,
yes.
Another juror was disbarred for keeping notes about trial as it developed with the intent to write a book about being on the OJ case. They were sequestered, to which is extra brave. Very brave indeed, yes. Apparently the jurors shared a single television for an entire year while they were sequestered, and they had to agree on what to watch. Oh, that had to be interesting. That, I'm sure, was a civilized conversation. Scared. It was one of those big jumbo TVs, those box TVs. Yeah. Very interesting info, thank you, Shaza.
well, when you slap handcuffs on someone, you're taking him into custody, aren't you?
Not always, no.
Oh, you have the right to handcuff a citizen without a criminal charge?
There are instances you could, yes.
Have you done that in the past? Handcuffed people against whom there was no charge?
Or will,
There's times when people pick people out as suspects and you later identify that they were not the suspect and you would release them.
But that wasn't the case here, was it?
I don't know what the case as far as he was handcuffed. I did not order that.
Without going into the details, had you had conversation with the other detectives as to whether or not Orenthal James Simpson was a suspect in the double homicide on Bundy?
No.
That had not ever been discussed prior to your going to the house next door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Had it ever passed your mind, however remotely, that that might be the case?
Not knowing his whereabouts the night before, I felt it was extremely remote.
Not knowing his whereabouts?
I knew he was in Chicago.
Well, you also knew he didn't leave till 11, right?
I didn't know that, no.
You didn't think the limousine was there to pick up anyone else at 11 o'clock, did you?
I didn't know about the limousine other than what Cato initially told me.
How much more do you need to know? You saw a limousine at 11 o'clock.
Sustained.
Withdraw the question. Did that seem significant to you with respect to the whereabouts of the rather famous owner of the house, that there was a limousine there at 11 o'clock?
Objection, that states the testimony. This is fact, not evidence.
Sustained.
Did Cato Kalin
I want to watch Home Improvement, and you can't stop me. I can't stand Tim Allen. Who would marry that man? The entire show is ridiculous. Meanwhile, the bailiff's in the background. I haven't seen my wife in 8 months. Yeah, that's exactly what was going on in that courtroom. Yeah.
tell you that he saw a limousine there at 11 o'clock when he went outside after he heard the noise?
Yes.
Okay. Now my question is, did that in any way relate to the possible presence or absence of Mr. Simpson at about that time at his home?
I had no idea.
Did you think maybe the limousine was bringing him back from somewhere?
I did not give it any thought.
But you knew he had gone to Chicago, didn't you?
Yes, I had been told that by then.
You knew that Detective Phillips talked to him in Chicago, didn't you?
Yes.
The next morning.
Well, I take it we're still in the context of when Detective Furman went next door to the Salingers.
Trying to find out what he then knew.
All right.
Okay. You knew that he reached him in Chicago by telephone, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that Detective Phillips was satisfied that the recipient of the call was in fact in Chicago, correct?
Yes.
All right. So at some point he had traveled to Chicago. Did that occur to you?
Of course.
All right. Did a question arise in your mind as to when he might have traveled to Chicago?
It did not.
Well, did it occur to you if he traveled to Chicago before the ice cream was purchased, at which point the victim, Nicole Brown Simpson, was very much alive, that he would be eliminated as a suspect insofar as direct participation in the homicide was concerned?
I never gave any of that.
I'm sorry. Ms. Clark?
Compound, Your Honor. Complex.
Calls for a conclusion as well. Sustained.
Were you, Detective Furman, during the course of your stay from 2:10 a.m. until you talked to Ship at, say, around 10, is that correct? 10 o'clock?
I don't recall what time he called.
Mid-morning?
I believe so.
All right. Were you engaged in your profession as a detective of the Los Angeles Police Department?
At the time I talked to Mr. Ship?
No, sir. From 2:10 a.m., when you arrived on the scene, until at least mid-morning on the 13th, were you engaged in your profession as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Were you being paid to carry out the function of a detective during that period?
Yes.
Were you giving that your best effort during that period?
I was being directed. Yes.
You were being directed?
Yes.
You weren't directed to the Bronco, were you?
No.
You weren't directed to the south border of the Simpson property, were you?
Yes.
By whom?
Mr. Kalin.
Mr. Kalin ordered you to go out and look for where the noise came from, Detective?
No, he directed me by his statement.
Does he have the power to direct any detective in the Los Angeles Police Department, Detective Furman?
Direction and the logical thing to do would be one and the same.
They're one and the same. Do
Yes.
you want to leave it that Cato Kalin directed you to go out and look for the noise or its source?
By his statement, absolutely.
Okay. You had no choice but to do that without telling anybody, correct?
I had a choice. That was a logical thing to do.
All right, well, let's continue. When you learned that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, did it occur to you that the presence of the limousine might be of some significance?
I did not give the limousine any thought after that.
Did you give any thought to the possibility that Mr. Simpson was or was not in Brentwood between 9 and midnight?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
Well, it was out of my realm of responsibility at that time.
Well, you claim that you found an instrumentality of murder, what turns out to be, on his property. Did that give you any cause to suspect Mr. Simpson?
Knowing he was in Chicago, I think it would be quite the opposite.
All right. Well, now, you attach some significance, as I understand it, to the Bronco, initially against the possibility that people inside would be injured, correct?
Yes.
All right. You had ascertained by questioning Cato Kalin that only O.J. Simpson drove the Bronco, correct?
Yes.
And you had noticed a shovel and some plastic, which you did not then understand, in the back of the Bronco, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have before cited this set of circumstances as being relevant to the pressing need to go over the fence onto the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were they also relevant to the possibility that Mr. Simpson should be looked at as a suspect on the 13th of June?
Not at the time as you are describing these, no.
Okay. When you learned that he was the only driver of the Bronco, according to Mr. Kalin, were you interested to know whether the Bronco might have left the premises that night during the period during which the murder may have occurred?
That would have been helpful, yes.
It would have been helpful. All right. Now, when you spoke to Miss Lopez to get permission to go back along the borderline and wherever it was you wanted to go on the Salinger's property, did you ask her any questions whatsoever about the Bronco?
No.
Or any questions whatsoever about the doings at the Simpson place the night before?
No.
Okay. Did you then go and make an inquiry or investigation of the terrain to the south side of the Salinger property, along
Yes.
the fence?
Yes, sir.
By the way, did you ever identify yourself to Rosa Lopez
Yes, sir.
as Detective Furman?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any notes when you talked to her?
No.
Or make any later on of the conversation?
No.
And did you ever say to her that you would have some other officers get in touch with her?
No.
So as far as you were concerned, there was no point in you or anyone else questioning Rosa Lopez?
There was nothing she indicated that should be interviewed for, no.
Well, you never asked her a question. How could she indicate anything?
As far as I'm concerned.
Do you determine without asking questions whether witnesses have information?
No, sir, you misstated. I wouldn't have interviewed her.
You would not have interviewed her?
No.
As a detective, you don't interview witnesses?
It was no longer my case. Detective Lang and Van Etter will dictate what interviews and when.
Did you ever consult with them and say, I'd like this time to ask your direction. Should I talk with this lady next door?
No, Detective Lang was on the Bundy crime scene, and Detective Van Etter was writing a search warrant.
You couldn't interrupt him writing the search warrant to see if it was okay to talk with the next door neighbor's maid?
I didn't think it important.
Didn't think it important. Did you cause her to ask her gardener some questions?
Excuse me?
Did you cause Rosa Lopez to ask her gardener some questions?
Not at all.
Were you looking for possible sharp objects when you were on the Salinger property?
I was looking for anything that looked like it was unusual or something that was obvious.
Was one of the unusual things you were looking for, Detective Furman, a sharp object?
I didn't know at that time the cause of death at Bundy, so I didn't know what I was looking for precisely.
Can you answer the question? Were you looking or were you not looking for a sharp object?
I can't answer that as a yes or no, sir.
So you don't know if you'd seen a knife, whether you'd have picked it up or photographed it or even noted it?
I wasn't specifically looking for a knife. If I would have found one, I would have seized it, yes, or kept it there for a photographer and a criminalist to recover, yes.
Okay. Now, what else were you looking for? If it wasn't knives, what were you hoping to find?
I don't know, sir. Anything that looked like it was out of place or possible evidence. I could go back to the Salinger residence and ask if it was theirs.
All right. Bloody clothing?
Anything of that nature, yes.
Had you seen enough of the crime scene to assume that whoever had perpetrated the murders probably had blood on them, as the gloves did?
Yes.
All right. Were you interested in finding whether or not there was any bloody clothing nearby the Simpson residence?
I don't think I was specifically looking for just that, but as I said.
Detective Furman, when I ask you if you're looking for something, that does not mean to the exclusion of all other items. I simply want to know if that was on the list of things that might have interested you if you had seen it.
There was no list.
There was no list?
No.
Okay. Do you know how you were going to decide whether something was significant if it walked up and hit you in the face?
Well, if it didn't belong in the Salinger residence and it came from the Simpson residence, it could be possibly construed as something involved with anything to do with Bundy or Rockingham, and I'd simply ask the Salingers.
Well, my question to you was simply, included among those kinds of items, would bloody clothes have been an item?
Yes.
All right. Did you find any?
No.
Did you find any sharp instruments?
No, sir.
Was the gardener working that Monday morning?
I saw a gardener sometime that morning, but I'm not sure if it was in front of Salinger's.
Yeah, Passion, I didn't know about that either. Scared. He goes on to say that the relationship was strained and imperfect, but not malicious. Apparently, he wanted an amicable future of some sort with her. Then he thanks 100 people for being bros. Wow, it almost sounds like a self-deletion suicide note. Scared. Farewell weather before his dramatic Bronco parade and didn't know it. And to whom it may concern, I had nothing to do with the murder. If we had a problem, I loved her too much. He ends by claiming he had a good life and asks the reader to not feel sorry for him. Chilling stuff. Yeah, that's really dark and chilling. Really dark and chilling indeed. And, you know, certainly the mind can be a very dark place, and that is certainly a very dark deed and a dark letter. Yeah. Yeah, so I like the idea of, like, kind of seeing through his mind about what was going through his head and any potential confessions. It's like, when people don't see stuff like this in a trial, it can really be a turning point either way. Yeah, chilling stuff indeed. I agree.
Residence or on the street?
You never saw the Salingers there, did you?
I don't believe so.
The only person you spoke to at the front door was rather short, Hispanic, upper middle age, correct?
No, because I believe there was a security door with some type of a mesh where I can't see in. That person opened the interior door and spoke through that.
If the person who spoke to you that morning presented themselves in this courtroom now and didn't say anything, would you be able to recognize them?
No.
Was the accent accompanying the voice, which had no image at that point, Spanish or Hispanic?
I don't recall that there was a heavy accent, no.
Do you recall any accent that would tend to identify the speaker as someone born in another country?
It's a possibility, but I don't recall it.
Okay. And when was the first time you ever spoke to anybody about this encounter with the person at the Salingers?
I believe when Rosa Lopez came forward as a witness.
Well, you mean when she was first listed by the defense, a long time ago or recently?
I'm not sure on that, sir. I don't know when she was listed, and I don't know when she testified exactly, so I would probably say sometime in between there.
Did you ever learn, as a result of any hearings before this court, without going into what was said, that it was alleged that you had talked with Ms. Lopez the morning of the investigation, the first morning?
Yes, I heard that.
Do you remember when you first learned that?
No.
Have you ever made any effort since that time to get a look at Ms. Lopez to see whether or not, or listen to Ms. Lopez to see whether or not you could recognize that person as the one you may have talked to on the morning of the 13th?
Yes, I saw her on the news.
All right. And did you listen to her?
Yes.
Did that help you in any way as to whether or not this is the person you questioned on the morning of the 13th?
Well, she was speaking Spanish, so no.
All right. You did not hear her speak English?
No, sir.
Did not hear her here on the witness stand testifying?
No, I saw a clip on the news. I believe it was of her testimony.
Okay. All right. And to this day, by the way, do you know what, if any, portion of the neighborhood around the Simpson home was searched for these items of evidence that you and I have been discussing, such as weapons and clothing?
No, sir.
You never participated in, gave any direction to other officers about, or otherwise involved yourself in a search for items of evidence of this sort?
I was there during the search warrant, and I assisted in the closet of Mr. Simpson's bedroom and some of the exterior portions, but that's it.
Who was the first person, if you know, by the way, ever to go up to Mr. Simpson's bedroom after you entered the premises?
I don't know, sir.
What time did you go there first?
Inside the residence?
Yes.
With Mr. Kalin.
How great an area, if you know, around Bundy was searched for bloody clothing, other accoutrements might have been worn or used by the murderer, including a weapon?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
Didn't Officer Risky tell you where he had caused people to look for items of that sort?
I don't recall that, no.
All right. Did you continue working on this case after June 13th?
I believe I was asked to do a few things. Yes.
Did you know that Detective Van Adder said on June 6th in his sworn testimony that you were still very much a part of the case as a detective?
Well, I think that would include the times that they ask us to do certain things, yes.
All right. And when did you last do any work on this case, Detective Furman? Other than prepare yourself as a witness?
It would have been last year, sir.
I understand.
Maybe a month after the crime.
You think you may have continued through July to work on the case?
Yes, there might have been some things I did, yes.
And some part of August you may have worked on the case?
I'm not sure, sir.
All right, well, assuming that jury selection or proceedings pointed toward jury selection began September 19th of 1994, did you do any work on the case after that?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't know whether you've done anything on the case since this proceeding began?
I don't believe I have, no.
Did you receive an instruction of some sort, Detective Furman, to abstain from viewing these proceedings?
Yes.
And have you followed that instruction?
Yes, sir.
Now, over the lunch hour, did you have any chance to reflect, or have your memory assisted by any of the minions for the prosecution as to the sessions that occurred before the trial, your part of this trial, and since the first of the year?
No.
Would you say, Detective Furman, that in addition to this being the largest case in which you've ever been involved, this is perhaps the most important testimony in which you've ever been involved?
Sustained.
Have you not been very concerned since January 1 and beyond with the experience of testifying in this case?
I believe I was concerned with the allegations that have been brought forth against me.
Yes.
Yes.
You were concerned with something happening which has now happened, correct?
No, objection.
Sustained.
Withdrawn. Having that in mind, Detective Furman, were you anxious that you deliver a good performance on the witness stand?
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
Vague.
Overruled.
I'm always concerned with that in every case.
In this case more than others, Detective Furman?
I am testifying just like I do in any other case.
Mm-hmm. And have you ever in any other case faced accusations such as you expected in this case?
Sustained.
Have you ever in any other case had the benefit, may I finish the question, have you ever in any other case had the benefit of a grand jury case preparation session such as you had here?
Overruled. Denied. You can answer the question.
No.
I thought we already asked that once before.
Okay. Now, having in mind all of that, do you maintain that you have almost no recollection of the sessions intended to prepare you for this testimony?
That's correct, sir.
Overruled.
Have we solved the earlier problem, Your Honor? Described it.
Nothing has been submitted to me.
Well, I understood that it was coming forth with. Have we learned the status of that, perhaps?
Ms. Lewis?
Certainly like to do that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Detective Furman, as I recall, in your initial arrival at the Ashford Gate and in the developments that occurred thereafter, including the observations about the Bronco, you were concerned that somebody might be bleeding to death, including O.J. Simpson, inside his house, correct?
I said somebody. I didn't use the word O.J. Simpson.
No.
Yes, sir.
I'm adding it. Wasn't he one of the people that could have been bleeding to death in the O.J. Simpson house?
Yes, sir.
When you got into that house finally and started talking to people, did you ever ask anyone where O.J. was?
No.
All right. The only other question I have, Your Honor, is related to that document, which I assume is en route.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. This will probably only be about 5 or 10 minutes. Ask you to step back into the jury room. We'll give you enough time for a comfort break. All right, Detective Furman, you can step down. Stay in the courtroom, please. All right, back on record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. The jury is not present. I have now received... what appears to be a photocopy of a fax. Yes, please. Thank you. All right, I reviewed this, what appears to be a clear and full-size copy of a letter dated September 21st, 1994, addressed to a Daniel Labato of the Northampton Police Department, Northampton, Massachusetts. All right, either.
I moved past the front door to take a closer look. There were candles burning inside, and I could hear a faint music playing. It was the obvious Nicole was expecting company. Scared. Scared.
Either counsel wish to address this issue, or do you want to proceed with the jury?
The people have addressed the court on the issue of relevance.
All right, well, I indicated I wanted to wait till I had the chance to read the entire thing, and without any passages being obscure, I'm now ready to hear that. Mr. Bailey.
Your Honor, I believe that
Just as I was beginning to get seriously steamed, the back gate squeaked open and a guy came through like he owned the effing place. Oh, scared. That is some serious stuff right there. That's really revealing.
the letter plainly seeks to advance the financial position of Detective Furman to the extent that in seeking counsel, one assumes that expenses and fees would arise. This letter, which proclaims the high moral character of Detective Furman and declaims false accusations of racism, seeks to have police officers, and I believe it went around the country, contribute to make up the costs that had been incurred and were expected to be incurred. It lists some of the salient victories of the Tortolo firm in representing Furman and claims that Tortolo and Butler had fronted out-of-pocket costs which have already reached over $100,000. But to clear his good name, the costs of experts, investigators, and paralegals continue to mount at a rate we can no longer sustain. Ground one, I believe that any money contributed as a substitute for something that Detective Furman would owe as a legitimate fee or cost of representation, if there were any, is a significant financial advantage to him. Second, he says he's familiar with the letter. I think we're entitled to ask him which portions of the letter he was aware of before they went out. And third, I think we're entitled to inquire whether anything approaching $100,000 in costs had been incurred by September 21, 1994, or whether the United States mails were used for a fraudulent attempt to obtain money by making misrepresentations as to costs which recipients would hardly be in a position to second guess.
Do you want to explain to the court how it is that this letter...
In the book, he claimed to strip himself of his blood-soaked clothes, except his socks, before driving home. Notably, a pair of bloodied socks were actually found in his estate bedroom. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is clear as the blue sky in daytime about his involvement with this. Yeah, that's where this talk about the socks coming from. Really great scoops right there.
relates to any bias, interest, or motive as it pertains to Detective Furman's testimony here today?
Yes, I do, because presumably, if his testimony is accepted or admired by the recipients of this letter, the solicitation is still hanging out there. If he can convince them that he's a good guy and he's telling the truth, and O.J. Simpson's a bad guy, some of this money may come in. But I don't believe in an undertaking of this sort that the result is necessarily essential. It is the purpose of the exercise.
All right. Ms. Clark?
That is tortured logic, to say the least, Your Honor. The witness is here in court to present testimony concerning the work he did in this case. He's not here soliciting funds for anything. Number one, this letter is irrelevant to any issue of bias or detective's credibility. Number two, with respect to how monies have been spent in the mounting of the lawsuits for defamation, is privileged. So counsel's not permitted to get into that. I cannot see any relevance to this letter pertinent to this detective's testimony. I mean, it's just absolutely absent.
Well, the issue, as I understand Mr. Bailey's argument, is that there is some potential for financial gain that would impact on motivations to testify or how to testify. Do you want to address that particular?
Not reflected in this letter, there isn't, Your Honor. What this letter reflects is the need to defray costs of legal expenses incurred as a result of lawsuits which were made necessary by the defamatory nature of the false allegations made against Detective Furman. But there's no financial gain involved in that pertains to his testimony. The two are totally disparate. He's testifying here today, and this letter was generated when? Back in September, long before he took this witness stand, in an effort to defray legal costs. His appearance today has no bearing. There's just no connection between his appearance in court and this letter and the money it seeks to get. And we're talking about defraying legal costs that were made necessary by virtue of the actions of the lawyers for the defense in this case. So there is no gain to Detective Furman in that regard. And it has not been shown that there is any, nor that there ever will be. To the extent that the court sees there is a financial interest this witness has in having at least begun work or contemplated lawsuits for defamation against the lawyers in this case, that has already been explored. And that issue is not illuminated in any respect by this letter, other than to indicate that he doesn't really have the money to pay for these lawyers. I do not see how it can have anything to do with Detective Furman's credibility on the witness stand, especially in view of the fact that Detective Furman never read the letter. This is something issued by his lawyer, the work product of his lawyer, as was the decision as to who to sue and for what to sue them for, was the work of his lawyer. I understand the agency theories, Your Honor. I'm not arguing with that. But this letter was not generated at the behest of Detective Furman, and I think that's an important distinction to make.
Well, when you call something, though, the Mark Furman Justice Fund, and it's issued by your attorney, don't you think that any attorney would send a copy of these things out for approval by the client before they're sent out, especially if you're talking about a nationwide fundraising campaign and the amount of money that takes? I mean, just in postage, you're talking a substantial amount of money.
Well, leaving that to one side, Detective Furman has indicated he is aware a letter went out that he did not read, that his lawyer drafted. But, you know, do we really want to do this, Your Honor? Do we really want to spend 2 hours now talking about how Detective Furman's lawyer is saying he needs to defray legal costs incurred as a result of the defamation suits that may be filed at the end of this case, which have not been filed yet? I mean, is that where this case is going? How far afield do we have to go on this witness? I mean, we have gone way out there in the past 10 years. Have you ever used a racial slur? And a woman who makes allegations about him 10 years ago, and what other cases he's ever testified in. And, I mean, we have really hit the outer limits here. And this is far beyond the outer limits. This is the twilight zone. This letter really has no bearing on this detective's credibility, Your Honor. It's a letter he himself has not drafted, And I understand what the court is saying. He gave permission for it to go out, but the language contained in it, which Mr. Bailey is going to want to attribute to him, is not his language. So we're creating an unfair inference that Detective Furman wrote a letter, put language in it, and solicited an amount of money that he did not do. This is the work of his lawyer for the purpose of defraying legal costs. And it is privileged material. Especially because Mr. Bailey has now said that he wants to explore exactly how much money was spent and whether $100,000 is a fair representation. I can assure the court that it is, and the paperwork exists, but it's nobody's business. It's privileged.
Mr. Turtle?
Is Mr. Tortolo going to appear and claim that privilege? Or is
Yes,
Mr. Furman going to assert that privilege?
Yes. This is not territory that I think is really proper for Mr. Bailey to explore with this witness. You know, or any witness for that matter. But I mean, this is privileged material, and that Mr. Bailey wants to get into. And the real thrust of his cross-examination on this is whether $100,000 was really drummed up in costs or not. That's a privileged issue. Would the court permit us to go into how much a witness who testifies in this court, who happens to have a lawyer, is paying that lawyer to represent them as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Rosa Lopez, we talked about it, remember?
But did we?
Fee arrangements, remember?
But they didn't assert it.
That's true, but I allowed the inquiry, didn't I?
Only after they conferred. That was cleared first. I remember Mr. Darden went over to Carl Jones, went over to Carl Jones and asked him, hey, I'm going to go into the fee arrangements. Carl Jones waived any privilege and said that was fine. He did not assert the privilege, and he could have. He was given every opportunity. The court flagged the issue for him, and he elected not to do so.
As I am doing here.
Is that...
So we want Mr. Turtle down here, Your Honor?
Is that
Well, I don't think that, Ms. Clark, with all due respect, I don't think you're in a position to claim the privilege on Detective Furman's behalf.
No.
So either Detective Furman himself has to claim the privilege or his attorney on his behalf.
I think probably it'd be most appropriate if his attorney did so, Your Honor.
Have you heard on waiver, Your Honor?
Well, let's hear from Mr. Tortolo if he's available.
That's different here. With respect to Rosa Lopez, Carl Jones was representing her in her capacity as a witness. No other capacity. She wasn't filing any lawsuits. She had no independent legal cause of action going. And Detective Furman does. Because he's not being represented by Mr. Turtolo.
Well, but the testimony so far hasn't it been that Mr. Furman has not filed any lawsuits yet?
That's right.
So there are no causes of action pending, are there?
That's correct.
Same difference.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not at all. Because Mr. Turtolo is representing Detective Furman with respect to what may be filed,
Ms. Clark,
and it has nothing to do with...
Hold on. The issue is there somebody plausibly who can raise an attorney-client issue here regarding the area of costs? Maybe. That's what I've determined thus far. I'd like to hear from Mr. Tortolo. So rather than argue apples and oranges between Rosa Lopez's situation and Detective Furman's situation, it's an interesting discussion, but I don't think it really bears upon the specific issue regarding this letter.
They point out that Mr. Tortolo claims victory based on your rulings, if that's not representing a witness. I don't know what it is, but it's in the body of the letter. He took credit for rulings you made in Furman's favor.
What? No one gets to take any credit except Your Honor for Your Honor's rulings.
We won 2 recent victories.
No, I don't score it that way either.
You don't score it that way?
No.
No.
First Judge Ito denied the defense team's right to review marked record. That's one of the victories.
Ms. Clark, did Ms. Lewis step out to find Mr. Tortolo? All right. Yeah, Mr. Bailey, I understand this is about the last area of inquiry that you're going to make at this point.
You would like the parameters of the inquiry?
No. I'm just saying this particular issue is the last issue on cross, unless something leaps out at you overnight.
The phone keeps ringing. Something just came in. But it is, so far as I know, except for a question prompted by the last phone call, which is very brief.
All right.
Counsel intends to go into another impeachment witness.
No, I was just trying for scheduling reasons to see maybe we could at least wrap up the cross today.
Right, I appreciate that, but I'm talking about discovery reasons.
Well, if we're going to wrap it up, I assume there's nothing more to discover.
Why would you assume that, Your Honor?
Well, I guess that was more wishful thinking.
Mine too.
Yeah.
But if counsel is referring to another witness that they intend to proffer, the people are entitled to know about it.
I am not.
All right, Mr. Tortolo.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
I wore a tie.
Mr. Tortolo, are you familiar with the letter dated September the 21st, 1994,
Yes.
addressed to a Daniel Labato of the Northampton Police Department?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, the issue has been raised in the cross-examination of your client, Mr. Furman, concerning any potential monetary interest he may have in the outcome of this litigation. And this letter has been proffered to the court as some indicia of monetary interest in the outcome of this litigation. And specifically the issue of the paragraph that indicates that your law firm has been fronting, so to speak, the out-of-pocket expenses that have reached over $100,000, and Mr. Bailey has indicated he wishes to cross-examine in that area. And in our discussion, prosecution has raised an objection of relevancy and 352, an undue consumption of time, as to that issue. And I don't recall specifically who it was who also opined that there perhaps is an attorney-client issue regarding the specifics of the representation, the parameters, the costs, and that sort of thing. And there's also a potential of waiver if, in fact, this letter itself was published and constitutes a waiver of that.
Well, number one, I will represent to the court that we have expended, including attorney's fees, in excess of $100,000 as of the date of that letter. That's number one. Number two, I'll represent to the court that Detective Furman, to my knowledge, had never seen the letter. I have never given him the letter. I asked him if we could send out a letter to cover secretarial, expert fees, investigators, and paralegals. If the letter isn't clear, I'll make it very clear. We have made it an arrangement with Mr. Furman that we were not charging him 1 cent. We have not charged him a penny. We do not intend to charge him a penny. And that we were doing it pro bono. And that's what the letter is meant to imply. But we cannot continue, as of September, we could not continue to front and put up all of the costs that we've been putting up in paralegals. Your Honor, we do claim the privilege. I wanted to explain why. I really appreciate Ms. Lewis's help, but I did intend to claim the privilege. But I wanted to explain because I've been in front of the whole world accused of mail fraud, which is outrageous statement. And I will tell the court, as an officer of the court, we have expended over $100,000 as of the day of that letter. And the insinuations and accusations by Mr. Bailey are outrageous, and I resent those. But we do claim the privilege.
All right, and do you want to explain to me how it is that you feel expenses and expenditures on behalf of a pro bono client fall within the privilege?
The services rendered, whether they're pro bono or they're for a fee, in the description of services are certainly privileged. What we checked into with respect to the outrageous character assassination that the detective has been subjected to in the last 9 months and the work that we've done is definitely privileged. And our preparation in connection with potential defamation suits is privileged.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bailey, do you wish to respond to that claim of privilege?
I certainly do, Your Honor. It appears that the letter is in fact fraudulent. We're now told that it is to cover fees. The plain language, which every lawyer understands as unequivocal, is out-of-pocket costs have exceeded $100,000. Now, we're pro bono, we're covering fees, and we're out of pocket. None of this letter, apparently, is true in total. But as it relates to the witness, this office, if they're acting pro bono on the one hand, nonetheless purport to represent him in a money damages claim for defamation to be brought when this case concludes and not before, based on correspondence we've received on behalf of Detective Furman. I've seen nothing to suggest that the $100,000, whatever it was, if it was, is segregated out as for representing Mr. Furman as a witness. And I contend that this letter says that they're representing him as a witness and in fact have won two important victories that relate to rulings you made, relating to military records and his LAPD personnel records. We also know, and we don't know of any contingent agreement, that lawsuits are being prepared because counsel says they're being prepared and the witness, more importantly, says that they're being prepared. Now, how much of this money to be received from the solicitation is applied to the lawsuit where normally the client pays the costs, even in a contingent fee arrangement, is not specified. But I think it a fair avenue of inquiry. And I think the test is, if the $100,000 comes in, does any of that inure to Mark Furman's benefit? And did he expect it to when the letter went out? And is it not solely because of his position as a witness in this case that the solicitation was made with the hope of it being successful? If the answers to those questions are yes, I think waiver is patent in this case. When you go out representing to people through the United States mails that you've spent $100,000 on experts, investigators, and paralegals, an ongoing expense, that's a pretty serious allegation, and it is supposed to be, under federal law, completely truthful. I still doubt whether or not out-of-pocket went that high at any time prior to September 21, but I don't know. Ms. Clark alleges that she knows and assures the court that it did. I would like the opportunity to ask Mark Furman if any accounting has been given to him as against future obligations he may have in these civil lawsuits or as against any fees that may have been charged, because we just heard that fees were included, by the Tortolo firm, and what he understands his position to be vis-a-vis the successful production of money from the police officers who are being asked to give it, like Daniel Lobato and the people in Oklahoma. That's what I think the cross-examination should be allowed to touch.
Your Honor, I have not represented Detective Furman as a witness. I've never discussed his testimony, ever. I represent you as an officer of the court. I haven't been present at any meetings, and I have had no conversations with Detective Furman regarding the facts of the case, purposely. My representation has been as a result of the incredible character assassination campaign that commenced in July with the New Yorker article. And that's it. And to say that part of our work, the assumption Mr. Bailey makes, had to do with preparing him as a witness is ludicrous. Again, I represent to you as an officer of the court, I have never discussed Detective Furman's testimony with him, nor have I discussed the facts of the case with him.
All right, well, the factual issue, Mr. Tortolo, though, that I need to resolve is whether any of the funds that were anticipated or received in response to this letter of September the 21st, and I take it this was a mass mailing. Was it
No,
any?
there were like 425 or something. I don't know how many there were. We got very little money. But I do want to say this. I represented him as a police officer, and under the Constitution of the State of California, a police officer has a right of privacy, and it's a separate right. And he has a right to have a private attorney come into court and defend his rights of privacy, which is what I did before you.
Mr. Torlow, before you launch into that, let me finish the question to you that I was trying to ask.
I guess there's been a lot of those problems in this courtroom, so.
Yeah, it seems that way. Mr. Torlow, the question I have is whether or not any of the funds that were generated or anticipated to be generated by this letter.
Passion says, lawyers continue to use the media as weapons today. See what I mean about the repetitive nature of the species we never learn. Exactly. History repeating itself is a farce. This happens all over and over, especially when we do not learn from it. And use the media. Yeah, they're doing the same thing they did before. You know, it's a species that just does the same thing over and over again and getting the same results. But that's why it's good that we're learning about it and seeing the issue at hand and exposing it. Definitely corrupted. Yeah, exactly. We see today, you know, over in LA, there's the city council does the same thing. There's empty promises from politicians that don't fulfill anything. There's, you know, lawyers or politicians, whatever, or regular people, the same thing is happening again as it did before. So yeah, I definitely agree that it's a species repeating the same behavior it did before, indeed.
Did any of these go to the direct benefit of Detective Furman?
Absolutely none.
Can you explain to me how that is?
Because it goes to my benefit. I'm the one that's out the legal fees. I'm the one that's out paying my associates and my paralegals and my secretaries. Mr. Furman is not obligated to pay 1 penny, not 1 cent. And therefore, the benefit is to me, who's doing this work, and to my partner, Lori Butler, and to our firm. There's no benefit to Detective Furman. Detective Furman, whatever happens to this case, is not going to owe a penny to us. I'm doing it pro bono.
All right. Any other comment, Mr. Torlow? Is that it?
I claim the privilege, and I'm ready to leave if you...
And I'm ready to leave with you.
In fact, I'll catch the next plane to Hawaii if I could get someone to go with me. No, they'd love it. His comment was, please do, but...
No, I said it was a good idea.
No.
I still think so.
I'm sure he does.
All right. Well, today's been a pretty contentious day. All right. Any other comment from the parties? Mr. Bailey, Ms. Clark? Certainly.
I think that eventually, I know loath as a defense is to let any detective off the witness stand, at some point, we have to. And if we get into this letter, this is going to be another, look at what it just caused now. Just to claim a privilege, just to argue the issue.
Well, we were lucky Mr. Torlow was in the building.
We were, and we are. But just under 352 alone, the consumption of time to go to an issue that is basically a privilege matter, because the heart of it is a privilege matter, to impeach someone's credibility, it has no impeachment value on Detective Furman. He has no benefit to gain from this letter. His lawyer hopes to be made whole by it because he has expended so much time and effort on his behalf with no recompense. And that's all you have here. So the bias and motive issue, which is what this should be going to, is non-existent. So the letter is really and truly irrelevant, in addition to being privileged.
All right. Mr. Bailey, any last comment after Mr. Torlow's comments?
I think I've expressed, Your Honor, the fact that even if nothing more, Mr. Furman is getting a free lawyer, if he is. And that, to me, that's very cloudy, by virtue of this solicitation, where he would not have gotten a free lawyer perhaps if he hadn't authorized the solicitation. That is a financial benefit sufficient to warrant cross-examination.
But he had the free.
Right, it's not normal. It's very bizarre. And also, Goose, the judge had a bunch of hourglasses that people sent him because he was into the knickknacks. He had a joystick to control the time. I mean, to control the different things in the courtroom. And he displayed flowers that people sent him. He had a whole elite gamer set on his bench. It was definitely a show, so even you understood when you were growing up that this was something not normal, right? And it wasn't indeed normal at all. She keeps opening with the same argument, this is taking too long. Yeah, it's like you do the same thing and it doesn't really, I even feel that Bailey is being repetitive. It's just kind of like, I don't know, going uphill and you put a rock uphill and it goes down and you just keep doing the same thing over and over. That's basically what this is. But he does it in a different way every time. So it looks like he's doing something different, but he isn't. In my opinion.
Thank you, counsel. The issue of cross-examination and the extent of cross-examination is something that, thankfully, the appellate courts have rested significant discretion in the hands of the trial court. And in some areas, when we deal with, say, for example, racial bias, the courts have indicated that I must give either side wide latitude in cross-examination on racial bias and those issues, and the court has done that. This is an issue of financial bias, and given the representations of Mr. Tortolo, the financial interest of Detective Furman with regards to this particular letter is remote, and I find it not to be relevant. Were it to be relevant, it would cause an undue consumption of time, given the various issues that are here, and the claim of privilege also goes to the heart of the letter.
The back of the room is like an episode of Jerry Springer, the middle of the endless void of repetition. And back is a knickknacks superstore run by the judge. Yeah, we were joking earlier that the judge has his own SD store he would have his SD store and his eBay shop online to sell his knickknacks. And there's like an hourglass on top of an hourglass. It's really something else.
So the prosecution objection will be sustained.
We ask, Your Honor, that the questions and answers posed by Mr. Bailey yesterday, in advance of our having been given the opportunity to see this letter, be stricken from the record.
No, he was allowed to cross-examine on whether or not Mr. Furman contemplated legal action against the lawyers in this case. That's fair cross-examination.
Right, no, but he also asked about the letter. That's what I'm asking to be stricken.
I think there's only, if you can show me where that is in the record, I think there's only a question or answer that's pretty innocuous, and we stopped at that point with the purpose of getting the letter to examine it.
All right, may I readdress that with the court after I've found the passage? If that's the case, then there is no point. But
I have to tell you, my recollection of it is that it's so innocuous that I'm not really inclined to stir the pot anymore.
Very well, Your Honor. What I'm concerned about is final argument, though, and addressing an issue that the court has deemed to be irrelevant under 352.
Well, if there's no letter to argue, then I suspect it won't be argued. Given the panoply of issues that are here to argue in final argument, a passing reference in 2 questions and 2 answers, I suspect won't carry the case. If you disagree, look in the record, see what you think.
All right.
I'm just not inclined to address what I consider to be such a minimal issue at this point. Maybe if I think about it tomorrow morning, maybe I'll think about it differently, but I got to tell you at this point, I'm not real persuaded.
All right, let me look it up and see if it is worth it. I appreciate it.
May I learn, Your Honor, whether this is anyway identified for the record?
It should be. The clean copy will be identified as Course Exhibit next in order 8. 8.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Do you have anything else you wish?
3 o'clock, Your Honor. I'd like a chance to, we have information coming in as we speak. I'd like a chance to confer with my colleagues before we decide.
All right.
The only remaining question is, I have a question I can put today. If you want to save that much time, it's about 3 minutes worth.
Not to drag the jury out and then send everybody home. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury. I'll excuse them. And do we have any DNA lingering issues today?
Have you given
An afternoon without DNA. How wonderful. Okay. For an item led to argument, led to having to have another attorney on another issue come in and discuss it, and we've managed to take up the whole court day. This is also would ordinarily, given the situation, I would try to forge ahead a little bit more, but we have an activity planned this afternoon, so I'm going to break at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been finally submitted to you. We'll see you here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. All right?
Goose says City Council always pockets funds infinitely and beyond. Yes, to infinity and beyond. That's what they do with the pockets of the funds. They just take the funds for themselves, like the bridge that had the nice lights on it, and the criminals took it all down. And it's a dark, a post-apocalyptic ghost bridge now. So now, but no one ever fixes it. And if they fix it, they'll just steal it again. And you have all those people that are struggling, and the city itself is struggling, and all they're doing is just pocketing the money for themselves. It's like a corrupt feudalism. So feudalism's like where there's like a upper caste and a lower caste, and there's like a corruption that happens. That's basically what it's turned into with the city council, from what I've seen and many others have also think, in my opinion. All right, and Passion says several jurors claim that Furman's racist comments and eventual perjury was heavily influenced, but also, in hindsight, claim to regret their verdict, citing immense public pressure and local culture. And that's what Remy was saying earlier, that time period and the political climate. I don't like racist comments, please no. Yeah, we don't like it. We don't like it either. And we agree with that. It was just that's the reasoning where, in the time period when this was occurring, the Rodney King incident happened, and this officer said some comments, and this influenced a jury to maybe feel a certain way because of the public pressures at the time period. So a combination of different things led to this outcome the way it happened with the verdict. Thank you, Passion, for this information. Very valuable. And yeah, it was a rough time period, Goose. It was. I think I've said before, I wasn't there, only towards the end of it, so I didn't get to really see anything. But I was like, oh, the 90s and 80s, I think, were a peaceful time period, but they weren't. No, we just have more advanced technology than we did before, but. Yeah, the comments, Goose, that were offensive, I'd say, that were said happened earlier. So you missed the part that you wouldn't have liked to have seen, because they repeated some of the stuff that was said. I don't know if they're going to say it again, but that is earlier was they were talking about it more. Yeah, I mean and I didn't know a lot about the Rodney King incident, but yeah, it was. The police were acquitted, and then there was this rioting that happened, of course, and burning stuff down, because the public was upset at the LAPD. They were very disliked back then. Then this happened. There was public pressure, and it said, "What? This is a situation. Say that someone's in a war, and there's a terrain, and there's weather. So if you're able to have the terrain and the weather, you're white, but your dad is black. That is perfectly fine. That's cool, and I can understand why that would be sensitive for you, indeed. I don't. I also agree that any kind of racism is wrong. So basically, with the terrain, OJ and the way his trial was at the time and place and space, it was convenient for him to get out of this because of the situation that was going on with the culture at the time and the public pressures. Like, you could fight a battle uphill. Like, someone could put their troops uphill, so the enemy has to go uphill to find them. It could be raining and cause the water to drain down. So the circumstances outside were beneficiary to OJ. Right. But yeah, earlier they were talking about Bailey was going on a rant about the different things that the police were doing. Well, the Furman was doing, and I feel they said things to stir up public opinion out of it also. It's some stuff that Bailey said, but Bailey just went on and on. He was the attorney for OJ. He was going on, just kept on talking and talking and talking. He wasn't holding back. And this man even talked about cobwebs. Yes, I love all people too. I agree. I'm glad that you had that belief as well. We all bleed the same red blood. The red blood, we all have the same, we're all humans, and I also agree, I love all earthlings as an alien. Yeah. And I do think a lot of times these racial things cause, they'll like to cause division, because if you divide, you could conquer a whole society. So I do think that people do allow these things to separate them, especially if somebody is, you could have one parent of different races, which is perfectly fine, but then you'll have these other things that happen that can make the situation awkward. So yeah, I just want to see people as people, regardless of what their racial background is. And I do warn people about being divided over these things, where they'll try to turn people against each other and destroy a whole country. And Goose said, but I wish I was alien. Okay, yes, I understood. And Passion says, looks like the LAPD is attempting to transform their image. I'm seeing they're shifting towards a stronger community influence over their work, and they're doing programs like Coffee with a Cop. Okay, Passion. Thank you for the information. They certainly need to do something about their image, because it doesn't look too good. And I know there's a lot of people in the LAPD that do streams and on YouTube, and some of them seem like some very kind people. And they'll tape LA. They'll not tape, but they'll go around LA in their stream and show different things that's going on. So I'm glad that they're trying to fix their public image, however they do it. We want people in America to feel safe, and not like it's some sort of a dictatorship that hates everybody, or certain groups of people, or people shouldn't feel they're being singled out. Especially authorities that are trying to defend and protect people, or make sure that everything's running accordingly, should be trusted and not being distrusted. Like China and all these different places are all united, and they would want and benefit from a divided America. That way it would be easier to defeat it. Yeah. So certainly this trial brought a lot of different issues up that are still, I think, could be a problem today also. Okay, Goose says, I'm Irish-German. He's Irish-German and 10% black. That's very cool. That's a very cool, diverse ancestry. And be proud of what you are and who you are. And, in 100 years from now, I think we all probably won't even be here anyway. So yeah, just that's why there's things in life that matter, of course, like friends, family, and what you have to do in life. And life is short, and live it to the fullest, and be, as I said, proud of who you are in its entirety. Makes you unique. My city is a mixture of different people from Africa and different parts of Europe mixed together, and the food is really excellent, that they brought here. So a mixture of different cultures can be very beneficiary. And I am basically, my ancestry is a combination of things, different European countries, and also from America. Maybe a little bit from the original people from America too, a little bit. So yeah, it's predominantly is from Europe and also America too, just to put it in layman's terms. Yeah. And I'm also German as well. My name's Hansel, which is a German name. I have a German on both sides, but more so on my mom's side. I'm your Florida bro, yeah. Thank you. So, okay, and... Alright, now in this situation... Let's see... what this next part is.
Present before the court with you is counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, and Ms. Lewis. The jury is not present. And before we begin this morning's session, the court would like to take the personal opportunity to wish a happy birthday to Ruth Archie, who is one of our regular audience, and on her birthday today. All right, counsel, is there anything we need to put on the record before we join with the jury again?
You're from Clearwater. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I went to I went there 20 years ago, Florida. It's next to me, a little ways from me, but it's we're in the same Gulf Coast. Passion says, theoretically, we're all once squashed into one spot before this big bang, so we're all related. Yes. Yeah, we're all related, we're all connected. Yeah. In the larger scheme of things. And all humans are, I believe, like we're all related and connected. We're not really that different. That's something that I do agree with. Thank you, Passion. I definitely agree.
Mr. Bailey.
Yesterday there was a question raised as to whether or not I had spoken personally to a witness named Max Cordoba, and that question arose from a mistake Mr. Cordoba made when being questioned on Dateline. NBC yesterday at various times during the day and Dateline itself last night corrected that misstatement. They found Mr. Cordoba in Phoenix, and he recalled that briefly while Mr. McKenna was interviewing him about the facts of the case that I had spoken with him about his appearance. And I would simply like, because the prior version is now a part of this case to a degree, to show the court, who I gather has not seen it, and the record that such an event took place, if I may.
You may.
And Mr. Harris, this is from last night's Dateline, and I personally taped it.
I take it there's no foundational objection. Thank you.
Hasn't located the spot. Perhaps that fact is sufficiently notorious so that it does not have to be played. The retraction, so to speak, by
all right. Well, Mr. Bailey,
witness.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
I appreciate that, but I don't want to hold up the jury any more than we have. I'll simply make that assertion. I take it from lack of any contradiction that at least some members of the prosecution are familiar with the change position by the witness.
All right. All right, Ms. Clark, anything else before we proceed with the jury? Is there anything else you wish to, any other comment on the record before we invite the jurors to join us?
I would only indicate, Your Honor, that in view of the more recent statement of Mr. Cordoba, to which Mr. Bailey refers, and I'm familiar with it, the real issue is Mr. Cordoba's credibility, and I think we should turn our attention to that and get on with this in a professional manner.
All right. It would thrill me to death if counsel would apologize to each other for the rather high level of vitriol yesterday.
Although I cannot say, Your Honor, that substantively speaking, the record, the evidence, and the information we had did not support the fundamental belief that we have a witness here who is not to be believed, who has no credibility.
Ms. Clark, forgive me for interrupting you, but given the state of the record as we know it today, given the level of the comments yesterday, which were not appropriate, I think it would be appropriate to begin this session by both sides acknowledging going beyond the bounds of professional conduct. In the heat of battle, I understand, and that we all agree to conduct ourselves professionally today. And I only ask that of you first because you're standing and talking to me. I'm going to ask the same of Mr. Bailey as soon as I hear from you.
And I do. No, I'm serious. No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not going to be facetious. I do mean that. I really do. I don't like to engage in that sort of exchange. I think it is. I think it's unseemly. I think it's bad for the entire profession. And I do extend to Mr. Bailey my apology for the extreme nature of the exchange yesterday. I don't anticipate that happening again. And I think that we will all, from this day forward, conduct ourselves as professionals, seasoned professionals that we all are.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Bailey?
I, without hesitation, apologize for what I have found as an unwarranted comment directed at Ms. Clark, and that was that her eyesight and memory were deficient. Very plainly, that was unfair since her eyesight is excellent and her memory has proven to be the same. My apology, most profound apology, is directed at the court. I've been doing this for 40 years. I was caught off guard with that accusation. The reaction was less restrained and certainly less professional than it should have been. And the thing that pains me the most is any criticism that has been directed at the court because of conduct of counsel, in my view. You're one of the finest trial judges I've ever had the privilege to appear before, and I think that criticism is unwarranted, and to the extent that I caused it, I do apologize.
Thank you, counsel.
May I join in that, Your Honor? I was not even aware of criticism being leveled at the court. If that is the case, I really would like to take this opportunity to indicate that we, from the prosecution, do not share in that view at all. We extend our most sincere apologies for any ill reaction that was caused by our conduct yesterday to the court. It was certainly unwarranted, unfair, and unjustified.
Well, counsel, I appreciate that thought. However, that's why I get paid the big bucks. All right, let's proceed. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors.
We wait with the jurors so that the record is clear. The people do not intend to call Max Cordoba. He is off our witness list as far as we're concerned.
All right.
Yeah, some on the Dream Team are dead. Some of them are still alive, though. Marcia, Ito, and Darradin are still alive. Cochran's dead. He died 21 years ago. He died in 2005 from brain cancer.
Please be seated. All right, Detective Furman, would you resume the witness stand, please? Let the record reflect that the jury has now joined us, all of our members, that Detective Furman is again on the witness stand under cross-examination by Mr. Bailey. Good morning, Detective Furman.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Detective, you're reminded you were still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Detective Furman, do you recall that yesterday I indicated a certain area of the audience and asked you if you saw anyone there that you knew? Recall that?
Yes, sir.
And did you see anyone that you knew?
That I knew?
Yes. Yesterday.
I know people, yes, in the audience.
No. Someone
yesterday?
Someone that was connected with the preparation of your testimony.
No, I didn't recall, no.
Did you see anyone when you looked out yesterday, not here today, who was connected with the preparation of your testimony?
No, sir.
You did not?
No.
Do you know a Dr. Mark Goulston?
It's a different name than I heard yesterday. Overruled. Excuse me, counsel. Objections?
Objection as an answer.
Item 4. I heard a different name. Overruled.
I know a Mark. I don't recall a Mr. Goldstein.
Goulston, as I get it.
I still don't, sir.
And who is Mark?
I believe he is a doctor.
Psychiatrist, is he?
I'm not sure if he's a psychologist or a psychiatrist.
Okay. And under what circumstances have you seen him?
I've seen him in the DA's office.
Was he present during the grand jury session?
No, I don't recall him being there, no.
Has he talked with you at all about being a witness?
No.
You've never had any conversation with him?
Yes.
What have you talked about?
We didn't talk. He just said, you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Did you talk to him before you testified?
No, not at all.
And he's had no conversation with you at all about the manner of your testimony except some words of encouragement after the fact. Is that the way you leave it?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize him when I pointed to him yesterday? Sitting next to Mr. McGinnis?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Did you see me point yesterday in this direction?
I believe you pointed, yes, sir.
Oh.
All right, indicating the back row of the seats reserved for counsel and the audience.
Mr. McGinnis is the landmark since he always sits there. I believe the man was sitting next to Mr. Joe McGinnis. That's where I was pointing. Mr. McGinnis, Detective Furman has his hand up. He's a tall gentleman, gray in hair.
Yes, sir.
Was Mark Goulston sitting there when I asked you the question?
Objection.
Overruled.
I did not notice him, no.
You didn't notice him.
No.
How many times have you seen this man, Detective Furman?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. Detective Furman, how did you call in the license plate of the vehicle that turned out to be Kalen's on the morning of the 13th?
Police radio?
Is that called a Rover?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you carry on your belt?
No. You could, but in plain clothes, it's very difficult, so you usually just take it out of the car and hold it.
Okay. Did you have it with you that morning?
At different points, I did, yes.
All right. Did you have it with you when you were in talking to Cato in his bungalow?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you have it with you when you went out to look for the source of the noise?
No.
Do you have any communications equipment with you at that time?
No.
Okay. where certain words are used to indicate letters of the alphabet, as there is in aviation, in the military, for instance?
Yes, sir.
What's the police word for N?
Nora,
V,
Victor,
N,
Nora,
H,
Henry.
I.
You put me on the spot. Oh, it's Indio in the military. I'm having a Ida.
Okay. Does NVN have a meaning to you?
No, sir.
Do you use that on the radio at all?
No, sir.
I mean the phonetic letters, Nora, etc.
Oh, the phonetics, if I'm running a license plate such as that?
No, no. You said V is represented by?
Victor.
All right. Do you ever use the term Nora, Victor, Nora when talking to other officers on the radio?
Why would I do that?
Do you ever use the term Nora, Victor, Nora talking to officers on the radio?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor, until the other matters are settled.
Redirect. Ms. Clark?
Passion said his voice went up 2 octaves when he answered, "No, sir." Right. Safety meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Furman, I'm going to direct your attention to your state of mind and knowledge at the time you stepped out the front door at Rockingham. That means, and by that I mean after you placed Cato Kalin at the bar and then walked out the front door to go out to the south pathway. At that time, sir, the first time you walked out to the south pathway at 360 North Rockingham, did you know the time of death for Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whether Mr. Simpson had an alibi for the time of their murders?
No.
Did you know whether there were any eyewitnesses to their murders?
No.
Did you know whether anyone had heard voices or any sounds or any words spoken at the crime scene at the time of their murders?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whether Cato had already gone up the south walkway before you got there?
No.
Did you know whether any fibers from the Bronco would be found on that glove that you ultimately found at Rockingham?
No.
And did you know the cause of death?
No.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Bailey?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All
Hey,
right.
Passion, thank you for the information.
All right, Detective Furman, I'm going to release you from further testimony today. However, you are still subject to recall. You are ordered not to discuss your testimony with anybody except your own attorney and the attorneys from both sides or their investigators. Do you understand the order, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Your excuse, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's go this way now. Passion says, okay. Oh, yeah, I read that. Okay, and yeah, Furman is leaving. All right, now, which is technically today, but later today, but at some point in the, I call it tomorrow, but it's really today. We will see the next witness because that's the stopping point with the trial. Where I am, it is 5:16 a.m. Well, so I have not done a late night stream in like this in a very long time. That's what my original streams were, so it's pretty cool that we did it again. I went to early live stream into the late night live, and we've been live 11 hours. And and this will be archived, so I won't wait until it goes to 12 where it will split the thing up into different videos, so it'll keep it in one piece. Alright, so at this point in time, we'll be ending the stream, and thank you, Passion, and Goose for staying with me with the stream, and those lurkers, and those that were here earlier. They'll see us later. Yes. Passion said, "Well done, soldier. You almost went long enough to see the sunrise." Yeah. Yeah. I sure did, and which I've done that before, by the way. It's happened before. But yeah, so now what we'll do is we ending the stream for the night. You're welcome, Goose, and y'all take care. Have a good day, evening, good afternoon, wherever you all are, and good morning too. That's where it is where I am, and peace.